Welcome to my 5-hour free course on how to find your niche on LinkedIn. This is perfect if you got less than 5,000 followers and you want to make over $500,000 a year on the platform. And you want to do that just from 100% organic content, so no ads and sending DMs. There's also a downloadable workbook if you just click it below. It's 120,000 words, so it's massive. You can just upload it into your Claude or ChatGPT projects and you can ask it questions as we're going along. And just quickly, if you don't know who I am, my name's Matthew Lekayev. I've spent the past 3 years coaching 2,200 people how to generate leads on LinkedIn. I've made over $6 million myself on the platform and generated 20 million impressions in the past year. And I've spent the entire week putting together this free course specifically for you. Now, you're probably wondering like, why the hell are you doing this? Why would you give this away for free? Well, to be honest, I'm giving away every course I've ever had for free because my business partner Steve built a software called Link Ninja, and we're actually launching our LinkedIn AI second brain. So I'm giving away every course I've ever done completely for free because I want you to use my software. Awesome. So let's get started. This is going to be everything you need if you have less than 5,000 followers on LinkedIn to make over $500,000 a year. All right, so let's go through part one, why the LinkedIn algorithm is making you broke and what to do instead. This part is extremely important because what people say is true on LinkedIn and what is actually true is very, very different. And the LinkedIn feed really is just a massive big Ponzi scheme, especially most personal brand building stuff. Then they kind of just tell you stuff to make you feel good and everyone comments on each other's posts. So this one is really important because I actually like to use real data. And so, here's what I'm qualified and I'm telling you about. I've coached 2,200 people on LinkedIn, not how to go viral, how to actually get clients. I booked over 5,000 sales calls myself through my profile, 100% organic. Last time I surveyed our clients, they were making $172 million a year. And I've been doing this for 3 years and I'm completely obsessed with it. And so what most kind of LinkedIn gurus won't tell you, especially people in the personal brand space, is that LinkedIn doesn't actually have the data that most people like I have. Like they also don't tell you that likes do not equal leads, and there's actually zero correlation, like actually zero. And so I'll walk you through Beck Lindert later on, how she has like 2,400 followers and she makes 10 to 20 times as much as $100,000 to $200,000 accounts. And I'll walk you through exactly why and how she charges, minimum $45,000 a year. And trust me, I know I've coached the 100, 200,000 follower, 300,000 follower creators who don't make any money. I've coached lots of them and I'll show you, you don't actually need an insane amount of followers. You don't actually need it. We had a client recently who he was literally his 6th week of starting a LinkedIn account and got 56 inbound leads off a post. And he did it again 2 days ago. Again, I'm going to show you that later on, which is insane. But the big issue is that LinkedIn itself doesn't actually have the data of what gives you leads. LinkedIn has data on views, impressions, likes, a whole bunch of other stuff, but they don't know how much money you made and how many clients you've got. So anytime someone posts stuff about this, they're just making shit up and pulling it out of their ass. It's not actually true. It sounds nice, within the frameworks, and it's very easy to sell in marketing, but it's not actually true. And so, when I started posting on LinkedIn, it was November 2022. I did all the stuff. I tested everything. I had a Google sheet with all the people that I was engaging with. I like to optimize for posting times. I had commenting strategies, hooks. I tried all the carousels, hashtags even, none of it even works. The only thing that actually matters for leads is what I call recognition. And I'll give you the actual science for it. And I'm going to show you some examples right now on how this actually works. I'll show you Nick, who posted a post with a lanyard with a rainbow on it, and how he got 3 clients from that post. But let me talk you through this now, this principle. So imagine that you're driving to Vegas, right? You're driving to Vegas and there's 2 billboards, right? They're one on each side of the road, let's say. And you can see them both. The billboard on the left it literally says, it's a photo and it says stuff. It says, Mr. Beast plus Elon Musk fly to Mars in 3 seconds to look at Elon's $100 billion space station, right? Let's say, imagine it says that, right? On a hook. That's probably the craziest hook you've ever seen on the actual post. And I was going to make a joke there, but it's poor timing for that joke, so I won't. Imagine you saw that, right, on a billboard. That'd be the craziest billboard you've ever seen. 100% you're looking at that. 100% you're clicking on it. It's the most crazy thing. But imagine on the right-hand side of the road, there's a photo of your family house where you grew up in, your actual family house. Literally imagine. And so which one would you look at first? You're driving like this, picture it in your mind, close your eyes, one here, one here. You're driving, you go into your family house immediately. Because what nobody talks about on LinkedIn is they don't talk about the recognition principle. The reason people come to you for clients isn't because you post the craziest Mr. Beast hook ever, like these 32 AI tools that made me $5 bazillion. They post it because you share stuff that looks like you're from their insider world. It's really key. I'll give you an example. Let me actually find it over here. Cool, of an insider world. So I'm part of this guy, Taki Moore's mastermind called Boardroom. There's only 100 people allowed in Boardroom in total. They've got a line out the door. We go to 3 events a year. And no, there's no group calls and classes. There are group calls every week. I don't even go to them, all right? But when I went there last time, I spoke on an AI panel and I got this many thank you cards from, these are all 7, 8, and 9 figure entrepreneurs. Now, no one knows the meaning of these cards other than people that were there or who have attended. And if I posted this, people who were there, they'd be like, you know, right? You know, but other people wouldn't. And that's what recognition is, because I was there. So when I look at this, and the reason I picked it up off my desk in the first place is because I was like, it brought me back to the feelings. This takes me back to Cairns 8 weeks ago, where I presented on AI on stage and I chatted to all these people about AI after, right? So this has meaning attached to it. And so when you post content, you're trying to show meaning attached to it. And the reason you want to have recognition, and this is why niching and finding your tribes is so important, because if you don't have a niche, right? Or if your niche is employees or mid-market professionals, you can't put something up that they have a high level of meaning to. Sure, you may be able to put a nice photo up of you and your dog, or you and your dad on his birthday, or mum on their birthday, or you and your grandparent, but that's not going to correlate to meaning associated with what you sell. Like if you're a financial planner, right? And you just put that stuff up, it does help build people who know you, but it's not correlating with the thing that you sell, which is a big thing. And so recognition is like it's what we call pre-verbal recognition. And so that's something that fires in someone's nervous system before they read your post, before their eyes have focused on the words. Their body has already decided what the content is for them in under a quarter of a second before the conscious brain even loads. So what I mean by this is, if I look back here, right, you might see the Hormozi book here, right? Or his books. And because you've consumed a lot of his content, your mind just goes there. And a lot of people, what pre-verbal recognition is something that if you see it, so for example, if I see this Oura ring, immediately I have a feeling associated with it. Why? Because my wife wears an Oura ring, and finally when I got her to wear it a few years ago, she started actually taking her sleep seriously, and she checks her sleep score all the time and she uses it. So when I just see this, like you don't have to say anything. If someone just shows me this, I get a feeling in my body. And so this is why tribing and niching matters so much, because you can hijack people's brains so that they don't have control over what happens. Because I promise you that if you were driving to Vegas and there's a photo, I put on a billboard, a photo of your family house where you grew up in, you're turning your head. Like there's no way. And so that's what you're trying to do. You're looking for pattern interruption, but not pattern interruption for craziness. You're not going to run around the street in a purple cow outfit, right? Like obviously tribute to Seth Godin in Purple Cow. You're going to care about if someone's rocking around and they're wearing the same outfit as you or something like that, which really matters. And when we're looking at content around this specifically, I'll show you a couple of pieces where this really works. But I think the best example is Nick's post. And so this post that Nick shared got him 3 clients. He told me last Friday. And so I wanted to share this. It's really recent. And he posted it, it was about a week ago. So now I'll walk through the hook. So he just talked about, and so what Nick does is he helps for-purpose orgs within Australia, like non-for-profits, people deal with burnout, because he was someone who worked there and dealt with burnout. So he said, while recovering from burnout, I found my rainbow banded work lanyard. It took 4 hours for my hands to stop shaking. So this hook is great, but what makes the post is the rainbow lanyard. And the reason why this matters is because the only people that know the meaning of this post are the people who understand the rainbow lanyard, because it's a thing that non-for-profits in Australia, people wear this rainbow lanyard and they go to this thing. And when people work for non-profits or charities, a lot of their energy goes to everything to helping other people, but they're the classic person that doesn't help themselves. And so everything is around like, so when people see that, they have a lot of feeling associated with it. The same as the cards here that I have. And I'll show you a lot of other things that have feeling associated with it. Because words and objects essentially have a lot of meaning associated with it. There's tons of meaning. Like if I showed you this, if you don't know what an aura ring and you've never seen it, you're not going to have any level of meaning towards it. You're going to be, it doesn't matter. But if I show someone who wears aura, it's going to stop and grab their attention. And you're trying to grab attention because you're trying to borrow the experience that someone's already had within their life. And so what I mean by that is, if we look here, so if we look at, say, attention in general, so if I'm looking at someone's life as an example, right? So there's a human, let's pretend that in their day, right? For example, that, for, 20 minutes of their day, they're on MyFitnessPal, right? MyFitnessPal, and they're logging their food for 20 minutes a day. If you post a screenshot of MyFitnessPal, you get 20 minutes of their day. Let's say that they've been doing it for, 100 days, right? And then that equals 2,000 hours. They've spent, so not hours, minutes. Jesus, that would be a long time. They've spent 2,000 minutes on MyFitnessPal. And so when you post a screenshot of MyFitnessPal, you're hijacking the time that they spent doing that. You're literally hijacking it already. Because if you tried to create something super crazy and outlandish, of course you're going to hijack it and you're going to do it. But people classically only give a shit about themselves. And so when people see Nick's post, what they think in their mind is they think, oh man, like that itself, like that was me. Like Nick understands my world. He's worn the lanyard. And so Nick truly gets it. All right, let me give you one more example because this is really, really important. So this is another post. This client just asked me not to share his stuff, his name and stuff, but I'll just share the post. But this post here, my client, he's a financial planner. He talked about for NHS consultants, a £10,000 pay rise might only put £2,400 in your pockets. The DDRB just announced a 3.5% pay rise for doctors. Now, you're probably looking at this right now. I wonder if I can draw. Yeah, I can draw. This is great. So you're probably looking at this and being like, I don't know what an NHS consultant is. I don't use pounds. And I don't know what the DDRB is. And why would I care about a pay rise for doctors? Perfect. You're not in their niche. But the people that are in the niche, this person that posted it, this post, and they also shared this GIF of an invoice, they got 56 inbound connection requests from their ideal client. Because what they did is with the actual hook and then with this GIF, most doctors or NHS workers in the UK, they receive this invoice every month. And a lot of people look forward to receiving their invoices. There's a lot of emotion attached to these things. Think about your payslip, right? So it's not invoice, it's the payslip. Think about your payslip around how much money you get. You have an attachment towards it. I remember when I was working in accounting and I was only like 45 grand a year. Then I got my first sales job and I got my first like 15 grand a month or whatever it was. My head exploded. So I really look forward to my payslip. Payslips have an emotional weighting towards it. The reason this post went so well is because he did the payslip. Now, he recently did it again. I was going to record this video and I saw that he did it again. Like, I didn't even know he did it again, but he did it again. And this time he got 170 likes and 34 comments. And I actually haven't asked him how many leads he got from this, but the first one, he got 56 inbound connection requests from his ideal clients, which is like, and he wasn't even qualified when he did at the time, which is crazy. And so this recognition principle is everything. But the problem is if you don't market to a specific niche, you don't know what things actually mean stuff towards them. Sure, you can post stuff about kids because if we look back here and we look at the amount of attention someone gives, yeah, they're thinking about their kids 24/7. So if you post stuff about kids, of course it relates. But if it doesn't connect to the thing you do, it doesn't matter. So the true secret of like making money on LinkedIn is recognition. It's everything. And just think through the Mr. Beast and your family house, which one would you really look at? And so you're not trying to compete with crazy, you're trying to paint someone's internal world. Like literally imagine if you scrolled through social media and you saw a picture of your house, and then you saw a picture of your lounge room, and then you saw a picture, like imagine this is a carousel, a picture of your outside area, a picture in your room. You'd be like, what the fuck? This person knows exactly who I am. You're trying to effectively paint someone's house. But if I'm thinking about, okay, let's say I'm going to sell to mums in New Delhi in India who just became a mum, or I'm selling to empty nesters in Pennsylvania in the United States, right? Well, let's go for more generic, right? Let's say I'm selling to let's say what solar panel salespeople in India versus SaaS salespeople in Sydney, Australia. Sure, they're both salespeople and you can sell sales consulting, but painting the house of each of these people is literally impossible. And so what people do is they use AI. I've seen this so much. And they'll go and they'll like, AI will be like, oh, you should make this niche. And then it's like, but the AI just made it up. You're not trying to create a category. You're trying to find groups of people that exist. So there's this group, and there's this group, and they're already a group of people that exist in a place. And then you're like, okay, there's all these groups of people and they cross over with these types of interest. So I'm going to make this thing or this product or this service, and I'm going to sell this to them. Look up Russell Brunson. Like he talks about this a lot. Go where the people are. And a really great example of a product like this is the Nutri Creamy. So the Nutri Creamy is insane. I'll show you what it is. If you don't know what it is, it's like actually insane. I might go in my kitchen later and show it to you. But if you look at the Nutri Creamy, this thing has hit the fitness world by storm. Because the Nutri Creamy is an ice cream maker. And why it's good is because you can make an entire punnet of ice cream, half liter, and eat it, and it's 300 calories. Like I ate it last night. And for everyone, so like, and the categories of people that this goes after, if we look at the groupings of people who do high rocks or who do CrossFit, people who use MyFitnessPal and count their calories. So if we're looking at the groups of people, we're going to go the MyFitnessPal people, because that's like a tribe of people. And then, or even the calorie counter people will use MyFitnessPal. Then we'll go to Hyrox because it's a massive trend. If you don't know what it is, you can look it up. And then if you also want to look up people who want to eat clean, because you can eat clean, you can have certain types of milk. So because of this, you've got this rise of all these people and there's a demand of this product or this thing. The Nutri Creamy just slotted itself in there and it exploded. And so you're not trying to like blue ocean, red ocean, anything. You're trying to just be like, all right, there's these groups of people. I've got this experience. They're already in these tribes. How do I just like make the thing that they want to buy and that they're already searching, which is really important. And so this is something that obviously I'm very passionate about this, but like this is what actually matters. And so I've actually spent the past 3 years kind of like mapping this out. Let me move myself to the side, mapping this out, what I like to call the purchase likelihood engine. Now, so what the purchase likelihood engine is obviously recognition is the way you get inbound leads. And I'm going to show you inside my Miro board, like, let me go back to my Miro board. Yeah, so I've got like tons and tons of examples. These are all people that are actually making money. And I'm going to show you this like later on. But like what this all comes down to is there's a thing called the purchase likelihood engine. And so, and the reason I like to use formulas is because formulas are binary. And binary means it's either 1 or 0. And I like to use formulas like this because if something is 0, 0 times a million times a million times a million is 0. And so when we're looking at like creating offers and niching and all that kind of stuff, I like to stick with what are the first principles of the rules behind things, because that's what actually matters. So purchase likelihood equals, and guys, also, if you're going through this kind of and you're thinking, fuck, this is a lot of stuff, if you click the link below, it's got access to all the AI stuff, my entire transcript. You can literally just search as you go along. So as I'm speaking about this, you're like, what is the purchase likelihood engine again? Search my AI and it will literally tell you. It has everything inside it. And so if you're getting confused, because I do run quite fast when I'm doing this, because I got a lot to cover. There's like 22 pages of this. So when I'm looking at the purchase likelihood engine, so there's a few things that make up like, is someone going to buy your stuff? The first one is what we call offer viability. Now, offer viability is the thing that you sell something that people would even buy. So for example, you could pick the perfect niche and you could say you sell to panel beaters in Sydney's Northern Beaches who are Christian dads, right? And that's my dad. My dad is a Christian. He's a panel beater in Sydney's Northern Beaches, right? You might pick that exact specific niche. There's all tribes and congregations of people. Now, if you try to sell my dad group therapy, well, he's not going to buy it, even if it's the perfect offer. Why? Because my dad goes to church and he has a men's group on Wednesday night with his other men and they do group therapy. So like a lot of people, what they do is when they try to sell stuff, their offer isn't even viable. And an issue with like this book is it doesn't cover offer viability. There's a line in it where Hormozy says your market must be kind of ready for your thing, but he doesn't cover offer viability that strongly. Like he's got an equation in there, which is really good in the dream outcome and all that kind of stuff, but it doesn't cover offer viability because some people try to make these crazy offers and they sell it and people are like, I'm never going to buy that, which is dumb. And sorry about the mess back here. We're moving house but I really want to record this video before cleaning it. So, offer viability is another one. So let's just read through them first, then I'll draw them out. The next one is recognition and trust. So does the buyer recognize themselves in your content and do they trust you specifically as the messenger? This is what we're spending most of this video on, and this is going to be around niching. This is really key because you could have the greatest offer in the world, the best timing, all that kind of stuff, right? But they just won't buy from you if you look like a dodgy motherfucker. Like they're just not going to do it. Or if you're, if I went to India and I tried to sell something completely out of my lane, I could have the best assets, the best materials, the best everything, and I try and sell it, and they're like, you don't fucking know what we do. You don't fucking know us. It's a really big thing. It's a huge issue. Recognition, trust. Do they see themselves? This was an issue with me and my brother owned a cafe in 2015 to 2017, and we sold it to a guy who was out of the area. The cafe was called Little Box Coffee. Look it up. It's pretty sick. But like he wasn't from in the area. And so when we sold it to him, he changed a lot of things up. He didn't keep it the same, changed the staff and stuff. And it ended up closing because like my brother and I, we had trust with people because we were from the area. Just because he wasn't from the area, people then didn't trust him and eventually had to sell it, which was really sad and felt super bad for him because it was a really good cafe. So recognition and trust is a really big thing and so if you just like have no affiliation with someone or anything and you're just like, I'm just going to like randomly sell to these people, why are they going to like trust you? It's really weird. It's like, it's not going to happen. And then after that comes trust utility. Once they trust you, is the value they get worth the risk? And so, you might have the best price, they trust you and viable offer the perfect timing, but they assess it and they're like, it's not worth it right now. And so I'm going to walk you through that later on. And then the last bit is timing. Is it actually a good time to act? Because even if all these other stuff line up, if someone just purchased another LinkedIn program like I sell, if they just purchased another one, it doesn't even matter if it's the perfect fit and they trust me and the offer's viable. They're committed to that other thing. And so it doesn't actually matter. And you shouldn't ever be like, oh, don't do that other thing. You should always be honest and help people. So when we're looking at purchase likelihood engine, which I'll work through in this file, essentially what this means is that the likelihood that they purchase from you is a formula. But if any of these things are zero, it means that the whole equation goes to zero. Because 0 times a million times a million times a million is zero, right? So it's just zero. And so we have to really think through this lens when we're doing this. We're going to be covering a lot of this today. I am going to briefly cover these three things too. So you're going to have the whole full formula. I'll do another video for the entire thing. But just think through like the thing where most people are bleeding is like all four matter, but recognition and trust is where people are truly bleeding. Because when I tell people I book 5,000 sales calls on LinkedIn through my profile, they just think I'm lying. But like, if I show you the process that I did, you'll be like, oh no, that actually makes sense. Like you would actually get it. Cause like I've kind of hacked the system. Like I teach it too. And I sell LinkedIn services on LinkedIn, right? It's a hack. It's a lot easier for me than other people. Cool. So if the algorithm is the wrong way and recognition is the real one, how big is the gap actually? Let me show you the actual number. So that's kind of like the first part and a couple other things I want to show you is like, this actually, what I'm talking about isn't made up. Like I've seen it on my client side too, but like LinkedIn in June 2023, everyone who's been on LinkedIn for a while will remember this. They really changed their algorithms on what will actually get your attention. But to be kind of to boil it down for you, what they really did is they rolled out why LinkedIn changed best posts. Essentially, they rolled out a thing where they'd made people like experts. So what LinkedIn's trying to do is it's trying to categorize people in experts, and it's trying to be like the educational expert content thing. So the generic fluff gets less engagement and the expert stuff is what wins. Let me show you an example, because all the people that I'm going to share with you later on, like, you know, a very specific type of financial planner, Beck works with rural agricultural businesses. Nick works with non-for-profits in Australia. Bill Krell works with engineers in the US. Dan helps people with commercial property. Chester helps like people who are kind of like Hormozy people and sleep people who monitor their sleep, help them get better with sleep, and he's a sleep scientist. Esan's a career coach for Indian origin senior IT professionals in Australia. Richard Wilson is a guy who helps corporate affair professionals in Australia. And Evan Suckman helps Canadian university students land 100K consulting roles. And Ignacy helps AEC professionals become BIM coordinators. Now, you probably don't even know what half these people, what even these things are, but what they are is these are all category experts within their niches. And this is the thing that LinkedIn actually rewards now, because content and algorithms, like they went from like, they used to be social based. So it used to be like how many followers you have and all that kind of stuff. Now it's interest based, which means like the AI algorithms kind of like know who you are, know what tribes you're a part of, and then can just like feed you content. And so you've noticed this within your YouTube and all that kind of stuff. It's just getting better and better and better. It's because algorithms are interest-based now, so it knows you. And so you would have noticed algorithms changing more over time, which we're going to cover later, which I'm excited for. This is going to be fun. And I don't know how long this video is going to go. I'm just going to make it as long as I can, but everything to do with any AI thing, anything we create is going to be below. Just click the link, you get access to everything. This is like a complete course. I'm giving away everything. Why am I doing that? Because when I work with clients, we've got a LinkedIn DM SaaS tool we're about to release. I've got Matt GPT, which is my AI second brain, and I show people how to build an AI second brain. So I'm just giving away all my cool stuff for free, because we've got a whole bunch of other stuff that we can help people if they just want to get to places faster. Cool. So part 2, and how long have we been recording for? 26 minutes. Whoa, this is going to be a long ass video. So 2 is how to get 22 times the leads from every post by fixing one thing. So most people assume likes and leads correlate. They don't. They actually don't. So here's the thing nobody's quantified before. Category content gets likes, tribal content gets clients. And the gap between under identical executed efforts is 22 times. What I mean by that is I essentially like analyzed all my clients' content and analyzed other content and looked at the inbound leads ratio. And if you correctly have the right niche and the right tribe you're speaking to, each like and view is worth about 22 times when it comes to inbound leads. It's actually worth a bit more than that, but I kind of got to that estimation, and it's pretty insane. And so when people say to themselves, you know, most people who post in categories, so they post to founders, coaches, consultants, creators, agency owners, and job titles, and they cast wide and convert at 0.1%, which is like nothing. But if you're marketing to tribes would be CrossFit dads on the northern beaches with newborns, or PE licensed structural engineers in Tulsa stuck at 100K salaries, or cotton farmers in regional Australia going through generational transition. So you want to cast a narrow and convert at 10%. And this is really, really important. You do the same effort, you just get way more results out of it. And that's how like all these people I'm going to share with you, they have not even massive amount of followers and they get a shit ton of inbound leads. And the guy here who I showed you with these 2 posts, he had a 6-week-old LinkedIn account. Literally, his LinkedIn account was 6 weeks old, and this first post got 56 inbound leads, like which is insane, right? Like, because most people you've seen on LinkedIn, like the classic thing that I've seen, the posts that I hate so much is someone will write, and this is someone who sells personal brand building services, right? They'll say, I posted on LinkedIn for 2 years and I got no clients. And then I finally just made it. And then the last few months I made it to 10K, and now I just made it to 20K. Here's how I do it all over again. And all I think when I read that post is I'm like, man, that was stupid. Why'd you waste so much fucking time? It's like, what's going on? Like, why did you waste so much time? But like, it's because they just don't know what they're doing, and because they don't have the data from both sides. So I've had an advantage of working with both sides of the spectrum. I've also got a co-founder with my business who used to be the CEO of a listed software company here in Australia, and he's fucking wicked smart with data. And I've also been doing this for a long time. And so, yeah. And so an example of this, and I'll go through a couple of other examples, is there's a guy who I started working with a couple of years back called Peter Gaffney. I don't work with him now because a lot of people, when they like go through courses or programs. Oh, Peter Gaffney, how do I find him? Gaffney, retired? Did he retire? I'll try and find him later. Personal trainer, Gaffney, personal trainer. Man, I haven't even searched him so long. I can't even know. Okay, I'll come back to it later. But like, I don't even know where I was going. Yeah, cool. So Peter Gaffney, I chatted to him a couple of years ago. Oh yeah, so I was speaking about out my issue. So an issue that I have, and the reason why we're creating software and AI tools and stuff now, is because when people buy courses, they feel like the course ends and they kind of leave. And so Peter is an example where he bought our course and he felt like it ended because he got results. Like he remember messaging me on a Zoom call saying, I just had my first 100K month on LinkedIn, which was insane. But people leave courses. The reason I'm just giving all this away for free is because I'd rather just sell our software and our AI tools. It's just way better. But yeah, so Peter Gaffney is an example where he came to me and he was like, when I used to take sales calls, I don't take them anymore. And on the sales call, he showed me a post that he put out, and the post got 298 impressions, like 298. But Peter sold to partners at legal firms in the UK, and the post was literally, and I wish I still had the post. I remember you just showed me, it was probably from fucking 2 years ago. It was a transformation photo of like a lawyer, a partner lawyer from here to here. And LinkedIn also suppresses like shirtless photos. It does that. And it only got 298 impressions, but he got 3 clients from it worth, I think it was like 15 to 25,000 pounds. It was like something crazy. And he showed me and I was like, wow, this really breaks all the rules around what actually works and what doesn't. And so like, when we're looking at like posts and leads and stuff, like even LinkedIn doesn't know the amount of leads you get. It doesn't, because when you think about it logically, like, you know, if someone sees your post and they're like, oh man, this person's services look great. And then you click away and you go to their website and you book a time and you go on their funnel, you've actually left LinkedIn. LinkedIn doesn't want that. So they don't want to promote lead generating content. They don't want you to leave. They want to promote dopamine inducing content that gets all these notifications that feels like a slot machine. Literally. That's what they want to do. And so, and to represent this, like, and so a lot of people then ask like, well, they probably say a lot of people say to me, you're full of shit. This doesn't fucking work. And so I want to show you like a whole bunch of like actual posts that did this, like that get leads. And these are ones like, especially like Nick's one, didn't even get that much engagement and got 3 clients from it. But a lot of people say like, you know, how does this work? I don't understand it. So in order to talk you through it, I need to draw out a diagram or kind of a box. And I really like diagrams and boxes, or whatever you want to call it, mind maps or whatever, just to represent things. And I really like the 2x2 grid. So when I'm thinking about content, there's different types of content. And I've got a lot of these, so I'm going to have to read off the screen because I want to make sure I get it right. So we've got the difference between, so we've got like 4 different types of posts that you could be putting out on LinkedIn, and then which ones that actually get you leads. And once you see this, you're not going to be able to unsee it. And so number 1 is we've got kind of like what I like to call tribal density posts. So these are different types of posts that you're putting out content that people really resonate with. And so, for example, anyone in Boardroom who's part of it would really, really resonate with this. Anyone who's worn an Aura ring would really, really resonate with this. Anyone who, let me go back here. Anyone who's played League of Legends, the video game, would really resonate with this. I used to play that a lot back in the day. And so you're looking at tribal density content, things that people really recognize. The other thing is what we call brand alignment. And so does this have something to do with your brand? Because you can post a lot of stuff and it has, you know, you can post a lot of personal brand building stuff, but a lot of it won't actually get you clients. And so when we're looking about like what actually is the best type of content itself, we're looking at the bottom left is what we call like the noise content. And this type of content is the Warren Buffett quotes. So I'll show you a couple of like, I'll scroll the LinkedIn feed and tell you, but like these types of content, which no tribal density, no brand alignment, it's just generic cliches that people post on LinkedIn that make no sense. It's like 5 mindset hacks, productivity things, whatever. Yeah, this one. 17 employee benefits to keep great people around. It tons of engagement. It's just fucking fluff. It resonates with like absolutely everyone, and so it doesn't resonate with anyone. Let me see if I can find any other ones. Imagine if I saw someone I know in my program who was doing one of these posts. That would be funny. I don't usually have these ones just because my feed is like a lot different right now. But yeah, that was the best one at the top. But it's like 5 mindset hacks, 5 productivity hacks, all that kind of stuff. This is like noise post. It doesn't do anything. Like it doesn't have any correlation to you. It doesn't like do anything. All right. So the bottom right, the low tribal density but high brand alignment posts. These are what we call real estate brochures. Brochure. I used to actually have one of these, which was pretty cool. So this is like the real estate brochure. Let me show you what this is. Like in Australia, we get a whole bunch of real estate brochures in the mail. Real estate brochure, Australia. And you probably get these too. Image, real estate brochure, these ones. So you know how you get a lot of these ones in the mail and they come in the mail? And like, what do, right? So it's everything to do with their business, but you pick it up out of the letterbox and you like put it in the bin. You literally just put it in the bin. Like that's what everybody does. And this is the type of content where it's like, 5 ways to scale your consulting practice or something like that. And it's like, it's just no one gives a shit because it's got a lot of brand alignment to what they do, but there's no tribal density. And so if you're going to post this stuff, instead of a real estate brochure, like you would post something like 5 ways to scale your NDIS business after interviewing 30 clients at the something event. Then that would be something that has high brand alignment and high tribe density. It's the specifics of what's actually inside it. Now, the next piece of content is what I like to call fortune cookie content. Fortune cookie content. Now, in Australia, I think this is everywhere in the world. If you go to a Chinese restaurant in Australia, at the end of the meal, you get a fortune cookie. And it's this little cookie thing and you crack it open and then you read inside this little white piece of paper. If I show you fortune cookie, I just don't know if everyone else in the world has fortune cookies. But if I go fortune cookie content, one of these ones, and then you open up the thing and it's like, you will have a long and lasting marriage or whatever it says. Now, this type of content is the type of content that everybody relates to, but it's nothing to do with your business. And I'm not saying this content sucks, but this content, people overdo it with this type of content, like myself included. Like I do this type of content and it is good for building your brand, but it's not good for like really getting clients and leads. So, when I talked about, my nephew turns 1 this week, I've decided he's never doing this. I'm doing this to kind of promote my position, but this isn't really like client getting content. And even worse, I'll probably say this one here. I'm 35. I always thought I had a baby face, but fuck, this is the first time I've looked older. I was actually pretty proud of that post. But like this, like it's kind of really good for your kind of like brand alignment or tribal. It's kind of good for tribe density, but doesn't really have anything to do with what you do. And so what people do is I think you should still use fortune cookie content in your content, but like, that post is going to be great. It's going to bring new people into my world. But like, this post where I put out the LinkedIn antiviral Bible, this is one that's going to get me a lot of leads because this fits into kind of both at the same time. And so the type of content you really do want to put out is essentially is what we call, or what you want to become is just like tribal authority content. Authority content. And I'll show you a couple of examples of tribal authority content. This is like the best content. These ones are like, people just overdo so much of this, especially this one. Like this is like the worst one because this is the one where you get like 5,000 likes and no leads. And I've coached dozens and dozens of people who've worked with people and built 10,000, 20,000 followers and get fucking boatloads of likes and they make no money because they're posting just literal noise. It's like 21 AI tools to make you rich, fucking all these like 5 mindset hacks of the billionaires, all those ones. they suck. They're really bad. So let's walk through a couple of examples of these, and like I can kind of like show you, and I can even talk through different ones like within the feed, but I'd rather just like show you good content. So like an example, right? So Beck is an example. So trusted by producers, strategic advisor. A lot of LinkedIn gurus would see her content and her profile, and they'd think to themselves like, oh, she doesn't have an optimized banner. No, this is optimized. People in rural and regional Australia who she sells to sees that and they're like, that's my world. You've painted their house. This is what they see every day. So they're going to stop and look at it. She doesn't need the Mr. Beast craziness. And so when I look at one of her posts, let's say, she goes, the Inland Rail project has just been canned. Another nail in the coffin for rural and regional Australia. The Inland Rail project, right? This is so specific to people. And she's even called out her ideal clients within here, or the people who she covers within her tribes, that they're going to look at the content. And what you're really thinking about when you're trying to produce tribal authority content, there's this kind of like rule within copywriting back when all the copywriting people used to write this, right? Is that your mum must understand. It's like your business model or what you do must be so simple that your mum can actually understand it. This is completely fucking wrong. The way you're meant to produce content is you're actually meant to do it so it's like a magnet, right? Your content should either pull people towards you or push them away. That's it. And you're trying to create a binary. You're trying to create a situation where someone won't even see this. You're trying to make it so it's like, this has no fucking relevance to anyone else. It's relevant to these people. Because what LinkedIn does on the back end is it goes, okay, cool, rural and regional Australia, this is a group of people. Aussies care about the rail project. What's going on with my fucking pen? This is Aussies who care about the rail project, maybe agriculture businesses too. And it finds these people, and then the post goes to these people. And how you know if your content is actually good and you're getting your ideal clients to engage with it is a few ways. So way number one is in the comments section, is your ideal client actually commenting, but spending time actually writing comments? This is like the biggest thing. So this guy here, a consultant anesthetist, right? This guy is an NDIS consultant. He is one. And he's leaving a long comment on it because it matters to him. And so if I go through Beck's content as an example over here, and if I go through Beck's content here, and I go down here, and I go into her comments, you'll see that the people who comment on her stuff, Growth Superfine Merino's, I think Merino's like wool. Well, this was a bit of a political post. But like if I go down here, North Queensland, like there's not a lot of rural and regional Australia people on here. Founder and director of East Comms, Leadership Without a Title, PGS veteran, owner principal. They're all people who are actual ICP. So this is how you know like if your content like is actually getting leads, not just likes. Like, if people comment on your stuff. The other way to know, because a lot of you guys, you're probably saying to me, thinking right now, you're like, but Matt, my ICP are employees. They're not going to comment on my stuff to leave their job, or they're CEOs and they're not going to know. They'll do two other things, is they'll view your profile or they'll connect with you. They will do these things. If your stuff is good enough and it compels them, like if you put a photo up of their family house, they're going to click on your stuff. Like go to connection requests, they will connect with you here and you can see. Or if you go to your profile over here and you click here and you click here, they will view your profile. Or they may actually just, what do we call it? They may follow you, because sometimes people follow you and don't connect with you. Happens. And so if that doesn't happen, then like your content is not tribal and it's not speaking to the right people. But in this video and all the resources below, this can fix like all these problems for you, which is key. And so that's some content. A couple of other posts, let me just kind of show you. And I got so many more examples of these. I just took some screenshots of some of them. So let me go down here. So let's go through Bill, right? So Bill is an engineer in Tulsa, Oklahoma in the US. So he's a recruiter that works with engineers who are underpaid. So if we look at his content, There's nothing in here really that stands out because he's talking about salaries and wages. And a lot of people talk about being underpaid on LinkedIn. But the difference is Bill used the word PE, which I think means principal engineer. That means when someone reads the hook, which they'll only see this part before they see the rest of the post, they'll see the word PE, and PE will feel like this thank you card to them. It'll have a lot of meaning to them because they're like, I'm a PE. And they identify as that. And so then they'll read it. And so Bill has done a lot of viral posts where they get a lot of engineers engaging on it. And I'm not saying viral is good or bad and doesn't equal, but if you get a viral post and only people in your niche look at it, then it's obviously very, very good. I think most people aim for virality to evolve virality's sake. It doesn't actually do anything. That's why there's like all these models on Instagram and stuff, and they got like millions of followers, and then they have to go to OnlyFans because they make no fucking money. And like, let's be real, it's the real world, right? But because they don't actually sell anything, and like, which is kind of really sad when you think about it. It's pretty fucked up. And so, and when I look at, say, Bill's post, if I look at here, even this post, how many PEs are stuck managing people when they just want to do the technical work? You just said PEs. That's it. And how much engagement? Loads of engagement, and they're all engineers. They're all people. Even this one. If I ran an engineering firm, here's what I do on day one. He didn't even use like tribal language. He just said that. But he understands the game, and he got like 500 engagements, which is crazy, right? So I'll do another one. Chester. So Chester, essentially his tribe or his people that he reaches out to is like pretty unique. And it took a while to help him define it because he's a sleep scientist, and last year he was getting like no leads and booking nothing, and now he's fucking crushing it. I even want to get him to potentially coach our clients in our program how to create content. He's that good at creating content now, which is hilarious. But like, there's a few groups of people that Chester markets to. So one is the Hormozy people. So the people who watch Hormozy's stuff. The other one is Andrew Huberman, the people who engage with Andrew Huberman. The other one is the people who understand chronotypes with sleep. And then the people that, you know, watch Diary of a CEO and particularly watch the one on sleep. This, and then also who are, they own their business. Because when you're a business owner, you can't, it's really hard to switch. You're obviously here because you're a business owner, right? Or an aspiring business owner. A difficult thing about a business owner is switching off. So he is like this perfect intersection of all of these things, which that is his like, you know, he is targeting the people who are still getting shit sleep when they wear an Oura ring or they wear a Garmin. Like literally, like that's who he targets. And so if I go here, his content, we'll go as an example. So the reason why this post went really well is because this is the Apple sleep tracker. And so everyone who wears an Apple Watch and they see their sleep, right, they get a positive feeling towards it. And then like, had this felt amazing when I woke up, no alarm, 2 hours of deep sleep. And he's just talked about that in the post. But because this has like a tribal object inside it, which we're going to cover later, tribal objects are like the most powerful things, and also tribal celebrities, because you can see this post here, you got 325 comments from his ICP, and he's just talked about, you know, there's only one type of person that should wake up at 5 a.m. and it's not based on your chronotype. The only people that would really understand this post is the Hormozy people, but also people that know what chronotype is. A lot of people don't. I mean, I think there's 4 different types of chronotype around sleeping. I'm the person who goes to sleep early at night. And he talks, you know, wake up at 5 a.m. And he's also got Hormozy in the post. So he's targeting like the Hormozy tribe people. I was on a call with him last week and I was like, you should just literally say anyone who's been burned out following Hormozy, you should do this. So you can see how like this tribe stuff weaves it in. He's also used Brian Johnson here. Now, everyone probably knows who he is, but if you don't look him up, I'm fucking crazy. He's the dude who's kind of like trying to live forever. He seems like a great dude though, but like he's leveraging the tribal markers or the micro celebrities within the sleep niche. And everyone who's in like the sleep niche, probably you watching this might be in the sleep niche if you're an aspiring entrepreneur, is like you have guilt because Brian, whatever his name says, don't eat 4 hours before you go to sleep. And so I had a period of time where I was guilty, where I was like, to my wife, I was like, oh, I'll have to eat dinner at 5 p.m. every day. And she's like, but can't you wait till 6:30 when I get home? We can eat dinner together. I was like, nah, but Brian Johnson told me I have to. And I felt guilt around it. Like, it's literally a thing. Like, even this one right here, Chester's literally just put the tribal objects in the thing. Here's your Oura ring, your sleep mask, your fucking Dyson fan. I don't know what this is. And then I don't know what that is. I think that's the thing where you wake up with sunlight. And I don't know what that actually is. So mantis sleep. Like, oh, sorry, it's earplugs. I think it might be earplugs. And the sunrise alarm, right? I'm a sleep person, so I resonate with all this. I had an Oura ring. I've got this fucking fan. I've got the thing. I wore the I wore the earplugs. So like I'm Chester's like ideal client because like I'm within this group. You can see how he's hijacked people by using the objects in there. Because like if you're that person, you see that and you're like, oh man, yeah, that's fucking me. And it's because that's my world. He's painting my world or painting that ICP's world. And so this is kind of what's like, oh, Teddy, what's going on? This is what's like really important when it comes to like the types of content. So I'll just go back through this so you didn't miss it, but you can search it within the AI. It's got all the information. But like what really matters is like the type of content, it needs to have high brand alignment and high tribal density. Tribal density are like the very specific people who you reach out to. And I'm going to go through how to kind of pick them now. Brand alignment is like, is it aligned to even what you do? And because if we go through the LinkedIn feed, like there's so much content which just has nothing to do with what people do. And it's not bad posting that, right? It's good because you bring new people into your world, but they just do it all the time. Because it's the stuff like, there was one guy on LinkedIn, I can't remember his name, but all he did was just talk about employees and giving them time off and letting them work wherever. He got boatloads of engagement and like millions of views and stuff, but it just doesn't really get you leads. You have to weave stuff in. But the problem is like within LinkedIn and any social media platform, it's a slot machine. Everyone's addicted to like this notification thing going off and you feeling it. Literally, everyone's like addicted to it. And so, all right, so that's kind of like so I scroll through LinkedIn. I'll scroll through and show you like maybe a couple of posts, my thought process. So, okay. Block Socials just told me your product's garbage. Wow, that's hectic. Okay, so I'll read Marvin's post. We directly attribute 60% of our revenue to my personal LinkedIn profile. At our mastermind in March, a fellow business owner asked me if I was afraid of key man risk. Here's my honest answer. This is a really, really great post. Now, I think Marvin's niche doesn't actually speak building profitable personal brands with purpose. That's not really a niche who he's actually reaching after. But like, I think this post is very good. He understands positioning. He understands writing because this is a big thing that people say is they're like, oh, I don't want to post on social media because of key man risk. Well, just look at Alex Hormozy. Is he thinking about key man risk? He's just making fucking millions, hundreds of millions. So that's a pretty good post, but I want to find like an AI, the era of AI tools. That's the unofficial APIs is over. I know this because I just operated a tool Aware. That's pretty good to promote your tool. Daniel Paul's in our program. You're using Claude like Google. Like a lot of this stuff isn't the greatest thing unless you're selling stuff towards it. Why you're watching cousin graduate. This is kind of good for brand and building, but not good for clients. 33, my daughter. There's no like client ones here. I think Lara Costa in tune. I felt burnt out. Just blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm not going to go. It's a HubSpot promotion one. I always find it strange when creators promote other people's stuff other than their own. They must get paid a lot of money to do it. But anyways, so that's a few different ones there. That was section 2. Okay. So what we've gone through thus far is just like why the LinkedIn algorithm is making you broke, how to get 22 times the amount of leads per post. I showed you a few examples. I'm going to also package up all of these for you so you can like see them all and click the links and stuff. The next part I'm going to go through is the mind control trick that makes people react to your content before they can think. And this is like Seth Godin wrote a book, Seth Godin Tribes. So Seth Godin wrote a book, Tribes, We Need You to Lead Us, around like tribes and marketing back in 2008, I think it was. It was like really early, and a lot of my stuff comes from him. And there's also an essay called 1,000 True Fans by Kevin Kelly. Kevin Kelly, 1,000 True Fans. A lot of my stuff was kind of inspired by them. They talked about this tribe and this group concept really early on, and obviously human beings have been using tribes like forever. But I really wanted to like understand the neuroscience behind this and like actually operationalize it. Like I want to know like what is going on in someone's brain specifically, like why did this post that Nick did, why did he get 3 clients? And see these people underneath who are commenting, why did people in his niche resonate with? Like why did it actually happen? Because I think when you understand the first principles basis of like why something happened, you can then recreate it, especially with AI. And so like in our program, I built this thing called MatGPT. So I just uploaded all my formats and frameworks into it. And then clients just use like MatGPT, which is connected to Claude, and they can just ask questions. I'll show you what it is for a sec. It's pretty nifty. I can't even believe that I built it. But if I go here under click on this link, people can get access to, where is it? Connectors, tool access. Yeah, MatGPT. Here it is. So like all of my IP and frameworks from my AI second brain, which has all this stuff, feeds into that. So like when a client wants to write a post, they just go like, hey, I want to write a post, contrarian post, blah, blah, and it literally just like walks them through how to do it. So all the things I'm teaching you, I just package it up into an AI. Hence why I'm giving all this stuff away for free, because I think the AI stuff's the future. You kind of like don't even need to like watch the videos. But yeah, that's why this is kind of like really key. So let me get back to this. Oh, I'm losing. Let me get some water, one sec. All right, cool. So the mind control trick that makes people react to your content before they can think. This is really key because you're trying to do things that are like pre-verbal. So pre-verbal is like, if I look outside and I look for something, if I'm looking out here, this is like, I can see a view of balconies and stuff. Nothing matches out to me, but there's one thing which there's an Australian flag on someone's balcony, and my eyes immediately went to that because I have a lot of affiliation because I live in Australia. I grew up here. I was born here. And so I have a lot of affiliation towards that flag. So what you're trying to do with your content is you're trying to like hijack people's brains with things that are pre-verbal. And I wrote a whole entire piece on this. I might pull it up. Like, it's a huge fucking piece. My AI second brain put it together. It's under definitions. All right, cool. So where's the pre-verbal thing? The recognition principle, tribe stack. Where's the pre-verbal? We're going to be going through all this stuff today, but wow, it's loading slow. Let me go Control F, pre-verbal. Yeah, all right. We'll go through it a bit later on, but like essentially like pre-verbal just means like if someone shows me this Oura ring, because within my life, I've spent time thinking about this and I've spent time like changing my actions, because I used to wear this Oura ring and then I used to see my sleep. So I adjusted things within my life because of it. So that means that if someone shows this to me, it can influence me because I've spent hours. So if we go back over here through like, okay, imagine like, this is like you as an example. This is you. And this is your day, which is 24 hours. Let's say you got 8 hours, you're asleep, right? So you don't think about anything there. You've got these thin slices of your day where things influence you. Now, the reason why like social media is like really dangerous is because if you take, 3 hours of your day for social media, that means that like the social media is in your brain for 3 hours. And like whatever percentage of that, so 3 hours out of 16, whatever percentage that is, that's like 20% of your day. It means that 20% of your attention is like influenced by this thing you don't really have control over. It's why limiting like your ability to even contact social media. It's why I have a second phone that I walk around with in the morning, not even my like normal phone, because I don't want the ability for anyone to hijack my attention. It's why my phone is always 24/7 on do not disturb and deep sleep. I want no one to be able to contact me like at any time. But what you're thinking about is like, for example, like one sec. Cool. So if someone showed me a photo of Teddy, because I've spent so much, he needs a cut so bad, because I've spent so much time with Teddy and hung out with him. When I see a photo of him, I just have a feeling with my body because of all the experiences. What are you doing, bro? He went for 2 walks and he's fucking dead because of all the experiences that I've had. So you're trying to hijack people's experiences within their life. So you're not trying to like create demand. You're trying to take the energy that exists already in their body and direct it a certain way. And I'll show you some examples. So yeah, this one's good. So like League of Legends is a computer game I used to play. And I picked up Teddy from my in-laws' house after I got back from Bulgaria a couple of nights ago. It's 2 nights ago. And I saw these on the kitchen counter and I just like immediately bought them. They're like $15 or something, which is pretty expensive. And like, I remember looking at the cards and opening them up and I was like, oh man, I got Galio. I remember playing him as actually a pretty shit character or whatever. But like, because this League of Legends has a huge amount of meaning to me on nostalgia, like then I saw it there and my body just went towards it. It's like when you walk along the street and you hear someone you know at a restaurant or you see them overseas or whatever, you're like, yo, it's like, because your experience within your body, you've already like had things associated with it. Like, you've got a good friend and you hear them at a restaurant and you're like, yo, you can just hear them straight away. So what you're trying to do with your marketing is you're trying to create things that people already have a lot of meaning towards and just show that to them so that they get attracted to it. And because like when I saw this in the service station or petrol station or gas station, right? Whatever you're going to call it. In Australia, we call it the servo. But like, because I saw this there, I just was drawn to it. And before I could think about anything, like I was at the counter and then I just was there and I saw it and I just picked it up. Like I didn't think. It's pre-verbal. This is why I think AI is really fucking dangerous, because technically it could just mind control the fuck out of all of us, let's be real. But like pre-verbal is a thing. And so you're trying to take things in people's lives that are like pre-verbal and you're trying to like put it there so you get them to move. And it's literally mind control. It's like pretty crazy. And so there's a whole bunch of science behind it. But what matters around the objects is the objects signal like, I am one of us, or we are one together. Like we are one of each other. And so the science, if you look it up, like you can still go through here, but just Google it, right? Or not Google it, ChatGPT or Claude it. So this study was like your brain's response to faces fires at 170 milliseconds. In group categorization by race fires at 100 milliseconds. The amygdala threat detection pathway runs at 12 milliseconds ahead of conscious thought. So like before you can think, it controls you. And I'll show you a couple of examples about people who use it. So in 1980, effective primacy, feelings precede thinking. You feel before you think. And then schoolboys favored strangers with the same arbitrary label, no contact, no stakes, right? So look it up, the mechanism is real. Recognition fires before thought. And what you do is you sort tribes faster than you can read this sentence. So I'll give you an example of someone who does this really well around what they do, what they fire off in your brain. You probably watched Diary of a CEO. Right. In Diary of a CEO, like what he does within his content is both great and also a bit fucking hectic. Is he uses pre-verbal threat danger detection in the actual hooks themselves. So what I mean by that is red signals danger. It's why when you watch the news, like news, television, danger, right? News, television, danger is when you read the news, it's always red on the headlines. Down the bottom, it's red. They red and blue, Fox News, like it's all red because they're trying to like capturing the danger point, which is like the point of like you feel. And what they're also doing is he's hijacking things with like words that people have a strong correlation to. So UFO, pretty hectic. CIA, physicist, aliens exist. It's kind of a bit unethical when you think about it. Like, this professor's going, World War III is about to begin. Let me explain. I predicted the war. I know what's next. This is like hooks and stuff. They use like, obviously these are big hooks, but they're using things that are like pre-engineered within your body so that you have an automatic reaction. And it's like every time I go to the airport, I swear to God, I have a fucking meltdown because I never watch the news. And all of a sudden there's fucking TVs everywhere with the news on. And I'm just like, is the world ending at all points in time? This is why the greatest thing for your mental health to do is just don't watch news. Just don't consume social media. I think YouTube is great because if you go down the right algorithm, it's great. But like, I don't really consume much social media because I don't want my thoughts to be invaded by anything. Because I like, as much as we want to think as humans we have control, we don't have any control. Like we don't have control. It's like why if you like all of a sudden go away to like a space in the mountains and you log out of social media, your brain can start working again. If you look up polyvagal theory and parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous states, like I know it's just a theory, but like it's pretty fucking look it up. But like it talks through like genuinely if someone's in a sympathetic nervous state, like they can't do second, third, fourth order thinking. Like it can't actually even occur. It's pretty, go down a rabbit hole of that because it's pretty fucking crazy. Take the transcript of this and it'll take you down. But like it's doing things that are pre-verbal. And so let me give you a couple of examples of this, of like pre-verbal. Let me go here. So I want to show Beck's post where it's pre-verbal. So her banner is pre-verbal. Like when you see her banner, someone thinks to themselves, that's really similar to the road I drive down. And then they think to themselves, well, they must know me. And so immediately you get drawn to the thing. Now, because I don't really drive that much in rural and regional Australia, I don't get drawn to it, but I'm not Beck's ideal client. Even Beck's shirt that she wears looks kind of farmer-like. Literally. It looks kind of farmer-like. And so let's say if we go through the content here, so let me go, there's a really good post down here. Even this, like who would think that this generates leads? It's dry and windy here in southern Queensland. What? Like, and by the way, what's really cool about Beck is from her LinkedIn content, she got invited to write an article. Like she's like known in the space as like the category leader, which is pretty crazy, right? The followers don't matter. Like, and so, but this is a really good one. So this post, phenomenal. So this morning I went for my Friday morning walk and turned around to find Wally following there, our ex-potty lamb from June last year. He couldn't walk where we got him. Mum, like there's no optimization, no nothing in the post. It doesn't fucking matter because it's 100% tribal recognition. And that's what it is, because she knows who she's serving and the ideal client who she's reaching out to. And so there's high recognition. And what this means is that I like to think about, there's a thing called a meaning score, which I'll run you through. And it's tribal density times brand alignment, but it's the meaning score. What you're trying to do within your content is you're trying to put as much words and images that have a lot of meaning to someone, like a lot of meaning, like they feel a lot. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to create that. So if we go back to Nick's one here, this has a lot of meaning to people because of the rainbow, like lanyard strap thing. A lot of meaning to people. And because of that, he's optimized for it. Now, and this is why it's really difficult. And the whole issue within even LinkedIn itself is that most like categorization. So if you go into LinkedIn Sales Nav, and I know you've purchased it, you've gone inside, you've got confused and you've left. That's what happens to most people. Like, because within LinkedIn Sales Navigator categorizes people as a category. So it groups for you, but what you're not trying to market to these people. You're trying to market to people where they group themselves, because no one says to themselves like, I'm a mid-market professional. They don't say that. They don't identify with that. No one calls themselves a founder, a business owner. No one identifies with that. Because like when people post content, they're like, oh, business owners, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm a business owner, but I'm not going to read that because there's fucking 1 billion other business owners. Like, I don't even know if it resonates with me. Like, I don't know. But if someone's like, 30, business owners, male business owners in their 30s, I'd be like, oh, maybe I'll resonate with that, because the likelihood it will be correlated to me, or the likelihood that, it'll be addressed to me will be really high. And so like the whole issue with LinkedIn is it categorizes people by what's easy to categorize, because people put themselves in this thing. But like what really matters is the categories of people you're going after a lot of the time can't be categorized by Sales Nav. And it's why you want to post content so that Beck has agricultural businesses engage on it so she can start talking to them. And of course she can find agriculture businesses here too, but there's some categories that you just can't find here. Like if you're a mortgage broker and you work with young Sydney families in Australia and you help them buy their first home, how do you know if someone is interested? You don't. So you can't like target them by groups because there's a tribe of young Sydney families. You can guess, but it's better to produce that content so they engage with it because they see themselves in the content, which is really key. There's a really good guy who posts in Sydney. I can't remember his name. If I remember it, I'll come back to it. So you don't want to like create groups where people group themselves, like you group them, you want them to group themselves. And the problem that AI does is it tries to like create made up groups, because it tries to like, it tries to get your question and simplify it down into like this perfect answer, but it's not how it works. And if you look at how all tribes form and just like anything to do with the psychology of tribes, people group themselves like, and they use how I am statements, which I'll go through really shortly, and like how that actually works. So content, and then you try and you think you sort tribes faster than you can read this sentence. And we'll go through the tribe stuff in a second. So, and then content that belongs to everyone belongs to no one. It's a problem. If you see a Warren Buffett quote content, if we go Warren Buffett quote LinkedIn post as an example, like billboard, we go billboard, right? Whatever. If you see this, right, this is the post. Let me go here. I'm sorry, whoever this is. See, 100 likes. This will literally. Oh, I think this is a funny one. I like billboards. People say whether they want to. I think it's a funny one. But like, this is the type of content that just gets you nothing. It just doesn't get you these types of billboard stuff. I like billboards. They're terrific business. People see whether or not. Yeah, I think that's funny. He's pulling shit on it. It was actually a satire post. But like, it doesn't do anything. And so you're not trying to create content that your mum can understand. You're trying to create it so that only certain people understand. Generic one, eyes glazed. Let me show you a couple other ones just as examples so I can help, and then we'll go to the next section. All right, so what do we got, an hour and 10 minutes? That's not bad. So yeah, so we'll go here, right? So Richard, getting corporate affair leaders a seat at the table. So this is a really good headline because he's called out his ICP, and when people say leaders a seat at the table, only Australian people say a seat at the table. It's like a very Aussie thing. And so when we go here, this is a photo of like some case that happened with Shell in the Australian Parliament, I'm pretty sure. It's even got the Australian Parliament thing here. And then if we go here, every Aussie corporate affairs GM in oil and gas has the ELT asking, what do we do about Shell? I've been calling this for 5 months. Last week, I have no idea what that means, but everyone within Richard's niche knows what that means. Even this post here, this one got like, 260 likes. Corporate affairs. Can we quickly talk through the comms for today's redundancy announcement? And so he's just walked through, this is what happens. He's literally painting their house, which is really key. And you probably have no idea what this even means, but that's totally fine because like, that's not what you're trying to do. This is for specific people. I'll go Isan for an example. He's a career coach for Indian IT professionals, and he used to be an IT professional. So he's like, A tech director has 3,000 people in his network, still unemployed for 18 months. B, an SAP consultant has no circle in Sydney, so he kept applying and refreshing his inbox. Both had ChatGPT, both had smart friends. One had 29, the other had 20 years experience, and he just talked through A landed a 300K role, B landed 1,200 a day contract. And so like, this uses like the words, like within Isan's niche of tech director is a word people say. They probably have around 3,000 connections. Unemployed for 18 months is a big thing. People are known as like SAP consultant as being really, really good. And so he's used the language here that only his ideal clients know and understand, which is really, really important. All right, so let's go through the next part. Cool. So what have we covered thus far? So we've covered why the LinkedIn algorithm is making you broke and what to do instead. Key, recognition being everything. How to get 22 times the leads from every post. And we walk through the tribal density stuff. And then the mind control trick, which is everything pre-verbal. So I'm going to do one more and then I'm going to head to the gym, but you won't know that I've headed to the gym because I'll just have appeared back again. Good. Got to train for high rocks and I'm not feeling that prepared, which is a bit sad, but that's okay. Cool. So why nobody cares about your niche and what they actually care about. So what you've been calling a niche isn't a niche, it's a category, and the difference matters because categories don't fire recognition, worlds do. Category is a demographic, tribe is a world. And so I think I already went through this, right? But let's go through it again. So we're looking at what is a category and what is a tribe. And what is a tribe? Cool. So a category is someone calls himself a founder, a CEO, or maybe even a consultant. Now, these I always like to have a business owner too, as once. So these things are categories that are like placed on people, but these people don't resonate with the name of it. And so it's really hard to create this because it's a category. Now, a tribe would be something like CrossFitters is a tribe. And I'll go through like what matters with tribes too. Being a parent is a tribe. Living in Sydney's Northern Beaches is a tribe. People who use LinkedIn are power users. That's a tribe too. So these are different tribes, and I'll run you through what these tribes are, how they work, and all that kind of stuff. The difference between categories is they're usually just job titles, and like they're things that, like, you know, I got off the plane when I was coming into Australia. You get a form and you fill out a form, and it's asking you to categorize yourself. But I don't see myself as this. You know, I don't see myself as that. So there's no meaning behind it because I don't say I am this, which is really key. And so categories versus tribes. And then the hard thing is that a lot of the time LinkedIn Sales Navigator categorizes people by categories and not tribes, but the tribe is the one which you need to target. So sometimes you have to finesse and play around, because with tribes are lived realities, language, objects, rules, current events, specific frustrations, cast narrow, convert at scale. So because if I'm going to say to you, hey, if I said, okay, I'm going to sell to business owners, how do I share a LinkedIn post that's some piece of news that just came out that they're all going to care about? You can't. Like, literally impossible. Now, if you picked accounting firm owners in Australia, yeah, you can find news for that. You can. You can't find news that just founders resonate with. You can't. It doesn't actually matter. But like CrossFit, can you find news? Yeah, you can find news. Being parents, yeah, you can find news. Living on the Northern Beaches, yeah, you can find things that they give a shit about. But you can't find things that just CEOs give a shit about. Like when I see people that are like, I build personal brands for executives. No, like I've got a guy, the person I've worked with many personal brand LinkedIn lead gen people. And the person that does the best, or did the best, was this guy called Dennis. He pretty much does the same thing that I do, but like he just markets to people in Germany. He just niched down to like German single person consultants. Like even though consultant is technically a category, he just went a tiny bit more niche than other people, and it just works. Like it's just, I remember he got on a call and he was like, Matt, I just want to thank you. Booked 350 sales calls, and he had a 60,000 euro a month, which was like insane, right? It's like actually insane what he does, which is crazy. But like, it's just that I can't go into it. Like category is a demographic, tribe is a world. People don't see themselves as the category or box they put them in. They see themselves as how they identify. I am this. What are you? And that's the thing. And so the ChatGPT test, and this is what's going to be really key for content and tribes. And this is really key. Open your last 5 posts, read them like you're not you, and ask one question. Could ChatGPT have written this without ever being in your niche? If the answer is yes, that's the real problem, not the algorithm, not your hooks. The content itself is generic enough that an LLM that's never had a single conversation in your niche could produce it. AI organizes, it doesn't originate. Generic equals AI replicable equals category language, specific language, lived experience equals AI unreplicable language, tribal language. So what that means in a nutshell is that the content that you produce with this post, you can't go to ChatGPT and ask it about Wally the sheep. You can't. It's like literally impossible. And so like, and because of that, like I can't go to ChatGPT and ask it about this. So what you're trying to do, it used to be like, can someone Google your post? But now it's like, can someone ChatGPT your post? Because if I go to ChatGPT and I say, what are the habits of billionaires? And what are the secrets that make them rich, right? I can't even like type anymore because I speak so much with speech to text that I literally can't type. It's like, what are the habits of billionaires and what are the secrets that make them rich? Worth flagging, habits is one of the most survivorship bias generic advices. It's gone back and it said, this is stupid. No, just for the video, I want you to just like actually research it and pull it back together. So I'm just what actually is it? Okay, cool. So it's gone like, so if you did a post saying the habits of billionaires, obsessive focus on one thing, reading and learning, sleep and recovery, asymmetric bets, equity, not salary, hire and trust people better than them in their specific domains, the secret. And so like, now I could say, cool. Can you please go into Matt GPT and can you please pull up like the LinkedIn content generator stuff and just write me a few viral posts on this, please? And just give me some examples of images that I could potentially put up. It's like, anyone can do this. And like, this used to be like information that was valuable. Even when we just had like Google, like it used to be like a thing that you could do. Billionaire Habits, the angle's more. Cool. Okay, so post 1, the contrarian take. I've read every Billionaire Habits article on the internet. Wake up at 5 a.m., cold plunges, read 500 books a year, meditate, journal, hustle. It's all cargo cult. Here's what actually nobody tell you. Buffett wasn't poor. His dad was this. Bezos got this. The habits aren't the cause. The habits are what you can afford. It's just crazy. If I had to reverse engineer how every billionaire actually got rich, it comes down to 4 things: not habits, not mindset, mechanics. And so see how it's just like writing these like perfectly formulated posts. ChatGPT can write it. And so if ChatGPT can like write it, it's not good content. Now, the way you adjust it is you just use the word I in the post, and you just say, I read this many books, or I did this. It's a really easy way to like slightly adjust it. But you've got to check with your content, like, can someone ChatGPT create your content? So let's audit my own content and just see where I break the rule. And I, of course, break my own rules all the time. It's fucking really hard to remember it. But if I go here, LinkedIn is sexy as fuck if you're hot. Here's the scientific data on it. Me and post 1,000 views, me plus wife and post, yep, it's a real thing, agree. It's kind of not ChatGPT-able at the same time. Now this is it. Everything learned from making $6 million on LinkedIn. Someone can't ChatGPT that. My nephew does this. You can't ChatGPT this. The best thing took this many minutes. Can't. This one, you can't ChatGPT it. So this kind of stuff, even this, my Claude Code analyzed thousands of posts. Virality doesn't equal leads. Want to learn how? You can't really ChatGPT this because it's all coming from like my perspective. My AI second brain made me $6 million on LinkedIn. Like all this stuff is like, you can't ChatGPT it, which is like really key because a lot of people, they just put up stuff that doesn't have anything to do with them or their brand in it, which is like a huge issue. So like the ChatGPT test is really, really key. But if you do weave in your actual language and stuff in it, this is like MatchGPT and how it works. It can actually write viral content. And what's really funny is this guy here, and I won't name his name, these posts he wrote using my Tribe Dossier document and MatchGPT. Fucking crazy, right? Used it. It's insane. So like the ChatGPT test is like, go through your posts. If AI could replicate them, if it legitimately could write them, it's not a good post. The second thing which really matters and why nobody cares about your niche and what they actually care about is what the I am test. So, and down below here, I'm going to go through like, what are the tribes, how to find the tribes, how to niche down, how it actually works and all this kind of stuff. But the biggest one is just the I am test. This is really the easiest one. So the I am a test is, would someone in your tribe or the niche you're reaching out to introduce themselves with this label at a barbecue? So, and it's just very, very Australian, barbecue. So I am a CrossFitter. Yes. I am a high performer. No. So many people say I coach high performers. I coach high performing business owners. I'm a high performing business owner. I would think I am. Like I put in a lot of hours and stuff, but I don't say I'm that. It's stupid. People, if someone doesn't categorize themselves as a thing, people don't like when other human beings put labels on them, like just in general. And so it doesn't actually work. And then I am a CEO. No, but like they might introduce themselves and say that kind of CEO, but really it's just a title. That's not who they are as a person. But I'm a structural principal engineer. I think that's what it means. Yes, to other engineers, they're going to introduce themselves as that. To other people, they don't really know, but to other engineers. And so if your label fails at a barbecue test, you're in a category. Like, and let's use other examples. Like if I would say I'm in boardroom, I would say I'm a aspiring high rocks athlete. I'm a Garmin wearing runner. I'm an Apple user. I would use that. What else would I say? I'm a fantasy fan. Literally, I'm a fantasy fan. I would say, what else? I can't find any other ones. Whatever. I'm getting tired now. I'm going to stop recording and I'll start recording again tomorrow. But like the I am test is like really, really important because if they don't pass this, they're not going to see themselves in the content. Like, and they just won't buy shit from you. It just doesn't matter. And if we look at all these people over here, all of their contents, they're marketing to people who like say, I am this. So someone would say, I'm an ag producer in rural Australia. They'd say that. Someone would say, I'm a leader in a nonprofit or a for-purpose org. They'd say that. Someone would say, I'm an engineer. Someone would say, I'm a family trying to get into commercial real estate. They'd say that. Someone would say, I'm a fan of Hormozy, or I'm an Aura Ring owner. They would say that. Someone would say, I'm an IT director. I'm an Indian origin IT director. Someone would say that. They'd consider themselves of Indian origin. Someone would say, I'm a corporate affairs leader. Someone would say, I'm a Canadian university student who wants to get a consulting role. And someone would say, I'm an AEC professional, but I want to get into BIM coordination. Now, you're probably saying to me like, Matt, technically CEOs are that too. If you took CEOs of a specific place or area, then that would actually work. It's just CEOs in general is like too broad. People don't see that. If someone puts a post like every CEO should, it's like, even technically, maybe I'm a CEO, maybe me and my business partner don't really think about it like that, but like, it just doesn't like, it's not a thing. It's hard to explain. The AI can explain it a lot better than I can. I've just noticed it. Cool. All right. Up next, we're going to go through number 5, but I'm going to magically appear in 1 second because I'm going to head to the gym now. Actually, let me just do a little rant before this. No rant. I'm just going to head to the gym because I'm tired. See you in half a millisecond. Yo, it's the next day now, and I'm going to make sure my hair doesn't look as disheveled because I watched myself in the previous video. Cool. So number 5, how a cotton farmer or previous cotton farmer, now agricultural consultant with 2,000 followers makes 10 times more than creators with 100,000 followers. This is something that ought to fuck a lot of people up. And it fucked me up too because I have 100,000 followers and I'm a creator. But knowing that Beck closes 45K minimum retainers, she only has 2,500 followers, barely, and she got invited to even have a column in an actual publication from her writing. And so like, how the hell does she do this? And like, how does she make so much more money than people that have hundreds of thousands of followers? Like what, let me just turn this. What fundamentally is occurring that causes this? And this is something that's messed me up and I want to show you. And like, I know this to be fact because like I've worked with like dozens of 100,000 follower creators. There's people in my community right now who make no money and they've joined programs around building your personal brand and stuff which teaches you to like search the most viral topics and go to Twitter and like find the trending things about AI and whatever people are talking about and then reverse engineer how human brains' minds work and then produce this beautiful carousel through this 20-step prompt sequence, right? And then they get like 1,000 comment like post. But like, I remember a guy vividly, I can't remember his name. He did that and he got like 20,000 followers and no money, like literally nothing. Can you imagine how much that would mess you up? Like, and if you're that creator here right now, you should probably watch this because it does, like the number doesn't matter. The number is a metric that social media platforms created in a way to change your social hierarchy status of yourself. And it does it to me too. Like it still messes me up because I use LinkedIn all the time. It still messes me up when my content doesn't go well. Like I look at my content lately, right? And even my content in the past 7 days, you know, it's down, my impressions. It still messes me up. It doesn't not mess me up. Actually, it's up over 28 days. That's great. See, I had a positive reaction, pre-cognitive, but like it still messes me up. But I want to walk you through like why this happens and then how you can fix it because, you know, I want to show you how to do it because it's actually pretty simple. Oh shit, I wasn't even showing my screen. It's actually pretty simple when you think about it. So I'm going to run through the 3 tribe types and what I mean by tribes. I'm going to run through what every tribe then carries and like why this matters. And then the breakdown of the different tribes. And I'm going to break down Beck's 16-layer tribe stack of like why it works. And I think the great thing about AI is that you can now analyze things that previously were like not possible. Cause like I use like, whenever I'm using AI to analyze, I use like neuroscience and behavioral economics and like social sciences and stuff like that. And even though I'm not within those domains, I ask the AI to be like brutally true with me around like, is this correct or not? So I don't want to fake myself, but it's great because you can find outliers within case studies and it is actually reality. And Beck is one of the outliers of the case studies who I use a lot because her profile humbles a lot of people. Okay, so what are the 3 tribe types and why 3 tribe types? So 3 tribe types are, all right, so I'm going to draw a Venn diagram here, and Richard Wilson from my program told me this is a Venn diagram. I drew it one time, and he was like, "That's a Venn diagram." I was like, "That's a cool name." So chosen tribes is the first one. So what is a chosen tribe? So a chosen tribe is a tribe that you elected to be a part of. So you watching this right now, and if you engage on LinkedIn, you are part of the LinkedIn chosen tribe because you chose to be a part of this tribe. Because LinkedIn, even if it's digital, it's not reality, it has different tribe mechanics, which we'll go into later. So you're part of the LinkedIn group. So if you go to like a party and you meet someone and then you start chatting about LinkedIn and they post on LinkedIn too, you will be able to have a conversation with them in another language that other people don't understand. And that's really one of the ways how you can define tribes and how they work. And if we go back to here, chosen tribes, like you voluntarily paid or trained to enter, and there's a cost. Cost is the boundary. And it's not just like money cost, it's time investment cost. So if you've done CrossFit before and you've done one of the CrossFit Opens, and so if you don't know what the CrossFit Open is, let's look it up here. CrossFit Open. Here. This has been happening like every year since CrossFit started in like 2008, I think. And the CrossFit Open is from February to March every year. Now it's like there's 3 workouts. There used to be 5. It's like everywhere else there's workouts, and then they paste their scores online. And I'm one of the big regrets I've got with CrossFit is I've barely pasted my scores online because I do not have good conscientiousness, which is my bad. But like I haven't done it that often, even though I've competed in the Open like most years, which I feel a bit shit about. But like you've paid to do it. And the great thing about CrossFit is like it is very tribal, and even though it's a bit culty, right, and a lot of people shit on it, most of the people that I've known who have been super successful have done CrossFit. And like me as like I was like a 22-year-old, all the CEOs that I know, like my buddy Greg, who runs Phil Mickelson's wellness company, who's fucking got on private jets and he plays golf with all the pros. Like, you know, he's a few years older than me. I only met him through CrossFit. Another guy, JJ, who my brother in particular, who's good mates with, like he was like one of the CEOs of Huffington Post in Australia, really top dog in eBay. When you get into tribes like this, you meet people that you wouldn't be able to meet. And CrossFit is the thing that is one thing that really changed my life. And so I definitely recommend CrossFit. Even I've heard, I think it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You know, if someone gets a principal engineering certification, if someone's a vegan, right, well, you've had to give something up. If you're sober, one of my friends, Jess, is a vegan and sober. I think her Instagram thing is vegan sober. She's had to give things up, and that creates a level of respect that if she talks to someone else who's vegan, it's big. So you paid money, time, or body or public commitment, like your body went through something, which is really key. So that's like the first type of tribe. And these ones are really great ones to market to because CrossFit's an example, like, and especially within tribes, there's different dynamics of what's in it. But like an example of like, you know, if you're in the fitness sleep tribe, then you probably know what an Aura Ring is. Or if you're in the High Rocks running tribe, you know what a Garmin is. And like before, that has a level of meaning associated with it. So if I'm trying to coach people in High Rocks, I'm gonna post like a thing that you could do is you could post within Garmin's, right? If you look right here, a flex on this is, you probably can't see it, but VO2 max. Mine's only 54 now, but if you posted a flex being like, I got my client's VO2 max up by 5 points, and not even increasing their amount of training they did, here's how I did it, that would be a huge flex within the High Rocks community, like huge, like it would be crazy. And so that's the first type of tribe where you choose to be a part of it. And you're part of many different tribes. Like I'm a dog owner, that's a tribe. That, you know, where I live, I chose to be here. These are different types of tribes. Now, the second type of tribe to be a part of is a place tribe. And guys, a lot of these tribes, they cross over with each other. It can be chosen and a place, that's okay. But place tribe is another type of tribe. And so a place tribe, if we go down here, I just want to show you what's in the place tribe. Let me go down here. 5 sub-tribes of place tribe. Here we are. Sorry, I'm reading weird. So a place tribe really is like either where you live, because like where you choose to live means you are part of the tribe. And so like, for example, I live in St. Leonard's in the North Shore in Sydney. I've also lived in North Sydney and Crow's Nest. I say now I live in Crow's Nest because that's the cooler suburb. St. Leonard's is seen as a bit shit. I'm on the fringe of Crow's Nest and St. Leonard's. But like where I live dictates like my surroundings of the things. And so when I'm walking to my favorite coffee shop, Only Coffee Roasters, and I sit down and I get a coffee there, and I met a lady yesterday and I met her again today, and we're just having a chat. She's got 2 dogs and I got a dog, even though my dog's a bit of a dickhead. He doesn't like other dogs and he gets a bit pissed off. But like we chatted and we could get along with mutual things even though we don't know each other, because we both see that we're regulars at this cafe. And so it creates an in-group dynamic of like we can easily talk to each other. Another tribe is like, yeah, where you go. That cafe is where I go. Or I go to Be Athletic, the CrossFit gym in the city. It's where I go. It's a destination of a thing that makes you part of a tribe. So if someone's watching this from Be Athletic and then I talk about, on Monday how Pete's dad always does the smoothies, but they're just like, it's really annoying because he does the smoothies like 15 minutes before people will do the workout. So by the time you get the smoothie, like it's not that good. And he does it on purpose because he wants people to like have their smoothie straight away and be fast, but he doesn't realize that it's making it taste that bad. And Maver's smoothies are by far the best. If I say that, that's like another language that you don't understand it. But people who go there, they get it. They'll just be like, fucking, I got it. So that's another where you go. Online and digital places. So LinkedIn is a place tribe. And so LinkedIn is like a subculture, being like the people who use LinkedIn, like there's a you experience this LinkedIn feed when you scroll through, and the way people do stuff and the posts and the feeling of notifications and all that kind of stuff. Like, but also it's a place. So it's like literally a geographical place that people go. It's like a geographical place, just the same as like my room that I'm in now in my house, even though it's messy as fuck. It's a place, and we have mutual experiences on the platform, so we can actually talk about these mutual experiences. And then the last one is temporary congregations. So there's a thing that happens at St Leonard's Oval in North Sydney called the 5 kilometer park run. It's my therapist Sean told me it's from all over the world. And the 5 kilometer park run is a run that happens regularly every week or every so on. I can actually just look it up. So let me go 5 kilometer park run. And it's a run that happens where you can just register. And I'm pretty sure it's just for free. And you can just join. And so if I go here, the 5 kilometer park run, events, park run events, I'm assuming it'll have like North Sydney. So let's just zoom in over here. Where is Sydney? Okay, North Sydney Park Run. Here it is. Cool. And so that's the park run at St Leonard's. And so like you can see that someone's in a wheelchair, right? It's super accepting. Like every Saturday at 8 a.m., here's where it happens. And I got to join. Nothing costs to join. And it's a great community thing that people do all around the world. But like if there's probably nuances about the park run that people know, you know what I mean? Like where people who go to the park run, they can speak a certain language. And so these are the different types of like place tribes, like around like where someone can be part of a place, and you're part of many places. And it just means if you market to people, like you can quickly build like in-group dynamics of like, oh, you go here, I trust you. It brings down the threat detection in your brain. It's like when I'm overseas, and I remember I was traveling in India, and obviously my threat detection is super high, and I was in Amritsar, where it's like, if you know, where's Amritsar? Amritsar, India. I don't even know if I can spell it. Amritsar, India. Oh my God, I spell it? That's insane. Amritsar, India, right? So if I go to the map, it's really like off the beaten track, right? Like it's not in a place where a lot of like white people go, or just, I mean, white people, just tourists. And so when I was there, and then there's Amritsar. Is that Amritsar? I think that looks, no, it definitely is, right? Amritsar. And then there's the thing called, and Lahore is right there, which is Pakistan, right? And so there's a thing called the Wagah border. Where's the Wagah border? Here it is. All right, so the Wagah border, right? And if you want to go to a tourist spot, you go here. But this is like the border between India and Pakistan, and they've obviously been at rivalry for a long time, thanks to the British. You were great, my ancestors, or some of them. But like this border here is like, there's like no tourists. And when I was there, obviously my threat detection is like quite high because I'm in a completely foreign country. I don't know anything. But I remember I was walking along, and then I heard some other tourists, and it gave me a sense of like safety, like being there, which is really bad to say about because it's very like, whatever. But like, it's just what happens. And so these different things of where you are, they create this shared sense of belonging. It's why if you're overseas and you see someone from your hometown, you just bond. But if you saw them in your hometown, you wouldn't bond. And so in a place like LinkedIn, human beings are looking, oh, what's going on with my screen? Human beings are looking for things that lower their threat detection. And they're not even like looking for it. It's like their pre-verbal recognition is like pulling them towards it. That's why, if you know people, like I went on Casey's podcast before. Casey Brown, I didn't really know anything about her, but now I'm just like, whoa, like I'm drawn into her stuff because I went on her podcast. I actually know her and she's fucking awesome. I thought she was awesome before that anyway, but like you'd actually know. And so these are kind of the different other mechanics. Now, the last type of tribe, oh, my hair's getting disheveled again, is circumstantial. And circumstantial tribes are just like when life happened to you and you're a part of it. Like it just, life happened to you. And so an example of circumstantial tribe is we all went through COVID. We all did, unless you were like, my nephew August when you weren't born, right? We all went through COVID. And because of that, if I make a joke about toilet paper, we're probably gonna have a little laugh. But my mate Andy won't have a laugh because he was in a house with a group of people and they were hoarding the toilet paper, and it kind of made him rethink their relationship, which is a weird thing. A lot of people went through COVID, but like circumstantial tribes is just like what happened. And so, examples of circumstantial tribes are life stage. So you become a new parent. So my brother and his wife are now a new parent. And so that creates a situation which means that their life is very different. And they've recently moved it back home with my parents because they're saving to get a house and they had to get out of their other place because they only a couple of months left of the lease. But like, I went over and like, I looked around my parents' house and I made a comment and I was like, it's very babyfied, this house. And they're like, what do you mean? There's nothing anywhere. And I was like, there's fucking baby shit everywhere. It's crazy. And so like life stage like dictates like what's happening. If you've got divorced parents, I know a lot of friends who, had divorced parents growing up and it heavily affected them. Someone's an empty nester. I don't know what a sandwich generation caregiver is. I actually don't know. Or if someone's like a terminal illness patient. Like I watched a Chris Williamson podcast the other day and there was a guy in there, I can't remember his name, but he just talked about how he took care of his father when he was dying. And that's a life stage that was just fucking thrust onto him that he didn't really do it. And that's why I know a lot of people who, if they've lost a parent, I haven't thankfully lost a parent currently at my age, but like, like a lot of people bond over that, like if they've gone through that experience. And so that's like a tribe that brings people like together really. Then health event could be like cancer survivor. So for me, like health events for myself, if I talk about this, like let's say I'm trying to create a bonding event with you now watching this video. Like I had generalized anxiety disorder for 6 months. I thought I was going to die. I had severe pain within my chest, had to move home with my parents and quit my accounting job. Probably good I wasn't in accounting anyway, although I did like it, like my boss a lot. But like, if I talk about that and I'm like opening up about that, if you've suffered with bad anxiety, I've had 3 therapists going through it, or 4, but one of them was not the best. Don't go to the first therapist and switch between. It's very good advice. But like, if you've suffered through that, you will resonate with that and you'll be like, oh, and then your threat detection level will go down because you'll be like, oh, he's kind of like one of me. Even though you probably don't know fucking bar of soap of the other person. You don't even know. Like another example is like things that I've gone through. Like I've got a thing called visual snow syndrome, which I got that. Look it up. It's pretty crazy. Like actually, I'll show you. It's pretty wild. So visual snow syndrome eyes, right? I've got this in my eyes. Visual snow, what does it look like when someone looks at visual? Yeah, so like, I'm not as extreme as this, but imagine you're looking at a clear picture like this. Like I see what's on the right, but not as intense as that. So like when I close my eyes, it doesn't go black. It's just like lights everywhere. Like this, like that. It's kind of like there's a universe. Mine's a bit more universe-like. And so maybe if I pull this one up, maybe a bit more like that, but it's not as extreme as that. But like, symptoms of visual snow, floaters or static field. I don't have too many floaters. I do. If I look at the sky, I can see little floaters like this just everywhere. Impaired night vision. I'm pretty fucking blind at night vision. All that kind of stuff. Sensitivity to light. I don't see that as much. Color swirls. But yeah, so like I've got this. I've also got a thing called tinnitus where like, if everything's like, if everything is like pitch black and quiet, I hear a little ring. And I've also got a thing where like, if I close my eyes, I can't picture anything. Like I can't actually like, I still dream, but I can't picture anything. And that's another thing which I recently went through. And that's something that I went through. And so, people that have gone through that event, usually if you have an onset, it happens to you, you think you got MS or something like that. And you're like, this is crazy. But if I like, had this health event and this happened to me, other people would, if you've been through that, you'd be like, oh, fuck, I've dealt with that too. So we have a shared sense of like suffering per se, or just probably liberation even after coming up through it. Now it doesn't even bother me. Like, and so people kind of like resonate with each other. Post burnout, chronic illness, post injury, postnatal mother, like CrossFit, getting a shoulder injury or a back injury, it's a way to bond. Like shared experiences of just what people have gone through within their reality is what happens. You've also got like a market event. So, if someone lost their job in 2008 in the financial crisis, well, like that's a thing you can bond over, really simply. Relational, divorced, widows, estranged, these are different things. Identity discovered. So late diagnosed autism or ADHD autism. So like I'm pretty much what's called 2E, twice exceptional, where I'm like intelligent but also on the spectrum slightly, which I've just kind of realized and coming out later on seeing therapists who specialize it and stuff like that. So that's pretty not like officially diagnosed, but the conversations over time, it's like, okay, this is like pretty obvious because you can do it, but then diagnosis or whatever, we won't even get into that. But like, post cult, wow, that's pretty crazy one. Late coming out, post religious deconstruction. Also, if you want to look at identity discovery, look up Kegan's stages of awareness. Very interesting, really. Also, look up spiral dynamics. Very interesting. So these are the different types of like tribes that you can be a part of. And within these tribes, you're part of many of these tribes. And the thing about these tribes is these tribes, like what the difference between like there's a category, which is like LinkedIn tries to group people. And then there's a tribe where people group themselves naturally. And so, if like the coffee shop that I go to, if I go there and meet and chat with people and they see them a regular, and I do things like, just by me walking there every day has a cost associated with it. Buying a coffee has a cost. If I'm paying with my things in my life, not money, but time or just anything, I'm part of the tribe. And human beings, our natural biology goes towards this. And so you want to be marketing to tribes because remember what happened with social media and especially LinkedIn in 2023. They said they're going to be consolidating expert knowledge. So what LinkedIn's trying to do is it's trying to find like, okay, how do I match this person to this tribe? Although they don't use that language per se. And so that's what you're really trying to do. And the clients that I've worked with who have the lowest followers to the highest amount of money have the highest depth of tribes, of multiple tribes that they actually market into. I realized I messed up one tiny little part, and that was like different parts of chosen tribes. I just didn't go through that. So chosen tribe being like what you choose to be a part of. And so if I look here, one chosen tribe is like when you get a professional credential. So if you say you've got a PhD, well, people respect you. So people in society respect you, but someone who's done a PhD will respect you more because they're like, I know what you went through. Now there's a skill-based community. So if you're a musician, if you're an athlete by sport, this is kind of where CrossFit would go into. And CrossFit would also weave into lifestyle commitments too, because you have to commit to a certain lifestyle. That's why they see people who have six packs and abs and who are really fit, and there's like a immediate, like there's some type of a respect for them that's created because just visually you can kind of understand the sacrifice they've gone through. But even more, like if you're not in the fitness community, you don't understand as much. But if you're in the fitness community, like say, CrossFit, for example, if I say I've got a 2-minute 57 Fran time and I only did it with keeping pull-ups, people in CrossFit he's pretty fit. Like he's pretty good. I'm not amazing, but I'm like, okay, I've been doing it for a long period of time. So it's a way. And then there's also identity level tribes being like, someone's like, I am this. And like, there's many other, identity level tribes could also be like video gamers. And some of them can like weave into multiple ones of these. Just like before when I said like, League of Legends, like even though I don't play video games anymore, I think they're kind of bad for you and I think you should do other things. But like I spent a long time playing this, and Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, Rust, Riot Shields Only. If you remember that, that's a part of a tribe. I used to play with a group of mates. We'd play from midnight to dawn. It was crazy. I'm pretty sure there was where does the word midnight to dawn come back to me? So what you're trying to do when you're reaching out to people is, and the thing about these tribes is like LinkedIn Sales Navigator doesn't like pull them together. It doesn't, and so it's some tribes it does, that it can. So you can find engineers and stuff, that's a tribe, and that's a professional certification. But it can't find these other things. But that's okay, because now, like before, LinkedIn used to be, or just social media used to be a social graph, so that it cared about your popularism, and it still cares to an extent. But now it's like an interest graph. And I first learned about this from my mate, Jay Wright. He runs the e-commerce equation. Fucking super smart dude. I remember he spoke at a conference that I was speaking at, friend Laura's conference or event, and he talked about this. But interest graphs just mean that like social media shows things you're interested in, and it's getting smarter, and it's able to categorize you in the tribes that you're in. And that's where the second LinkedIn feed comes from. And so these are really, really important when you're going through. Now, when we're looking at the tribes themselves, let me just go through here. There's different things that each tribe then carries, which is really key. And these matter because like, and I'll show you how Beck's part of like 16 tribes and the tribes she's a part of and stuff. But like, one is like population. So let's say CrossFit Be Athletic in the city. Like there might be, if I produce content for it, there might be like 1,000 people, or how many members ever from there? I don't know, a few thousand, right? There might be a few hundred active members. I don't know, I'm just guessing. But because of that, if I put content out, like the active members are going to really resonate. Then it's going to be like the ex members. Then it could be people that have gone to CrossFit, and there's like layers that go out of like resonance. But the population size is like a big thing. Like the amount of people that regularly go to my cafe every day, it's probably a couple hundred, you know, like I don't really know. I'm just kind of guessing. Now, population size, you know, makes up the tribe. Then there's the person depth. And this is a really key one. How fused your identity is with the tribe. So low affiliation, you could leave anytime and not feel it, all the way up to extreme. Tribal loss, self-loss, you literally couldn't imagine yourself without it. So I have extreme with like exercise and CrossFit. Like I would not feel like me if I didn't do it. I'd probably think the similar with drinking coffee. And I remember I just got back from Bulgaria and I went down to my local cafe and I literally felt like crying when I drank my coffee because I was like, fuck, I haven't had good coffee. I was drinking service station coffee in Bulgaria because nothing opens early. And I was like, literally felt like this deep sense. And I used to be a competitive latte artist or coffee making person. I owned a cafe with my brother. I've got deep roots there. And so that's something else that's like an extreme loss. I would say like where I live, you know, I've lived in the North Shore in Sydney for I think like 6 or 7 years now. And before that I lived in Northern Beaches. If I moved away, I'd feel a deep sense of loss because I have a sense of belonging here, you know, like. And so how fused is this identity with you, and how you could just kind of do away with the title, you know? And then, you know, but population size and person depth kind of matters because, you know, if you've got a really deeply fused tribe, but like you can only market to 100 people, well, that's probably not good. You're trying to find like the sweet spot, like where there's a few thousand people in the actual target market you're reaching out to with high level of depth. Like I know this guy, Nigel, he is in the group mastermind that I'm in. And I'm chatting to him, and I think he sells like cybersecurity companies in the US and around the world. And I think he told me that there's only a total addressable market of 5,000, but like that's kind of the sweet spot because he like owns the market. And that's kind of what you want, the dominant player in the market. Usually from my understanding of business and stuff, they own like 70% of the market or 80%. You kind of want to be in that position because the thing is, if you go broader and you're like, no, I market to 20,000 or not even 20,000, like let's say 100,000 people. The problem is the 100,000 people will be like, well, there's a lot of people. How do you know you can help me? So there's a kind of a balance that you're kind of going through. And when you're starting out, you should just start like super niche. Like when you're starting out, you could even start with 100 total addressable market. Like the smaller the better. And your total addressable market expands as your ability to attract and generate traffic kind of comes in. If there's like a balance there. Now, then there's tribe depth, which is like, how old is the tribe? Distinct from person depth, this is about the tribe, not the individual. Low, just emerged like a new SaaS sub-niche, or eternal, institutionally established for generations, like Catholic crease or third generation farmers. And so like you marketing to kind of like mid-ish population, high person depth, high tribal depth tribes, and usually do that because you're affiliated with the tribe somehow. That's what really creates it. And the surprise flag is, does this tribe produce a, how did you even know about that reaction? And so that's really key. And so that's what Beck's content does, because she's got such a level of depth within her tribes. It produces a like, how the fuck did you know that moment when they see her content? Like, how did you know that? And like, and even though she doesn't have a lot of followers, like people are just going to see it and be like, oh my God. You know, like, and you can see, you can always tell from the comments of people's posts if people are like actively engaging on in the comments who are the ICP or in and around the different tribes. It doesn't have to be the exact ICP. Then that's what's really key. Like, for example, I'll give you an example of a post with a tribe that I was like marketing to. Okay, cool. Let's go. There was a selfie I put out, which I showed yesterday. This one here, right? So this is me marketing to a tribe of people that's pretty well known. I'm 35. I always thought I had a baby face, but fuck, this is the first time I've looked older. anyone else look in the mirror lately and thought, okay, this feels a bit weird now? And I put a photo of myself and I was like, I was actually thought like that. I was like, because I look like my hair, bit of a receding hairline. My eyes were underneath here like this. I've got better lighting on this camera. That's why I look a bit better now. And I got the glasses on, hides everything. But like, I felt like that. And that's why this got so much engagement, because like people really resonated with it, even though this had nothing to do with like me, like selling my stuff. It can still build trust and get people to remember me, because they're like, oh, you're going through that, I'm going through that. We can have a conversation with each other about these things. And so this is kind of what makes up the tribes. But when we're thinking about LinkedIn, it's like LinkedIn Sales Navigator doesn't like coordinate and like concatenate people by tribes, because a lot of the time, like their profile doesn't say what tribe they're in, what they do online and how they interact. Like a crazy thing that AI could do is if AI could like analyze people's profiles, which social media already does this when it targets you with social media, but like if they could externalize the tribes that you're in for targeting, which this is why meta ads work so well, because it knows the tribes people are in, it can just fucking target them. Dude, if they externalize that information for outreach purposes, fuck, that would be crazy. Or probably with AI, you can probably build that. Maybe that's one of our endeavors after our LinkedIn DM app that Steve's created. Cool. And so these are different tribes. And what you're looking to do is you're looking to stack these tribes in together. And the metaphor or analogy, I never know which each one is that it's what you give a shit about or what you care about. And I'll use an example. So let's pretend you live in Australia. Let's pretend that you live in the street that I live in. Let's pretend you live in the old street I live in, or let's say my current street. So let's say, okay, cool. There's a fire in Australia. You're like, okay, cool. Well, that's kind of shitty, but like, will you look at the news? Maybe. There's 25 million people in Australia or whatever. I don't really know. Fire in New South Wales, which is the state that I live in. Okay, maybe I'm going to look at it. Fire in the North Shore. Oh, fuck. I'm going to look at that, right? I'm going to look at that piece of content probably. Fire in North Sydney. Yep, looking at it. Fire in Carlo Street. Whoa. Holy shit, that's the street I live in. Fire in this number in this street. That's my fucking house. Holy shit. That's the type of content you're trying to do. You're trying to, and not saying light a bushfire in someone's house, but like you're trying to create content where someone like scrolls past it. And if it wrote like on a newspaper headline, fire in Carlo Street, North Sydney, before I think I would do that with my brain. Like it would just automatically do it. And so what you're trying to do is by marketing to tribes, there, because that's my place tribe. You market to these combination of these tribes. It creates pre-verbal recognition where the other human being can't control their reaction. They can control what they do, but they can't control the emotion that they feel. Like if you're driving on a highway, like my brother-in-law, great driver because we get places fast, but he likes to brake really fast. So if we're driving on a highway, which he does in Bulgaria when we're driving, and he brakes really fast, it's like I'm going to have this bodily reaction before I think about something. I'm going to go like that, like I always do. I'm like, fuck. And then I might be like, yo, can you slow down? You know what I mean? So this is like pre-verbal. You're trying to identify the tribes they're in to understand the experiences that they've gone through within life, to then understand, okay, what can I create that I know is going to feel like you've just painted their entire experience. And with AI, you can actually do this. And this week right now in our program that I'm doing, like I've created like in my AI second brain, which I've given to clients I'll just show it to you actually, like under week 2 of our content stuff. If I look in AI second brain, like I brought out like how to build this, like how to actually pull together your tribes. And what I did for Beck's tribe, let me pull this up. All right, let me try and find this. So I think it's stations, content, internal community. Actually, let me find it. One sec. Found it. Cool. So it was under regulars, because regulars, I use the metaphor of a kitchen when you're creating an AI second brain. But under this section, I've got like a 23,000 word document on just like the science behind tribes. But what I created was Beck's like tribe dossier, which is her tribe research document. And you can kind of see through here, it walks through like, okay, what are the tribes that she markets to? So, she's a 3rd generation cotton producer, strategic advisor, industry commentator, governance practitioner. So all of these tribes that I've analyzed and I pull out, and it actually found a couple more tribes, then the AI can kind of like market to these people. And so if you then you can see like then within her content, you know, it has all these like definitions and extractions. So it just means that like when she's producing the content, it will then reiterate and make it even better. Which I just wanted to show you that, which was like pretty cool. But like this is kind of like her stack where it's like come up with her 16 tribes. There's actually 18 tribes in the research.now document because it came up with some research gaps because I've got a process with this AI second brain. It's big. Like there's you know, there's a lot of modules in this bad boy, you know, like which come out through it. And so this helps you build that because then when you write content and you write a post, it can just like do it, which is pretty cool. So that's Breck's like 16 tribe stack. I won't go too deep into it. And there was 18 tribes. I just didn't update it because like, and I ran it for her. She could have probably ran this stack and found more tribes. She's a part of too. Cool. So that's one thing I just really wanted to hone in on the tribe stuff because like you shouldn't be marketing to categories. You should be marketing to tribes. And sometimes categories are tribes, but a lot of the time they're not. But you need to be doing that because so a lot of time you don't need to like DM them directly. It's like when you produce the content they give a shit about. Like if you put up a photo of someone's house they grew up in or their current house, they can look at it. Like, and I think what the best example for this is Nick's lanyard post. Like this is just brilliant. Like he showed a lanyard where probably like I think maybe there's 50 to 100,000 people in Australia that even know what this is. But of those people, it has a really deep meaning. And the people who are in a nonprofit space right now who are going through burnout, well, Nick's talked about, while recovering from burnout, I found my rainbow banded work lanyard. It took me 4 hours for my hands to stop shaking. This is showing that like he loved what he was doing in helping people, which people in non-for-profits do. They dedicate their life to it, but it creates them to have a fear of burnout around it. So it creates this thing in their mind. And he's identified himself as like, I'm part of your world. And I totally get it, which is a big thing. Cool. So let's go to the next one. Let me just have a drink of water. All right. So next up, the 5 invisible things every audience has and how to use them to make every post hit. So every tribe has 5 dimensions. Read them and you understand the tribe. So I'm going to talk through these and just imagine that within each tribe, each of them has these things. And I'll give you some examples of the tribes themselves. So the first dimension is language. It's what they say. The vocabulary only they use. Insider words that leak nowhere else. So for what I mean by insider words is if I say box, Fran, EMOM, AMRAP, Rugrips, BMU, what of the day, every CrossFitter in existence of the world will know what I mean. But you don't know what I mean. And remember from the beginning, that's a good thing because that means if I say that and I want to target CrossFitters, they will be like, zoop, they'll go straight to it. So, and I'll give you another example. That's a chosen tribe, right? So chose to be a part of it, CrossFit. Let's go for a place tribe. Mona pub on a Thursday night, 10:30 p.m., line out the door, vodka double blacks, 4 vodka double blacks for prees, kebab shop in Mona, taxi driver not giving me a lift home, end up having to walk. So that's the experience of every young person who was young when I was like 18 to 21 or whatever, a little bit older actually, a bit ashamed to go out a bit older, who were in Mona Val in the northern beaches of Sydney who went to Mona Pub. You won't know, you may be able to grasp these things, but you can't grasp the full feeling. Like I can't tell you, like if you lived in St Ives in Sydney, if I say the Terry Hills Tavern pre-Mona Pub on the bus, people kind of guess what that means. But like a lot of people who lived on the North Shore or in say St Ives and Pymble and stuff would go to Terry Hills Tavern, and then there was a Terry Hills Tavern bus that drove the kids or young people to Mona Vale Pub, which was the thing. And so you won't know what that even is. And that's kind of like the language. And then circumstantial tribe. Well, if I just say 2019 toilet paper, immediately you have a feeling that associated with it before we had a thought. So I think most of this stuff is just pre-verbal because like, it's not really your thoughts that dictate your reality. It's the actions. But like a lot of the time, the thoughts that you have in your brain are just generated from the reality and from things. It's why social media and stuff, it's just so dangerous because it dictates the thoughts that you have in your brain pre-verbal. You can't control it. Like you can't control it. And if you're really going to get into that, look up Keegan's Stages of Awareness. Really interesting read. Really cool. So the first dimension is language, and it's as if you're speaking another language. And so and literally you can speak, like I can speak another language to a CrossFitter and you won't actually understand. And so tribes have different languages. And so Beck, even if she just says the word ag, if I didn't know agricultural industry, if I said I'm part of the ag industry, I'd be like, I have no fucking idea what that means. And so you're trying to signal that like you can speak this other language with people. And like, they're still speaking English, but there needs to be another name for these languages. I haven't really thought about that. It's probably defined. Anything I found with AI, anything I've ever thought of has already been predefined within science. So you just concatenate it together. So the second is like identity. Like, who are they? I am this label. They use it at a barbecue, not on their LinkedIn profile. Like, I am a cotton producer. So I am a CrossFitter. So I identify as this, and then I speak this language because of the identity itself, which is really cool. So identity is one, just like how you identify. Like, I'm a dog owner. I'm a husband. I'm in an interracial relationship with an Indian woman. Like, I identify as that. And so I have feelings associated with it. My wife sends me heaps of interracial, like, content, which is really funny. Like, I had an Indian wedding, so in Goa. And so, like, if I was going to show my wedding video on YouTube, but my wife will kill me if I do, but it's pretty funny. But like, I've had that experience. So I feel like I'm kind of part of that tribe a little bit. It's kind of weird, it's definitely interesting. Like, so identity, how you identify, and your identity is dictated by like how you think about yourself, but then your experiences within reality dictate how you see yourself. Like, and so kind of like what you do in every day and what you experience and what your surroundings are. And the third then is tribal objects. So like, this is a really interesting one. It's just, what are the things that people use and experience? So if you're part of the LinkedIn tribe, well, a tribal object is Sales Navigator. It's a tribal object. A tribal object is the LinkedIn post thing. So whenever I post a screenshot of this, oh, my impressions went down again. That pre-verbal, that hit me. But if I show this and I show this thing, this is kind of like a flex, because like, this is like if I do CrossFit and someone just watched me do 50 kipping pull-ups. Don't think I can do that now, but I think I've nearly done it before. Definitely not butterfly though. I'm really shit at those. But like, if I do this, it's like a signal of like a status thing. You kind of get what I mean? It's like a signal of status. So this is a thing. This is an object. It's like, the feeling you get when a notification comes and you realize it's just a fucking update like this. It's an object, and there's objects like digitally, and there's also objects which are just like in reality. And so this Oura ring is an object. This watch is an object. And objects create your objective reality kind of thing. I don't know how the words so much. So like, you may not have a high affiliation with this, but this to me means a lot, because when I'm on a plane, I put these bad boys on and I put white noise on my phone, and it allows me to sleep. I've also got a sleep mask, which unfortunately I lost. Also my wedding ring. I bought this one for my wife. I know they're expensive ones, but she values these things. She values material things as if they're like emotional things. Very different to myself. But like, I bought this ring with her, and this has a lot of meaning to me because I planned a date day with her, and I don't usually do this, and I got to do another one when she gets back. This is going to remind me of myself. I'm going to write that down actually. Date day. I've got to do that when we get back. But like, we went on a really nice date day where I took her to, I think it was Cartier. We bought a couple of these rings. We went out to an art gallery, so that when I like look down at my ring, I don't just look out and think like this. I have a thing within my body which like takes me towards this. And so objects like have meaning towards them within the tribe. And I'll think about some other objects later on that, but they have meaning towards them. And so the fourth type is like the now types of things. And the now is just like, what is happening now in the news, like in the tribe. And so if I look at like, there's this guy called Greg Glassman. So Greg Glassman, CrossFit. He was kind of like the inventor of CrossFit, but he just kind of said some a bit crazy shit. Like, CEO resigns after offensive. It was wild what he said. He kind of like Greg Glassman, CEO of CrossFit, resigns after offensive George Floyd and coronavirus tweets. Wow, that was back in the day. But he just put some stuff out. Racism as a public health issue. It's Floyd. Jesus. It's really crazy how like one comment can fuck shit up. This is why you never want to speak about anything racial, anything political, anything religious, unless it points things in a good light. Just never do it. Don't do it. But like in the news in CrossFit at the time, this was huge. And then there was also like another news of CrossFit, which is like the most fucking saddest thing, and it actually kind of destroyed CrossFit a little bit, was when a guy passed away in the CrossFit Games. I can't remember what his name was, and I feel like an absolute fuckwit for not remembering his name, but like, I don't know if the name matters. Like, I have a really deep emotional connection to it and a real feeling. And how fucking bad I felt for his family, and like how guilty I felt, and like just being part of this community, and how much shame you felt and stuff like that, even though you didn't really do anything. Like, you just watching the CrossFit Games, and just like that type of the news of like what's happening now that these people are going to care about, like really, really matters. This is why like local news on Facebook really pops through, because it really affects like your life. And so like, what's happening like now. And some of the best content talks about like now-based content. So like what's things that are happening regularly. Now the fifth is like cultural rules. So these are the unwritten norms, what's done, what's not done. The stuff insiders never explain because they don't have to. CrossFitters don't show up. You let your numbers talk. So this fifth one is like arguably like the most important, and the reason why you have to talk to prospects before you decide to start selling into an audience. You have to have experience with them, because like, you can look up what are the cultural norms of CrossFit. Like, what are the cultural taboo things that you can and can't do? And I'll give you an example. So imagine you're a business and you make mirrors for gyms. And you're like, okay, Fitness First or Planet Fitness, I'm going to make mirrors for them. And then you're like, because it makes total sense. And so you made heaps of money. Then you're like, wow, there's all these CrossFit gyms out there in the world, and these like maybe more functional fitness gyms, not functional fitness, CrossFit gyms. Why don't I make mirrors to them? Well, maybe if you don't speak to anyone in the target market, you'd be like, well, they probably don't have mirrors because like they do a lot of Olympic weightlifting and the weights bounce everywhere, and then they run into the mirror and it'll break it. What happens if I do all this research and I build these impenetrable mirrors that like, even if the weight hits it and it fucking smashes, it doesn't break? So you go out and you do this research and planning and blah, blah, blah. And then you take it to market, and then you realize the reason why CrossFit doesn't have mirrors is because aesthetics aren't promoted as much, performance is. If there's the people who get the most cheers in CrossFit is the person who's overweight, doing an extra workout for an extra 10 minutes, and they're still fucking doing the burpees, and they're hurting more than everyone else, and everyone fucking claps to them, and they're like cheering them on and helping them on, because that is a higher flex than having a six pack and being fit. That's why I like it. It's not extrinsically driven by like how much money I have or wealth, and the whole fucking red pill, bro pill movement. I have to do a side tangent on this. This is why it fucks me up and ruins me so bad. I'm going to go on a tangent of this because I need to rant about this. But like, CrossFit is the intrinsic motivation. And that's why people see it as really fucking corny and lame and culty, is because deep down people feel like, now that's actually, I want to be part of that thing. I want to have a sense of belonging. Like going to church, like I went to church the other week with my parents. I haven't gone in like 20 years. I felt a deep sense of the belonging, even though I'm not like religious. It's just a shared sense of community and like a value. It's like intrinsic motivation versus extrinsic. And extrinsic motivation is just like fuck society. And I'll show you this one thing. I have to make a comment on this. This is not religious or political. This is just, there's a section of the internet which is the fuckwittable. And it's just like, so I watched this video with this guy. Like, let me just show it. This guy here, right? Whoever the fuck that is, this guy. And then I watched a video with Andrew Tate, just because I've never watched him ever. And like, these guys, like, it's so insane listening to these people speak. Because if you take a transcript of what they've said, and then if you literally take the transcript, and then if you weave in the actual sentences that came out of their mouth, you'll realize that it actually made no sense. It didn't actually make sense. People just speak with conviction. And, if they're a tall, athletic, maybe good-looking person, human beings' brain psychology, it's actually shown that people will listen to those people more. Like, automatically, you think a tall 6-foot person is smarter. You just do, automatically. And, like, this pre-verbal recognition. And there's this whole movement around, like, just, like, men and just, like, becoming men. And just, like, them. He talks about, like, the Chad movement and going to the club and being the dudiest dude. And he, like, uses the polarity. You're either a fucking weak dweeb playing video games, or you're like this strong dude. And he's just like forming these things in a way. But like, if you look into the depth of psychology beyond this, if you look into Keegan's stages of awareness of just like how the adult progresses, like these people and all these guys in these movements, they're actually stuck in what's called stage 3, Keegan's stages of awareness, which from that aspect, they live their life in a way that's dictated by how others think and feel. But what they do is they masquerade as stage 4, pre-stage 5 stage of awareness, but it's actually a lie that they're actually in it. And it's insane for me to look at and watch because, there's this guy who I watch, I'm not going to name who it is, but like his YouTube channel like is essentially around like coaching young men, but he went on Chris Williamson's podcast and he literally said to Chris Williamson, I can't do this anymore. I feel like a fraud. I'm lying to myself on camera and I'm not being myself. I'm being someone I'm not. And obviously if you're holding up a mask, eventually your hand's going to get tired and you push it down. Even if you fucking do a lot of bicep curls, it doesn't matter. Eventually it's going to break and it's going to crack. And it's like, it's pretty crazy to watch like these people where their whole orientation of self is extrinsic motivation, which deep down doesn't have sustainability. Like you can't buy more and more and more Ferraris. And it's just crazy to look at. And then they're being seen it as a pedestal. Like none of these people have like long form, good quality relationships with a partner. When I think about like an actual man, like a true man, I think about my dad. Like when I think about a man, because I think through this, right? He had a really hard childhood. He left school when he was younger. His dad, wasn't the greatest dad. He's got 3 sisters. He brought up my family and I, took us on holidays. He was a panel beater his whole entire life. If he could have chosen another profession, he may have. 45 years he's owned his panel beating shop. He took us on holidays. He was like, he made the best. His dad's not that well, and so he takes care of him, and he's had recent things that's been really hard. And then he's like, goes through life, and my dad's still humble. He's Christian. He always takes care of people around him. He really gives a shit. It's like, that is the definition of what an actual man is, who takes care of their tribe and their family. Like that, this is not a definition of an actual man, because when you think about like how society grows and how society progresses, like it's the creation of family, and like every single religious text ever literally just says like, do unto others the way you want to do to yourself, and you should dedicate your whole entire life to helping others. And like, obviously I'm not a parent, but I've seen parents who've explained this to me, and like I'm just like perplexed about how like this can actually occur, because they prey on like young men's deep need for culture and security, but like and that's why they'll go into these like movements. But the best thing a young person can do, I think, is get into like a sport, become part of like a rowing club or CrossFit, or do karate. Like my wife and my brother-in-law did karate when they were younger. Get into like a sport where you do like a daily ritual. Don't daily ritual yourself through like following these people who their whole thing is a lie and it's a facade. It's not correct. And if you take what they've said and you just put it into AI, and you don't even say who it is, and you just ask them to break it down where their mind frame's at, they're actually a child still. Like, they're actually a child. It's just because they're the loudest voices spoken with the most conviction, and society, like, for some reason, polishes, extrinsic values as, like, the highest thing. It's pretty fucked up when you look back all in history and you're like, that's not how it occurs. But anyway, that's a rant on tribes. But, yeah, that's the cultural rules and norms. Where I was going with is, like, unless you've like lived in a culture and a community, you don't know it. Like, and the more you live there, the more you understand it. Like, for example, I recently went to Bulgaria, and I've been there a few times now. And what kind of like upsets me a bit is like, people don't smile there. It's not that frequent or common. Well, so I thought, but like, but then I was like looking it up and I was understanding. Then I realized if you get to know someone every day, like the lady at the petrol station where I got the coffee, on the 4th day, she's smiling at me heaps. And I was like, oh, okay. So they're slow to trust. Bulgaria's had a history where a lot of different, people have taken them over. They came out of communism in 1991. Of course, they're going to be slow to trust, but they're also human beings. And so I was like, oh, so like my slight, tiny understanding of their culture, and I don't understand their culture at all, has increased by being there. And so when you're selling to these groups of people, a lot of people will just pick like a niche to sell into, and then they'll create content based off that niche. And they'll actually attract people in. But when they talk to you, they're like, you don't really know me. You don't really know my situation. So this is why you like have to live in the culture or understand the cultural experiences to be able to sell there. Like if I was to be like, all right, I want to start a business in Lithuania. I can't fucking do that. But for some reason, like when we sell online, people are just like, borders are broken and they can come selling. So you have to like understand the culture. And if you're in a different country and you're selling in another country, you don't have to like be in that country, but like you've got to spend time understanding people to get to know them. Anyway, that was a super big rant, but this is what really matters. So these 5 mechanisms are the things that you need to put into your content, the biggest one where it's broken down is within cultural rules. It's like a huge things. And so these 5 are the spine of every tribe, and under them sit 25 deeper anchors in the niche scoring Bible. So I won't go super deep into these, but inside, and I like to base everything I do on science, and although it's not 100% correct every single time, I like to try and base it on as much science as I can. But if I go to definitions, there's what defines a tribe scientifically is there's 25 different mechanisms. There's actually more that you can go with. AI, you can go infinite depth, but there's certain things which create tribes. And so there's tribal, obviously the vocabulary that people speak, the tribal realness. You've got a shared enemy. So what is the shared enemy? So the shared enemy of CrossFit, there's a few things, but like Globo Gym and extrinsic motivation only is a shared enemy. You know, initiation structure, does it cost to get in? You know, a lot of people say I market to online coaches. There's no cost to being just calling yourself an online coach. I don't consider myself an online coach. I don't like identify as an online coach, like deeply, because there's no big cost to get in. You know, if I say I'm an online coach to people on LinkedIn who use the platform and I go on a rant about what I do, then I identify with that. But like there's scientific mechanisms which way smarter people than everyone have already gone through and kind of like put that together. And so using those like weaves in together. Now, the next part is like, okay, so with all these tribes, so let's say we've got these 3 tribes, and let's say underneath the 3 tribes, we've got the 5 kind of like, let me just go back up. So what did I call it? The 5 dimensions. I use different words, and so I can never remember what I use. So there's 5 different dimensions of the tribes. So there's language, there's identity, there's objects. Cool. Should have wrote this down before. There's the now or the news. I'll just call it the news. It's easier to know. And then there's cultural. It's cool. And so within these like dimensions themselves, what these dimensions create is they create per word meaning. So for example, and they create per word meaning to the individual. And so when I went to Boardroom, this has a lot of meaning towards me. It's why I haven't thrown it out. It has a lot of meaning towards me because like the collective shared experience of like where I was, what I went through, the emotions I did, and the amount of time and duration that was spent gets compressed into the meaning of this. And so within your content, what you're looking at doing is you're trying to like compress the amount of meaning per word that you put into the content, because each word has like a high amount of meaning, which which creates a pre-verbal response in an individual. So Nick's content, this creates a pre-verbal high meaning response as like an object to the people. And we as humans, objects like are defined, the meaning that is defined by our reality and what we experience. And it's the same for, say, Beck. So when she posted about, you know, the Inland Rail project has been canned, probably like looking at this as an example, a lot of people within rural and regional Australia who she's kind of like targeting, or not in total, but in general, right, is that they probably saw this Inland Rail thing for a few years and they were probably thinking to themselves, fuck, I can't fucking wait for this to come out. And then she said it's like closed and she's used the image. That's going to have a lot of meaning because that's linked and connected to all the things within their life. And so there's energy there that already has energy. And so you're just like grabbing the energy. It's like lightning is striking and you've just built the tallest towers and the lightning just hits, which generates the power. And so that's like when you're thinking about like layer per word meaning, that's what you're thinking. Because if I use the word plank, you know, to a tradie or someone who works with wood, they'll think about a piece of wood. If I say plank to a CrossFitter, they'll think about like holding a plank, or someone who does fitness and stuff. And so when you market different tribes and different people are a part of tribes, when you're thinking about branding is association. So you're trying to like pull up, okay, what association does this thing have with this thing? And so, you know, say this water bottle, this to you might have no association. You don't understand the brand or anything. But to me, the association is like when I go do Hyrox training, I put like this new LMNT thing in it, which keeps me hydrated. And that kind of has like a good level of meaning. So now, like, I'm attracted and I want to drink it because it's connected to like positive things within my life. It's like a level of meaning attached to it. And so And so these are really keys because each word has a level of meaning. And if you market to a very broad tribe, one word might have different meanings to different people, so you don't actually know. And like we went through before when we talked about like the different things that make up tribes, the population of the tribe, the person depth, the tribe depth, these kind of three things, they kind of like make up the meaning that's defined for each and the levels of meaning. And there's kind of like layers and dimensions to this. And I would say the now layer is the most underrated, I think. Like the cultural rules layer around this is the one which is like, this is where like people just like, if you don't do this event, you just won't be able to build a business. And which means that, and the only way you can know cultural rules is through talking to people and having experience. Like I can't understand Bulgaria unless I go there. And even though I went there, I don't really understand it. Like I still understand like the tiniest fragment ever. I wouldn't pretend that I do. But like just from being there, I'm like, I know it 100 times more. It's why when you look at the most successful people in history, when you look at Elon Musk, what does he do when there's a problem? He goes there. He like, with Tesla, how did he build it? He just slept on the factory floor. He knows that like he takes his energy and he just moves to the place and he like does it. It's like, and that's because he understands the cultural nuances. It's like why people talk about like when I chat to someone online, I don't really know what they're saying. Then I chat on Zoom, then I know. Then you meet him in person, you're like, oh, I understand. And then you meet him in like a more intimate scenario, you got to dinner together and you have a good conversation. You really feel like you get to know them. There's like layers of depth and trust is birthed through those layers. And so like culturally, like you can't sell into something. You can create content which imitates you being in the in crowd, which makes them trust you, but it's very hard to like sell to them, like unless you actually speak to them. So this is why you have to actually speak to people, and getting involved in culture is it's like uncomfortable. It's also uncomfortable, but I would say like that's super key. But like the news is the most underused, I would say, on LinkedIn, just because if you just like talk about the news, if someone says like something crazy happened in North Sydney, I'm just gonna read it. Like if we go back to the fire analogy or fucking whatever you call it, metaphor, I can never know the differences. But like fire in Australia, I don't really care. Fire on Carlo Street, oh fucking hell, like I'm gonna care. So you're trying to like birth the news, and it's just super underrated. Like, because people don't do it, because you can just search trending topics that are happening and just like reshare them. There's this guy called Greg Eisenberg. He's a creator. That's literally what he does. So Greg Eisenberg, let's go to Greg. And it's really smart. This is not to get on him. It's smart. Eisenberg. Oh, fuck. Greg Eisenberg. Greg Eisenberg. I'm fucking useless at spelling. Eisenberg. Yeah, this guy here. And so like a lot of the content that he produces is he just takes things that are trending in like Reddit and all that kind of stuff, and he just like grabs it and he just like reposts it. So for example, like when he talks about like the 36 biggest startup opportunities right now, he's just going like a lot of this stuff that he produces, like 10 observations of AI agents, and he's grabbing this stuff from like GitHub repos and forums. And so he's very good at concatenating and pulling together and extracting like things that matter. And to the people that he's marketing to, like that's what works for him. And so this now layer is the most underrated, and it's what, like, if I go through Beck and it's and you can have agents like my AI second brain, I'm helping clients build that so I can just research stuff that matters. But like, for example, Beck's post about like this is a really great piece of content that builds her authority within her space, because it's like a now thing. So and she said just been canned. Someone may have not have heard about it. So when you show new news that's actually happening, this one actually really matters. And so that's, yeah, number 7. Wow, we've got a lot to go. Whatever. I'm going to keep going because I know this is high quality for the right person. Okay, cool. So next is like how one post can speak to 4 audiences at once, and why this is a secret to going viral and going really well. So you don't have to be the tribe to fire recognition. You have to demonstrate enough fluency with their language, objects, and current events that they recognize you as the translator. And this is really key, because there was this guy in our program, I remember his name and I can't remember his post. Like, he was targeting financial planners in the US, and he used my tribe dossier and all my information to Saeed, that's his name. He used all my information and he created content, and a financial planner from the US, because he's from Pakistan. And a big mistake a lot of people make, like especially within India and Pakistan and like that part of Asia, especially when they're younger and reaching out, is like they just pick these random niches and they don't talk to anyone. Like if you really want to sell overseas, if you're from like India or Pakistan or somewhere there and you want to sell to a company overseas, like the way you do it is you have to like reach out and ask to buy people lunch and just ask some questions and get to understand them and sell them something like extremely simple. Because like obviously cross culture, cross border, the trust is going to be low. They're going to be like, how the fuck do you understand my industry? But the way you lean into it if you're starting out is you write a message and be like, hey, I'm just starting my business. I'm wanting to buy someone lunch to ask about your industry because I'm thinking about targeting, but I don't know anything about it. But my pa here is a financial planner in India, and so I just want to see if this is the right industry. Like, would you be open to me buying your Uber Eats? Like, oh, I just asked some questions. What's the best restaurant near you? Literally just do that, and you'll learn 20 times more. Most people just are too scared to reach out, but like it's a tip that's the way you get clients. But he posted content using my stuff, and some lady commented, and she was like, how do you know this? Are you in the US? And so the AI can do it that good. The problem is that when you get to the conversion side of getting a sale, like people get on a call with you and like, you don't know shit about fuck. Like, so you got to start off just by being honest and just telling people because they just want to know. But like how one post can speak to 4 audiences at once. And so you don't have to be in it. So one post is like I'll show you kind of, whatchamacallit, Beck's post here about the lamb. Cool. A post about Wally the lamb. Just is insane. So Wally the lamb. So one post, her daughter raising it, taking it to the country show, watching it win ribbon 4 tribes at once. So 3rd generation producer identity, mother of school-age daughters, local country, Alora place. Most posts fire 0, like audiences, but it can fire multiple at once. So if we read the actual post, so this morning I went for my Friday morning walk and turned the corner for see Wally following me. Our ex-potty lamb from June last year. He couldn't walk when we got him. Mum rode him off, but we raised him anyway. Now he reckons he's a dog. Chases the quad, eats out of a dog bowl at night and sleeps next to the other dogs and apparently comes out on walks too. No sheep instinct in him left now, though I reckon the morning walks started right after we mentioned he might be heading to the truck to the sale yard with the feedlot mob. Funny thing that he cracks me up. Now, I don't know why AI put in her daughter and all that kind of stuff in there. Sometimes AI hallucinates and does dumb shit, but like you can see within this, it's signaling like a lot of things. It's like signaling rural and regional Australia using reckon, which is very Aussie. Just like the whole thing isn't even formatted or put together, but it's signaling multiple tribes. So she's saying mum wrote it off. So Beck's signaling that she obviously has a mother, even though everyone has a mother, but she's weaving that into the content. And so you can put multiple different tribal things within each content. And obviously the AI hallucinated a bit here, but I might pull up another example around how we'll go multiple content. And I might use my own example for here. So multiple content. Actually, no, it'd be better if I use client examples because if you use my example, you'd be like, Matt, you're the expert. Like, that doesn't matter. Okay, cool. So multiple examples of multiple tribes. So we'll go here. So number 1, the Hormozi tribe. A lot of people who follow Hormozi take what he says as gold. I did that for a while too. Fucked me up royally. Made me feel like shit, but takes what he says as gold because another thing that nobody talks about is like, what is your personality type? And are you acting in line with your personality type? Because that's what gives you energy and what doesn't. And so, and I do think there's a level of like how much pain you can endure. But for some people, they just can't endure that. It'll actually break them physiologically. And that's the difference when you look at like your physiological self and like your nervous system and stuff, you can't just completely fuck that up. And I understand there's pushing limits, but there's some things that just don't work. And so like, for example, like, you know, there's only one type of person that should wake up at 5 a.m. So he's hitting the 5 a.m. tribe, the Hormozi tribe, and it's not based on your chronotype and the chronotype tribe. And so, and a lot of people, so if we look at this, right, if we go to this, so we look at tribes, because a lot of, there's an entire like business called the 5 a.m. club, which is where people wake up at like 5 a.m. in the morning and get on a meeting. But like there's the 5 a.m. early morning tribe. Morning, right? There's the Hormozi tribe. And then there's also like the sleep amateur scientists, so we'll call them that. Scientist. Because Chester is a sleep scientist. So I'm just going to call it that. And I can't even spell. But like, because he's like created this content, he's weaved in like multiple tribes, and I have a strong affiliation towards Hormozy. I have a strong affiliation towards, I did for waking up early. So I have a very stance on that. And I've understood sleep content. And so I understand what a chronotype is. And so he's weaved this in, which is like concatenating together these tribes. And because there's like the Hormozy tribe, the 5 a.m. tribe, and the sleeping tribe, there may be large populations of each, but when you intersect them, people go, okay, there's a large population, but like that's me. Like I see myself in this post, and I see myself in this post, like I do. And so I resonate with it. And so this is like an unconventional tribe. But then it goes here, you know, even just you MacBook plus work. I use a MacBook. WhatsApp, you know, and he's I use WhatsApp, so I have an affiliation towards it because that's a tribal object in a place. And so because of that, I see this, and this is why it went so well. He's weaved in, like, he's used a celebrity that the tribes see within it. And so you can see how, like, weaving in multiple tribes in together. Because if we look at the actual tribal language, like, what are the specific words? So should wake up at 5 a.m. Like a phrase and a word is the same thing. Based off your chronotype, occupation, and he said business owners, because that's who he targets, but it's a very select form of business owners. Hormozy wakes up at 4 a.m. That's another thing. He enjoys dark mornings because there's no distractions. It's got MacBook, WhatsApp, someone who has a family awake, productive hours. And so weaving all of those in, plus the actual image of Hormozy, like this is a pretty good post. And you can see the tribal markers that it's actually put inside it because it looks like it's vague and it's for everyone. But there isn't that high percentage of a population that's a mad Hormozy fan, a 5 a.m. wake up person, and also like a sleep. Like there are, but like even if there's like a large population, if we go back to over here, let me see the levels of depth. Yeah, so if we look at the population, sometimes the population doesn't matter that much because like the person depth is so high. Like I have a huge affiliation with kind of like understanding sleep and the Hormozy thing. So my tribe isn't maybe extreme, but it's quite high. And my tribe depth is also like decently deep. It's not eternal, but like, you know, I kind of really resonate with that. So, and you can see that because I've put Hormozy's stuff over there and I've got this to help me sleep and I've got an aura ring. So I've got like tribal objects that like really dictate. And I also into the sleep thing. So I woke up with no alarm. Although this morning I was jet lagged, I had to set an alarm because I don't want to sleep in too much because it'll fuck my jet lag, which again is what a sleep person would do. And it woke me up from the alarm. Distressing. I never wake up from an alarm, but I don't know how people do it every day. It hurt. I was like, this is fucking sucks. And it's not a great way to wake up. But like when I'm looking at that content, there's multiple weaves of like actual like tribes within it. And so that's what actually makes it up. And so go back down here. I'm gonna get another coffee soon. Cool. And so like, there's specific tests that you can do. And if I go, I think I got library, like obviously you're gonna get access to like all the stuff below, but I've put together this book called the LinkedIn Niche Bible. And this has a whole bunch of the stuff in it. So you can kind of go through here and here's the different tests, but the resource below is going to be like 100 times better because I've found that like the best content I can create is like when I just rant like this for like hours and then it just creates the content with my hour-second brain. So this, I'm going to put up like a V2 version of the book based off this because it's going to be even better. But like the diagnostic tests when we go here, like there's things you can do to be like, okay, is this even a tribe? Like, is it even a tribe? Let me zoom in here too to see if this helps. I don't really know if that helps. Whatever. You got to read along there anyway. So you've downloaded by this time. So the 5-word test, like used by fluency of insiders. So what I mean by that is these are some really good examples here. So CrossFit. So if I say WOD, AMRAP, Murph, double under the box, you don't know what that means unless you're a CrossFitter. So WOD means workout of the day. AMRAP means as many rounds as possible. Murph is a specific workout. Also, there's a guy in my program, shout out to him, Greg, I think it is. Hopefully I don't forget his name, but it is. Greg Kolb, he did 52 Murphs in 52 days during COVID. That's like the fucking craziest elite piece of fitness. My mates run the Sahara Desert for 250K. This is way crazier than that. And then double under, which is when you skip, but the rope goes under you twice. The box is just the gym. They call it a box. And so like within the 5-word test, these are words that people within the tribes can use that only the people using the tribes. But if you say, I'm going to be a mindset coach for entrepreneurs, you might say mindset, limiting beliefs, breakthrough, entrepreneur, success. My mum knows what all those are, and that's bad. You don't want your mum to know what everything is. Wow. Needed that. Fuck, I don't drink enough water. Okay, cool. So the 5 object test. The next one is, what are 5 specific objects only your tribe uses? Brand specific, wrong version in the same category. So for CrossFit, a Rogue barbell, a Whoop recovery tracker, Whoop Metcon shoes, Friction Labs chalk, and the Boxers whiteboard. These are certain things in people's reality that dictates who they are. And I was going to show you something else, but then I had a mind blank of things in reality. Okay, LinkedIn, yeah. So LinkedIn has tribal objects. LinkedIn Sales Navigator. When I post a screenshot of this, it fires off tribal recognition. When I post a screenshot like I'll do later today of like my impressions going down, I could paste a screenshot of this and make a comment on it. This is like a, hello? Yeah, this is a tribal object that I can do. Even this notification. So all these things, just because this place is digital doesn't mean it's not physical. Like physical here, if I pick this up and I do something with it, that's physical reality. And this is a reality, but digital reality is also a reality. So imagine that this is a place, it's another world, like a video game, and you're exploring it. And so digital realities like this have objects within the reality or within the world itself. And so the 5 object test, like, are there objects? And so, yeah, mindset coach for entrepreneurs. This is really common. Mindset coach for entrepreneurs. Like, I wrote a post, the 30 worst niches on LinkedIn. I think it was 30. I think it might bring up mine. It was a pretty original post. I was pretty proud of it. It was just taking a dig at people. It was so sad. Here it is. 30 worst niches. Oh, let me just find it. Lakayev. Someone wrote an article and like argued against me, and they just used AI to come up with an argument. And I was like, what? Here's the 30 worst niches. And the reason why, mindset coach, business coach, generic, life coach, executive coach. And if you're any of these, like, that's why you're here, because LinkedIn's not working for you. And I know why. You know what I mean? Like, you know, LinkedIn expert, LinkedIn coach. I have to try and, I'm in not the best niche. It's really hard for me. Hence why we're building software, Link Ninja, to like get out of the niche. I help people find their purpose. The reason why all of these suck when you put it together is like, there's no shared tribal objects. There's no shared language. There's nothing. There's like no, someone can say like, I'm a high performer. What does that mean? I don't know. But you can't describe it in reality. So I don't know what it means. The next one is like the 5 phrase test. So 5 complete sentences your tribe says, not jargon, full phrases. So Bill Krell from before, who's the recruiter that sells to us, you know, geotechnical and structural engineers, he uses phrases within his content. And so a phrase would be, I'm a senior engineer waiting for partner retirement to free up the chair. I don't know what that means, right? I've been stamping work I'm not 100% comfortable with. The principal above me is 45 and he's not going anywhere. I don't know what those phrases are. And there's different phrases within like different areas. Like, so when I was a teenager, if we think about a place tribe, I would go like, back when I used to go live in Mona Vale, it'd be like, someone would literally just say, Mona on Thursday? That has a lot of meaning associated with it, because Mona Pub is the place you went to. Pre-drinks, that means pre-drinks before, kebabs after. Which room are you going to go in? The R&B room, the other room, the red room, smoking room. Like there's all areas, so you understand. And there's phrases. So like if a phrase that a CrossFitter would say would be like, let me think about like, my grip strength is messed up on my total bars, something like that. Like I forgot my grips, and so I'm going to tear my hands. Because in CrossFit, like I don't really have things at the moment. It's a status symbol too if you have like scabs on your hands. But like, is like you talk about your grips and not having your grips, so you ripped. And so that phrase, the only person would understand that phrase is that person. So phrases like really matter. And then the substitution test for any tribal signal, could 3 adjacent tribe claims the same signal? So if a SaaS founder, a wellness coach, and a tradie could all use group chat where nobody's getting referrals, it's not a category, it's a category signal, not tribal. So when someone says, I help business owners who are relying on referrals get leads, it's not a tribe. It's like all those people say that. So they're gonna be like, no shit. Like, but do you know me? Even if someone just said, I help Aussie tradies who rely on, I'm trying to think about an Aussie word to say, who rely on not referrals, but something else to like actually get new clients in your area. Like even that would be like, that would crush. So people just don't, but human beings just don't want to go that specific because they think fear of loss. I'm not going to get enough. But like, come on, you're watching this video because LinkedIn's not working. So just change it. Well, and there's no cost of change. Change it for a month and then just change back. Like I got a buddy who I coached ages ago. Like he's a friend of mine. Like this was like more than 3 years ago I coached, right? So I don't consider him that now. But like Ryan's changed what he does so many fucking times. And he did before he joined and he did it. But like nobody notices. Like people just don't notice, which is like crazy. Anyway, the substitution test is really key because if only a principal engineer would say the 20K compensation gap that's actually an 800K career problem if you sit on it for 5 years, even that's not that tribal. Sometimes AI hallucinates it doesn't do it. It's quite hard for me to review every doc, but even that wouldn't be it. Like super tribal would say, if I said something like, because I used to work at Zoom video communications during COVID, and when I mean Zoom, I mean like Zoom video COVID. Like I worked for Zoom. Like I was there during COVID for Zoom, literally. And so if I said something like, if we're going back to tribes, let's think about a tribe which is like chosen, place, and circumstantial. I would go, well, I chose to get the job at Zoom, and it was in the office in Sydney. And then it was the circumstances during COVID. And I was also in the OAE team at Zoom. If I said, remember that time we were all sitting down and all of a sudden one day all the chats came in from China and we were using Google Translate to actually talk to them. And then the next day they came in from Italy. You might be able to somewhat piece them together. But like only if you were like I think it was 8 or 10 people in my team then would you even know what that means. So like, and I've triangulated this. And if I put that there and I create it in a group chat and I send it to all my friends, they're all going to resonate with that like immediately. And then there's another layer, which is like, the other people in the office, let's say there was like, I think it was like 80 people in the office. I can't remember. They might resonate with it. And then also like the other OEEs here who are overseas, there's like 150 in the world, I think they would resonate with it. So there's levels of like resonance like within it. And then people from other companies who did online chat things could resonate with it, but there's like depths of levels of like resonance like within the content itself. But yeah, that was an interesting time. And so, yeah, and then there's the outsider stare test. Show your signal to someone who's not in the tribe. If they stare blankly and have to ask what it means, that's the test passing. So 3 failed springs, a non-farmer reads it and either guesses or asks, a farmer feels it in their chest. And it's usually just a feeling. Like it's pre-verbal, it's a feeling. It's like when I'm driving in Bulgaria and we're fanging it on the highway because we want to get to Happy, which is like the greatest restaurant in Bulgaria and in the world. It's fucking amazing. Look up Happy, it's amazing. When my brother-in-law breaks like this, like my body tenses up. And it's the same with like social media. Like if I go through here, there's pre-verbal things and I'll just tell you like what feeling is firing off in my brain. So let's go through here. So Tim Ferriss, always positive, will read his stuff. No hook required. Why? Tim Ferriss was the first podcast that I listened to out of all of them, and he always brings immense quality. He's so well thought out, and he's just an amazing human being. And so now if I keep firing across here, let's go through here. And so what social media is trying to do, this guy, don't really like him that much. Feel like he's a bit coarse bro-y, kind of like what I am. Ticking time bomb, Jesus Christ. Birth rate debate, the crisis wrong than COVID, Jesus Christ. But like you can see how there's all these things that's in my like feed of like how, and all these things, did that say chronotype? No, it didn't say chronotype. Like these things are trying to play on pre-form emotions and things about tribes you're a part of in your life to like get you to click really and watch the thing. That's how they make the money. Although I don't really know with YouTube like how they make money if I pay for a YouTube premium and like I'm watching stuff with no ads, because like what are you getting? You're probably just getting my data. I guess that's valuable too. Anyways, so you're looking to do these tests like on how you can actually like speak to multiple audiences in one. But you want to, when you're doing these tests, you want to make sure like, like if someone else can understand it, it's not really good. Like if we look at Bill's content, like I don't know what a PE is. I'm pretty sure is a PE a principal engineer in engineering. Is it? Professional engineer. Oh, principal engineer, right? So like professional engineer. Like I don't really know, but like people in his tribe know, and because like maybe that's where they want to get to, and like that's their aspiration in life, that or not in life, but just that's one of their aspirations or one of their goals, then it's like that's what they want to get to. And so like they're going to recognize it. And it doesn't require a lot of these words and names and stuff. It just requires like some of them. Like even Richard's tagline, getting corporate affair leaders a seat at the table. Seat at the table is like an Aussie word. Getting a seat at the table, mate. Like it's a very Aussie word. And so like it's very, you don't need a lot. You just need to weave them throughout your content so people know that you're kind of like on the in crowd. Cool. And so, all right, now we get the next part. How to build a personal brand competitors can't copy and people want to throw money at. This is like, I'm very excited about this because there's a lot of like personal brand gurus online. And this is not like me shitting on someone for being malicious. I think most, I'm an optimist. Like I'm very quick to trust. I don't think people are malicious. Although people around me, like my wife, she's not quick to trust. She's slow to trust. She thinks people are always bad and thinks good. But like I'm someone who doesn't think, I think positively like of pretty much most people. I just can see how like things and distortions have been skewed based off feedback within reality and a system and stuff. So and this is not me shitting on people, and I don't think they're doing the wrong thing. And I think for a lot of people building a personal brand, like it's not about like the money making, it's more about the liberation through sharing yourself. And it's kind of like coming out as this. It's not coming out as in like, you know, you're coming out, but it's coming out as like, hey, this is me, guys. I'm actually finally sharing the real me. And I've gone through that, my experience itself, and I think it's really good. I just think that it doesn't always mean like money. And I think that's where it can get actually put together. But like most personal branding on LinkedIn is narcissistic. Like, and I think a lot of it is like talk about yourself, show your face, share your journey, and that misses the whole mechanism. Personal branding isn't about you. It's about the tribe recognizing itself in your language, your trust signals, and your repeated presence. So the language layer in your brand. So your brand isn't your photo. It's not your bio. It's your language used repeatedly that only your tribe uses. That's the equity. Competitors can't copy it. Beck's brand isn't rural Australian consultant. Her brand is had a gut full of Canberra, or the concrete cowboy, or 3 failed springs, or off the mother classes, whatever that means. And each phrase is brand equity built from lived experience that can't be reverse engineered. And so what I mean by that is that the person has had experiences within their life through the news, where they live, through objects, through things they use. And through that, when she surfaces that to the surface, they have an affiliation towards that, like a magnet. It draws them into it because they're like, that's part of my life, which is really key. One of my friends, Henry, told me, you're not meant to scull water because if you scull water, supposedly you don't get hydrated as much. So it's annoying because I used to scull water my whole life. Don't really know how true it is. Could look it up on ChatGPT, but like not going to do it. Let's keep it a mystery. So really about this is you're trying to be like a category of one. So your niche alone isn't your moat. Your niche plus your life equals your moat. And so what this means is like an engineer recruiter plus father of 6 from Oklahoma plus 30 years of compensation data is now replaceable. So one of Bill's best posts, if we go here, not best posts, like just a great post that he did. I think it's in his, this one here. And this is a format taken from our program, which is pretty cool. I just realized I've never introduced myself. I'm Bill, husband, dad of 6, ages 16 down to 10. Wow, that means he had 6 kids all within a year. That's great, within like a very short period of time each. And this is said what he's done. Here's a picture of him and his family. Phenomenal personal branding building post. Phenomenal. And you can post this and it does a lot. It's like, it's great. And so when he does this, like you immediately have a respect for Bill because you're like, he's a father of 6. Holy fuck. Like my mate Andy has like 3 kids. I'm just like, fuck, that's crazy. Like, and a lot of parents who would see Bill would have way more respect for Bill immediately because they're like, well, you went through literally having 6 kids and they're 10 to 16, they're teenagers and I've only got 2. Holy crap. So it's like an immediate level of like success. But if he was like he could probably also be like a parent coach. Like that's another thing. But like, it just makes you into a category of one. Like your niche plus your life equals your moat. And when I help clients build an AI second brain, it's really around like you are the chef and these are the regulars. So you're the chef. This is everything about you and your life. And these are the regulars and the people who you serve. I mean, I just like to use the kitchen chef metaphor because it's just cleaner and easy to use. I don't understand what a repo is or a forking. I don't really know what these words are that engineers use on GitHub. So I just created my own version that people can make it easier. So you're trying to become a category of one, because like you can't clone live reality. AI can't replace train. The combination of your niche and your specific life makes you a category of one. There's nobody else who can claim your exact stack. They can't be you. They can't. And so, and I talk about this within one of my formulas. So within my AI second brain, and kind of like, it's called, let me just go techniques, carrier trust. Yeah, cool. So with my formula, like I like to define things in formulas because I just find it easier. Because I take my formulas and I extract what's like real reality and science between each. But like there's seven parts that make up carrier trust, and this is your personal brand. And there's a few things. So like becoming category isn't just having a unique combination. It's about expressing the trust that makes your audience pick you specifically over anyone else. There are 7 of them. Strong personal brands express 3 to 5 consistently, not all 7, 3 to 5. Now, AI sometimes likes to hallucinate and just make shit up. I don't know if you found that with your writing, but as specific as I am, I'm like, where did that arbitrary random rule come from? Like, I don't know. So these are the 7 types. And usually the way I come up with these types of like definitions is I like to I speak to AI back and forth on a walk in the morning and like, cool, this is like my observation. This is what's happening. Give me the objective truth and break it down with science, and let's actually build this out. So you could find like other carrier trust things, but like I just wanted to come up with like, if I can pull it down to like the smallest possible thing, this is what it actually is. And then I use science to back it up. And what carrier trust is really, it's really simple. It's just, a lot of my documents say this, like, you know, people don't buy your offer, they buy the person carrying it. They're not evaluating features. They're evaluating, if I follow this person, will I be okay? And so carrier trust reduces the perceived risk and it raises the belief that the outcome will happen. And so, because like, it's like, you know, when you go somewhere and like someone's on the street and they're like, buy the Rolex on the street. You're like, bruh, it's not a real Rolex. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not a real Rolex. Like, and even though it could be a real Rolex. So you're just trying to like, and it's what a lot of people who are like business coaches online, their brand looks dog shit and they just look like so scammy. They use the go high level funnel pages and everything and they just look dodgy as fuck. And so even my business partner says to me, he's like, Matt, you've got to fix your branding, because it just creates a distrust within your stuff. Anyways, so the 7 trust signals that make you the brand, carrier trust. And carrier trust means that you're carrying the trust through your brand. Very simply, it's labels it. So there's live credibility. You've actually been here. Failure stories, false starts, hard lessons, real timelines. Not I help founders scale, but I changed my offer 10 times in 8 months before it worked. Credibility is survive friction. So like, just by me saying I started posting on LinkedIn in November 2022, people are like, oh, you've been doing that for a while. It's like, I've like actually got credibility from like lived. Like I've lived this thing. And so Bill, this is lived. You can't fake this. It's like real. It's like it's like can't ruin reality. 2 is like motive transparency. Why do you care about this niche? People scan constantly for hidden incentives. Is your motive, is it unclear, suspicious, or fill in the gaps? Well, if I look at Bill's motive, I can see he's probably doing this for his family. He didn't have to say it. I can just make an assumption. And so for me, my motivation steers a lot from not really money, because like my in-laws, like my wife is really successful and I've not really thought about that too much. And I feel like I can get everything I want, but it's mostly around like, I went through a breakdown. I felt like I didn't have control of my life. And like now, like, it's like, what I really want to do, this is kind of like, there's very simply put, there's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And these are just like needs of basic humans. And yes, for you or your science bros, maybe it's been disproved or whatever. It's just a lens of the way I look at things. There's stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like stage 1 is like, you know, food, water, and shelter. Like if you don't have that, I can't think about anything else. You can't. Like, how are you meant to function? If you're like, I don't know when the next food's coming in. And this is why like it was very difficult for society, like say medieval times in the Dark Ages. Very easy for people to think beyond themselves. And this is when I think people are like, oh, you third world country people, you care about climate change. And they're like, and someone's like, I'm just trying to eat. It's like you can't, your brain, when you think about the levels of your brain, like think about like when you're in like extreme pain, it's really hard to like do things when you're in extreme pain. Like you can't think about anything else. The walls of your brain get closed in. This is like, look at the cycle of poverty. Like it's like it's like there's a trap field. Just because it's not a physical fence, there's a field. that's created. Now, number two is kind of like security. And I'm very like briefly analyzing this. I'm not an expert at this. I just like to take learnings, but it's like security, but in particular financial security. I felt through my life like I didn't have proper financial security, and I just, I was earning 45 grand a year as an accountant. I wasn't doing anything that I felt like I loved. I ended up having a breakdown, and I felt like I was like controlled. And so I'm very motivated around giving people the ability to earn financial security. Hence why I teach lead generation, sales, persuasion, AI, content, like all these things. They're all things to create self-liberation, to get someone to become like a high agency individual who feels like they're able to do stuff. And usually when I work with people, like they just go from like, I feel like I can't do it to like, I can do it. It's like, that's kind of the switch. It's a lot of coaching too. And so this is like my core motivation, because I'm kind of like, trying to be special and unique, but I'm trying to like service this. Because I think that when someone gets this, then, as we think most marriages break up from financial security, but like when someone like does this, it's like you can't think about anything else. Like you're trapped. There's no physical fence, but you're really trapped. And although someone would argue that like, oh, but like you read the Bible and then there were people who lived on the streets and then there were peasants and like, but they were found sense of belonging and a good time and all that kind of stuff. That's because like in their mind, they didn't feel like they didn't have financial security, because they're like, this is all they need. This is why obviously comparison is a theft of joy. You don't want to compare what you have with others, because then that creates, like, social media creates this thing. I'm in social media too, but like it creates this thing or feeling that you need more, which obviously like, then a lot of people crack and they become Buddhist monk, which I may do in 10 years time. Who fucking knows? Like, but like you've got food, water, and shelter, and then you got like security. But what like kind of happens is that, I had a really good point I wanted to raise. Like, it's just really hard within the modern day world. Like, of course, someone back in the Bible times, it's like, or whatever times it is, like they can be like, I'm just appreciative of the food and water, and like this security is like, it's okay. I'm kind of going to get through. But it's just the lens of like how people see the world. And I had a good point. It's going to come back to me. Then the next one past that is like obviously like social. And this is where I think like what's really, social media is like fucking people up. We all know this. Like social media, especially children and kids and teenagers, although I don't have kids and teenagers, like I can just imagine if I had social media and like the ability to get into like porn when I was like a kid, like how crazy that would, because yeah, when you're a kid, you're an asshole, you know what I mean? Like when you're a teenager, like very few kids aren't assholes. And then you get to like the point of like, esteem. So if you feel like you have your social part fulfilled, then you can get to the point of self-esteem, and then the self-actualization. And there's like fucking 30 or 40 frameworks of ways how to look at this, but I'm just very passionate about like helping someone get from here and kind of like just removing this by giving them agency to make their own income, to control their own life, to make their own decisions, which is kind of generic, but that's kind of my thing. And my expertise is like I think people should be able to do it through being able to just message random human beings and create stuff that's valuable that they come to them. And so like that's like motive transparency. So hopefully by you listening to me in this video, you would then think, okay, I might trust Matt a bit more. Don't fully completely trust me, but like trust where my motives come from and like what that actually is. Now, the next type is what we call constraint alignment. And I'll come back to that thought. I forgot about what it was. It's not come back to me. It's constraint alignment. So this is, you live inside a real human life. You're a parent, expat, injured, time limited. People feel unsafe. Constraint people feel relatable. So it's just saying like, sometimes you don't even have to create a lot of content. You don't have to create new things. You just have to just point out what exists. And so I did a post the other day. Where was this one? Let me go. I think it was, let me find it. Why is my alarm going off? I always set alarms for things and then I forget to do the things. Right, so constraint alignment. There was a really good one. Let me skip forward the video a little bit if you want. Okay, this one here. So I'm white, I'm a man, I'm 35, I'm from a first world country, I'm privileged. This is the box society has put me in, and I can't fucking stand it because I can't stand boxers being humans. And then I just talk through, okay, these are the constraints that I've lived in within my life. And I'm just saying like, I've been in an 18-year interracial relationship. I was a video game addict for 13 years. I dropped out of school when I was 16. So I'm just kind of pointing out that like, this is like the constraints that I live in within my life. And then because of this, you're like, okay, you're like a real human being like me. The next one is consistency. You show up the same way over time. Trust compounds through pattern recognition. Surprisingly, I'm like really bad at this because I've changed our program a lot of times based off I go through a burnout cycle and do too much. So now I'm really just trying to stay consistent in what I do. But like just showing up and social media, just that's why they just say just post, just like the methodology of our program is like the reason why it exists is every self-help book in the history of time, just look them up. Not all of them, but like most of them encourage you to do what's called a daily practice of just something you do every day. It could be praying. It could be meditation. It could be whatever. It's just if you do something every day, you build up self-trust in yourself, which creates a dopamine loop that you trust yourself and you keep doing more things. Like literally. It's why exercise creates self-trust in people. And so the daily practice I get people to do is like the 10-10-1. Do 10 comments, 10 DMs, and 1 post every day. Just do that every day. And that's literally just being consistent is what leads you to that. And I think as humans, myself included, super we just overanalyze things when we just have to do like basic shit. We just use our brains too much when we should just do stuff. Look up embodied cognition if you want to learn into that. But we just do stuff. And consistency is like a really big thing. I'm gonna have to get a coffee after this one because I'm fatigued now. Consistency. So you show up over time, trust compounds. This is just why like people with large follower accounts, or people who are, good looking or who are fit, you just trust them more because you're like, well, you must have done stuff. You know what I mean? I trust this guy, Nathan Barry, because he's just shown up on social media. I messaged him, tried to get on his podcast. He said, yeah, but the timing wasn't right. And I just think he's a great dude. I've seen his social media over time. So I just have an affiliation towards him because he's just showed up. Then we got skin in the game. So public, long form, daily reps, visible content when effort is visible, trust increases. This video right here is skin in the game. So my first, I think the first recording was 1 hour and 20 minutes. Now I've got 1 hour and 40 minutes. This is not AI. It could be AI. And if I did, this would be great to show skin in the game, but it's not AI. And so because of that, it just shows like visible commitment to me doing this and me just giving everything away for free right now. So this then creates trust. Status calibration is like when someone thinks you're ahead of me, not above me. So authority without superiority, I'm a few steps ahead, come with me. And this is why like big branded Ferrari based content kind of works for some people, but like I'm trying to show that like I have a life just like you. Like I'm not, all humans are the same. I think they're the classic saying of like, when you meet heroes, you'll be disappointed. Although I did meet Derek Sivers, who's one of my heroes, and Derek Sivers. I had breakfast with him. This guy here. He is one of my heroes, and his book, Anything You Want, is like the greatest business book ever written. Like literally ever. And it's 1.5 hours, and he wrote it in 2 weeks. And he wrote it because Ali Abdaal also thinks I know Ali Abdaal well too. We have the same personality type, which is hilarious. I always thought he had a different personality type from what he perceives on social media after I met him in person and stuff. But like Anything You Want is just like the greatest business book of all time. It's just great. And one of my mentors, a guy called Taki Moore, it's his favorite book. Told me to read it in 2015, I remember. Or he told my brother to read it, and then I think I ended up reading it. But it's just, I reread this all the time. It's just it's 1.5 hours. It's fucking amazing. It's just like you can just you can just do anything you want, literally. But like daily, you're ahead of me, not above me. It's like when I met him, you just see that they're human, and it's just like their skin in the game, which I think is really key. And that's point number 7 is like values polarity. You know what you stand for and against. Magnets attract and repel. If everyone agrees with you, you're too neutral. So like you can tell I'm pretty opinionated on this. I went on a fucking rant about the red pill stuff, and someone could argue the other way. I could argue that whatever, I don't understand the movement fully, but someone could argue that it's actually good because, even though it's got bad intentions or somewhat, that it is making people better. Because I think just within society and within life, I think a sign of maturity is like taking something that you hold very strongly in a belief and just being able to shit on it and fight it down. Because like, I think that's a really powerful thing. Like I could say, I love CrossFit, it's amazing, but then I could shit on it and be like, it creates a structure where you see everyone else as maybe lesser than you who doesn't do CrossFit, which you have a bit of those feelings because you're like, you haven't suffered through this pain. So then that makes you perceive reality different ways. So I think arguing against yourself is really healthy, but really like we follow people who have like crazy values. And an example of this is like, and I follow this guy too. Brian Johnson. Yeah, so the blueprint guy. Like, he's the guy who's like the live forever guy, the don't die guy. You know, like I follow his stuff. Like it's fucked me up a bit because he talks about daily rituals. A lot of these people do. Like, they're just daily rituals are the way how you like you want to create a cult, you create a daily ritual. Like, it's just you get people to do something every day, and it just because like when someone does something every day, look this up on AI. It creates self-trust, which means they trust themselves more, which means they do more things, and then they're just like they get better as a human being. Now, where the cult thing comes in is the cult will say you have to have us in order to do that, and you're like connected to us, and so like if it means that your growth was only occurred because of this. Where non-cult comes from is like, no, you did that yourself. Like, we just facilitated it, you did it yourself. This is why CrossFit isn't a cult, because it's not saying you got here through just because of us. It's saying you got here with us. It's the difference between a cult and like a community, let's say, if we're looking at the differences. Like, but yeah, that's where cults get dangerous. They're like, you're only here because of us, and that's it. And so if I go away, you're fucked. It's like, that's where that kind of comes from. I got a crazy story. Also, one of my dad's cousins was legitimately a cult leader. Literally, so crazy. Natasha Lakayev, look her up. Wild. Some lady who was in the cult wrote a book about it. I didn't even know this was a thing until 3 years ago. Then me and my sister were talking about it, and we're like, holy shit, this is fucking crazy. Like, we don't talk to them at all, haven't associated with them, but I do remember vividly when I was growing up, going over to their house when I was probably like 10 and being like super creeped out by their house. And they weren't there at the time. We just stayed in it. Really crazy. So very interesting. Cult dynamics is very crazy, but there's a difference there on what it is. But people who stand for stuff in movements, Brian Johnson gets a lot of attention. He's also a phenomenal marketer. You know what I mean? Like, a phenomenal marketer. And yeah, so he's like in the movement. So these are things that create trust. Like, one thing I say on LinkedIn that might be divisive is I was like, don't bother creating content unless you're sending DMs. People are like, whoa, crazy shit. And it's like, no, here's my reasoning. But someone could argue against me and be like, you're an idiot. You need to create content first because X, Y, Z. And I'll be like, cool, I agree with that opinion. But like, I think you should always like, just again, a sign of maturity is like, someone can like disprove your point and you're like, I agree with you. I'm still going to push this because I think this is more beneficial for these people because of X, but I understand why this is beneficial. Like for example, you read the internet and you're like, sugar is bad for you. But then if you're a diabetic and you have low blood sugar and you read that and you're like, sugar is bad for you. Well, I'm not going to eat sugar. And then your blood sugar goes really low. Like, they're all systems and values and beliefs are just lenses to look at reality and change the behavior of the actions of things. But you can change the lens based off where you are. Like, you know, if I'm going to, and the marketing that I do, like, let's say I'm going to market, the way I'd market in Australia versus Bulgaria versus India would be like completely different based off all these different things. And so all the principles and things that we hold, like, there's obviously objective reality things around morality and ethics and like, you know, like around like, you know, don't kill someone and don't do these things, right? But like I think so many things can be blurred, and like I think even in the future, like the nature of like morality will change too, because let's just think about this. Like, let's say you know, one of your family members gets hurt, well, you go over and you help them, but then you're walking across in LA and you see a homeless person fucked up on the ground, you don't help them. Okay, well then you're like, no, I don't know that person, so they haven't got reality to me. But like, what if you could help that person? But then we think about it from another lens. Human beings naturally don't resonate with things that aren't connected to them. So if it's second, third, or fourth order degree of disconnection, we don't care. But what happens if morality in the future changes, where it's like, you know, if they can track that, you know, by you consuming that plastic cup, that killed this many fish, and that's what happened. And that's not just like arbitrary, not real. That's like a real thing. In the future, like there may be some type of social credit system where it, like, by just what you consume dictates the expenditure that you have, dictates what you need to get back. And this has changed within morality, like, over time, and morality like evolves. So all these things are lenses to look at the world. I'm not saying killing people is bad. Like, it is, but like, it's lenses. You know, it's lenses to look at things. And I think that's a sign of maturity. And I'm trying to adapt this. Not that I do, but I try to do that. And it's easy now when I'm just recording a video, you know, but that's kind of like the thought process. So then when I look at this, it's like, then I look at like I'm going to need to have a coffee. Guys, I'm going to pause it here. I'm going to coffee, but you won't even notice because I'll be back in 1 second. Yo, what's up? I'm back. I went for a coffee, but then I just didn't come back and announce the next day. So hopefully I'll make sure my hair's not as disheveled. Again, I want to go back through some more stuff. So this is going to be the final day I'm recording. So I got to pump through this bad boy. Sweet. All right. So where we're up to, recognition and trust. So we went through the 7 signals of carrier trust, which is like what actually builds your personal brand. Now we're looking at like the recognition and trust equation. And what the fuck even is that? So recognition and trust equation, it's kind of like recognition and trust, recognition plus trust equals identity times language times culture times carrier trust, which is a K. All these are is identity is like how someone sees himself. And so if you're trying to like build trust with someone and like they don't see themselves in the post, that then they're not really going to trust it. And then what comes after identity is like, then it falls into like language. Okay, are they using the words that I use? Then it falls into, okay, are they breaking the cultural norms? And then do I kind of trust this person? So if we're looking at examples of this and we want to frame it together, if we go back to Nick's lanyard post, we're looking at, okay, identity, I identify because this is an object or a tribal object within my world, which, you know, I paid by attending this thing and I've given. And then if I look at language, what's the words he's using? You know, rainbow banded work lanyard. I took 4 hours on my hands, stopped shaking. My neck every day, stuffed in. Now it was stuffed in an old backpack. Even the words like stuffed in an old backpack is kind of like very Aussie, along with a scrunched tissue and conference scented pen, right? And so like everyone kind of identifies with this, and the language that he's using is kind of like very Aussie, and he's using words that like even just saying the rainbow banded work lanyard is included in there. And then when we look at cultural rules, like remember back when I was talking about, you know, in CrossFit there's no mirrors, and how like if you try to sell mirrors to a CrossFit gym, it wouldn't work. It might work, but like I don't think it would work because it disobeys the cultural rules. And so if I'm reading this the way that Nick wrote it, when people read it, they know that he's saying here, and the proud answer to, so what do you do at a barbecue and parties? It's very Aussie and it's very cultural rules thing. It's like, you know, if you work at a for-purpose org, you're going to say that and you're going to be passionate because like you may not make monetary thing, but you're like giving back. And that kind of creates that, you know, sense of respect and purpose and identity that people have. And so, and these are like things that are all weaved in together. And the last one being carrier trust, which is like, you know, Nick himself like is talking about himself, and within the lens of like carrier trust, like there's the different signals which show that you trust him. You know, he's lived there. Like Nick worked in these nonprofits. Like you can see his motive. Like, you know, he was a real human. He's consistently showed up and he went to these events over and over. He had skin in the game. He's I'm not ahead of you. Like I'm the same as you, and values polarity. And this is kind of what he stands for. And so he's kind of speaking out about a thing that's like a hidden enemy in the nonprofit space that's working. And so when we're looking at like the formula and we're breaking it down, like really like when people think about this identity match, like when they're scanning the post, they're thinking to themselves like, and not even consciously, this happens pre-verbal and subconsciously, people go, holy shit, that's me. And then it's like, this sounds how we talk. And then like this feels normal and safe in my world. And do I trust you specifically as the messenger? And so it's this layer of stack of these descending things like that happen. And someone, unless they go, holy shit, that's me, like, you know, holy shit, I see myself in the thing, or there's something about that gravitates me towards it, they're not then going to think this is how I talk. Because someone could like put a rainbow lanyard photo up like Nick did, but then the way they write the thing, someone reads it and like, that's not how people in nonprofits even speak. And like that broke some cultural norms, and they kind of just go past it, be like, oh, you just like you're kind of like a fraud. And if you this is why like it's really hard, like if you just decide to go in a niche and you don't spend time with these people, because a lot of the great niches, like for Nick, for example, like he worked at a nonprofit. Now this is not 100%. So you don't have to do this. Like, you know, for example, I've worked, like I'm not a financial planner, but I've worked with enough financial planners. I know their business models and the cultural nuances and the way to speak to them. And also over time, when you speak to more people, like, you know, if you just this is why a lot of hospitality people are really good at sales, because you become good at being a chameleon. And so you can just sit there and understand people. I've got a girl, Taylor, in our team. She came from many years of hospitality, and that's one of the reasons I hired her, because she can just like, she was running a restaurant. And when you run a restaurant, and if you have like hundreds of covers a night, you have to get to know and understand people. And so you can't really beat the reps of just spending time talking to people. That's why you speak to a lot of people who are a bit more introverted and maybe a bit more socially anxious. And like, it's like they don't really know how to act in like certain scenes, and they can't really like do things with people. It's just because they haven't had the reps. And when you think about it, like logically, all the experiences that you've had in your life make up to who you kind of are today. And this is why hospitality, like people think, oh, it's a shit job, doesn't do anything. It's a really fucking great training ground for like sales and marketing and stuff, because you subconsciously learn human behavior. And so, but like, because of that, you can't just like post stuff into a niche or whatever, because people like in their gut know you're not there. And I'll give you an example of this. Give me 1 second. This will be funny. Right. So my father-in-law loves these shoes. And in India, like fucking everyone wears these bad boys, like just everywhere. But the thing, and they're Louis Vuitton, beautiful. Great that I'm the same shoe size as him, because my wife hates it, because she's like, why the fuck can you inherit all this amazing stuff? You should see the jackets I've had. Never had to pawn them, which is great. But I don't even wear these shoes. But if the difference is like, if I'm trying to sell into a niche, so if I'm trying to sell into people who are in a place tribe of Sydney's Northern Beaches, as an example, if I'm trying to sell to people there, now in Northern Beaches, people like, there's a cafe in Newport called Zuby Cafe. You can just walk in with no shoes on. That's totally normal. But if someone walked in, if they dressed the part, if they looked the same, if they sounded the same, but they wore these shoes into the cafe, people just immediately not trust you, because even a tiny cultural nuance thing that's off causes a friction. That's why it's people who immigrate to another country have such a hard time, or move into a new country, because you're not seen as one of them. And it's really, and I see this with my wife too. I'll put this away. Yeah, she was born in Australia, but she's Indian. And so a lot of people say like, what are you? And she's like, well, I'm Australian. What do you mean? I grew up here my whole life. And so this tension happens with all different types of identities, and people not being able to mismatch. Like even my dad, he's Yugoslav, Russian, and Romanian mixture, but he was born here. But like even him, when he grew up at school and stuff, like even though like in Australia, like Eastern Europe and European is considered like one of us now, it wasn't back then. And so it's quite difficult to like navigate these things. And I see this a lot with my wife being in an interracial relationship, and it's like quite difficult. But where was I going with this? It's more that, you need to spend time within the culture to understand, because one little mistake that you make, people think you're a fraud. Because human beings are threat detection machines. We're looking for threat. And so when I'm looking through this, like you can put the stuff in, so like it's about me, you can use the language. But the really difficult one is the culture, because you can actually get AI to do all these. But you can get AI to do this, but if there's one tiny slip up, the human brain goes, nah, I don't really trust this person, and K being the carry trust, then that's what's really, really difficult. And this is why when people pick niches to sell into, like the way that you like position yourself is, if you're new to the niche, you just say it. And that creates trust. And so it's like if you go to another country and like you try to speak language, and then you say something like, I don't speak Bulgarian. I should have learned that now, thinking in hindsight. But like you say that, and then someone's like, thank you for fucking just telling me and like owning it, and just like bringing that out and owning it. But this is really difficult for people going into niches that they just don't know and they don't understand, because AI can do most of it, but it can't. If you wore loafers in the Northern Beaches, you're just not trusted immediately. And people don't even consciously think about it. They just see it as a threat. Like when you think about, remember how before we were talking about like the three layers of like how the human subconscious scans things. So pre-verbal. So there's 3 layers of pre-verbal, like what humans are scanning for. And literally do this, walk around the street and do this. I was doing it yesterday, which was really funny. So the first layer is we're layering for threat. We're scanning for threats. That's layer 1, pre-thought. So that's why the news captures you. Like that's why when you hear a fire engine, your chest goes tight or an alarm goes off. It's like a threat thing and it happens in your body. And so you're scanning for threats. The second thing that you're doing is then you're scanning for like identity, for something that correlates to your identity, or I would just say it's like part of you. It's like there's some correlation to you. And that would be if you saw a friend walking along the street. And then the third thing that fires off is then like novelty, which is new. So that would be like I'm trying to think of something that I saw that was like novel and just random. Like I remember one time thing that was novel where I was in North Sydney and the King of England, I'm pretty sure, I don't even know what his fucking name is, like he came to a church in North Sydney and then there was a convoy driving. And that was like novel, like really novel. But like when humans are going through this experience and you're walking and you're seeing things with your vision, you're walking down the street. Like the first thing, like let's imagine you've got, there's three things, right? There's a fire, there's your best friend, and then there's Mr. Beast. Right, for example, I keep using Mr. Beast. So if you're walking along the street, if there's a fire, your friend and Mr. Beast, your brain will go to the fire first. It'd be the first thing. Then you'd like notice your friend. Then you'd notice Mr. Beast. Like that would be the weirdest fucking trippy thing if that happened all at once. Imagine within your vision, it's like, boop, that just happened. Man, if someone created like a game show or something like that, where they said they put a fire in like a police scene and then your best friend walked up to you and then Mr. Beast came, I reckon that would fucking fry some people's brains because it's the intensity of these things too. But you can see how like pre-verbal these things like stack up. And so, but what you're trying to do really is you're trying to signal the you thing without the threat thing going off. Because the threat thing, people are still detecting for threat. Like I'm in an industry where threat detection is really high because like, our program is on school.com. And so that is considered scammy and coursey as much as, for the people I sell to usually, not for younger people, but this is considered scammy and coursey for people. And so we try to like not advertise as much on this and make beautiful, like I want people to come in through my beautiful looking landing page, like instead of this, just because like I'm pretty proud of this landing page. And yes, I put Back to the Future on the landing page, which I thought was funny, but like it has a negative kind of connotation like attached to it for the people I work with. If someone's a younger person and they're like 20, usually it's got a positive correlation. That the platforms kind of become the thing where it's like if you want to earn $2,000 or $3,000 a month with a community, that's what you do, kind of thing. But then like even like LinkedIn, it's like if I'm selling a LinkedIn course thing, it's considered like a bit scammy. It's the reason why. One of the big reasons why we're pivoting to Link Ninja, which is the LinkedIn DM app that my business partners built. Let me just pull up the website. And so it's like, you can see how like this has the feeling, and I don't know if I can play the sound if you can hear that. Hopefully you can hear it, but it's pretty cool. But you can see how like the actual site itself, it's really premium. It's actually been the biggest thing holding our business back. But it's because threat detection, because people have bought an online course and been like ripped off. And there's all the like Ferrari Instagram bros in Dubai. I wonder how many live in Dubai now with the war going on. It's pretty crazy. Everyone's talking about the exodus of people to Dubai, but now it's like, I don't know if someone would move there. This is not shitting on anything. It's just pretty crazy. But you can see how kind of this like, it becomes an issue. So that people are doing threat detection. And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to really within your content, like, you don't want to like threat detect people, but you can throw things in there that are considered like, an issue happened within this industry, but they're trying to do the you and the identity within it. And then obviously novelty within that and like weaving it together. Now, beyond that, we've got kind of like what I like to call the 5 content levels. And so what I mean by this is like the level of depth that the content goes. I won't spend too much time on this because I think there's some other stuff that you really enjoy, but all of this stuff, if you download the AI resources, it's got a whole package of free shit like for you to go through, and you can go through the transcript, query it, all that kind of stuff. But like the 5 content levels are, now we know what the brand is built from. Here's how it actually shows up in content. 5 levels of content. Most of you live in level 1 to 2, 1 to 3, the goal is to climb. So think of this as like a pyramid where level 1 is like just a label. So if someone says, I help agricultural businesses grow like Beck does, it's generic. It's just a random generic label. Now, stacked labels are regional Australian ag businesses. It's narrower and still a category of like how to stack things in. Level 3 is like a world description. So seasonal pressure, rising input costs. This is like where you really understand my world. Tribal threshold is the biggest risk to Australian ag right now isn't drought, it's policy. So it's specific, recognition fires for insiders, and DMs start landing. It's like, this is the type of content level. And most content just sits here. And like, not even really, even here. Like a lot of people say, I help founders get clients on LinkedIn. And I know I'm within this niche. It's really hard because that's why we're trying to position away with the software. But like, it just doesn't fire anything. It's not. And most people, like if I go, let's go to my connection requests of people that have connected with me, and I'll read their headlines and I'll just tell you. So on the levels, cool. So former country director of recruitment, don't know, senior technical director. See, it's like level 1, create an opportunity, don't wait for one. The triple threat sales management, graphic designer, don't know. I help video game publishers, no. Helping founders, no. See, all these are like level 1. It doesn't say that you belong in the tribe, even in the headline. Recovered $100 million, it's nothing. Helping businesses brand turn content into sales. This is like the worst, one of the worst ever. Usually if you use the word health, like helping, it's also bad. Perhaps with Lovable, shipped 8 AI. Even that's like a little bit better because they've used Lovable and Claude. I help tech consultants and AG owners get leads on LinkedIn. Terrible. Resonance gap, no. You can see how bad they are. It doesn't signal that you're in the tribe, but like even helping for purpose org stop losing great people to burnout. So, and that's kind of very an Aussie saying. Or Bex is like trusted by producers, strategic advisor, ACK industry. See how you can she's got all the tribal words inside there. Even Bill, engineers are underpaid except for mine. It's unique. It's interesting. Evan, I help Canadian university students. It's just so specific. Richard's one I like the best. Getting corporate affairs leaders a seat at the table. It's just, it shows that you're in the in crowd. And the other ones don't. And then the level 5 is the director's cut. Level 4 plus your lived experience. So this is like, Beck talking about the risk of Australian ag right now isn't drought, it's policy. And like, I know this because I've been in the industry for X, Y, Z. So director's cut is really key because it's like, this is from your lived experience of like actually doing something. And so this is kind of the pyramid of like your content, where most content just lives here. And a lot of people like, they're just selling into an industry that they never even really chatted to anyone, so they don't even know. And where business owners also usually get caught up, and this is, if you built your business off referrals only and you struggle with online, this is the reason why, and I'll show you a couple of reasons later. It's just because when you build your business off referrals only, you just kind of like accept anyone really because it's money, and you consider leads. Like leads to you are scarce, so you have to accept all. And then when you accept anyone, you end up with like a niche here, a niche here, a niche here, and a niche here, and a niche here. And you got all these different niches. And then you're like, well, if I niche down, I'm technically going to exclude all of these ones. And there's a few different strategies on what to do here, which I won't run through. I might make another video on it. But like, a very easy thing you can do is you can be like, okay, look deep down, like who is like my best client? Like who do I just really love? Best client / clients. Who do I really love working with and I could, if I want to work with forever? And if you find that like, there's like about 3 of them in the same niche. And then, within my current clients, there's, maybe like 10 other ones, but you're like, these 3, I fucking love working with them. And it's not just the person at the company, it's the actual body of work and that I can most help them, I'm most passionate about. It's usually, this is just the one you want to like work with. And then the way that you get more clients is you just go into like, you just find the clones of like these people, say your best client. So if your best client is Nancy, right? So let's say your best client is Nancy. Then you just use AI and shit in Sales Nav and just work it out. And you're like, okay, how do I find more Nancys? And how to just reach out and give and send a case study of how I helped Nancy. And so then you just find the people, and you don't even have to like start posting and saying that, oh, I only help this niche now. You could just start doing personal branding, building posts anyway. But like you just go to them in the DMs, and then you start talking to them and get on a few. And then when you build the confidence, then you're like, okay, I help these people. But just know that like, when you post online, you can just like change your niche and stuff, and people just forget anyway. Like unless you've been doing it for a long, long, long time. But even then, people have very small attention spans. And if it's not relevant to their niche, they're not going to read it anyway. Like maybe if they want a sticky beak with you and they've known you for a while, but it doesn't really matter. So they're kind of like the 5 levels of content, which the AI below will help you kind of assist these. Now, cool. So Yeah, so we went through like what the trust is, what actually personal brand is. I want to show you an example of a post I did too last night that went really well. And then it includes multiple of these things within the personal brand. So let me pull it up now. I think it's quite good. And I was pretty proud of this post and I was happy with it because it just took me like 5 seconds to put together. So I'll just read it out. So let me pull it down here. So I just recorded a 5-hour free LinkedIn niche course, which is what I'm doing right now. How 2,000 follower accounts can make $500,000 a year. Want it? Comment niche and I'll share the post in 24 hours. It covers how to create content that gets inbound leads, how to turn your profile into a landing page, how to get AI to write your content. Also, tip for content, put a spelling mistake in purpose. People then don't think it's AI, although I did just write this post anyway. Want it? Comment niche and I'll share it to you post in 24 hours. PS, can't wait, have an entire book on here for free. And then the big key thing here is the image, which is the tribal object. It's me at home with a light in the back showing my quality setup. So like I've invested in this, and then the fucking cables everywhere, so it looks like I'm doing stuff, and I'm pointing at a recording, which is like an editing thing, and there's a thing on the other page. And so this like signifies, and so if we go look at this post, okay, what parts does it signify in here? Live credibility, you've actually been there. Well, I'm recording this over multiple days for 5 hours, and like that's a big thing. And then motive transparency, why do you care about this niche? I don't think the motive transparency matters as much within this post, just because it's the sheer fact that I've spent that long doing it, so it shows that I care. But it doesn't have to have all of these in there. Constraint alignment, you live in a real human life. Well, I think what works really well is like I've got cords and shit everywhere. And so it just shows that like I'm human, which people are. Consistency, you show up the same way over time. Well, I post like every day on LinkedIn. I've done it mostly. Skin in the game. Well, I have skin in the game. Status calibration, you're ahead of me, you're not above me. The image also does that. It shows that. And then I've also like, values priority. You know what you stand for and what you're against. And so you can kind of see that through, how 2,000 follower accounts can make $500,000 a year. So I'm like, you don't need lots of followers. And so you can see what I stand for and I stand against, which is really key. And so you can see that kind of like within the post. There's better examples than that, but you're trying to like weave all this into it. And then we've got obviously like what creates recognition and trust. This is a good one to copy paste and remember to, and then the 5 content levels. Cool, I'm gonna have some coffee and then we'll get to number 9. This is the best coffee in the world. Well, they changed the cup? No, they didn't. It's just amazing. And I moved like really close to it, which is great. Cool. So number 9, let me remove this, is how to get people to trust you on LinkedIn so they want to buy from you. It's really simple. So trust isn't one decision, it's a sequence. And the reason cold outbound is brutal, but referrals are easy is that cold leads needs the full sequence and referrals skip most of it. So remember from the beginning, the purchase likelihood engine from earlier. Purchase likelihood equals offer viability plus recognition to trust, which we just went through, times trust utility, which is how much they trust you, times timing. Everything in this needs to feed the RT variable. Trust is the multiplier most of you are missing. So I wrote a book called Fuck Selling, Build Trust like earlier this year. Obviously, I didn't write it myself. My AI brain wrote it, and I just like obviously edited the whole thing. It went pretty well, and it's called Fuck Selling, Build Trust, How to Get Clients Without Feeling Like a Manipulative Weirdo. In it, I argue many different things within it, but I talk about this one thing called the 6 gates of trust. And how do I find the 6 gates of trust? It was a big thing. The trust has structure, the 6 gates, yeah. So trust, and so I kind of argue within it that trust is more of a progression and not an event, and that you kind of need to walk through 6 locked doors in order to build trust. And I'll draw this out for you, and it's going to take a little bit of time, but it's once you learn it, you'll fully understand. You'll be like, okay, well, now I understand why referrals work, and I understand why my content's not working, and I understand why DMs aren't working. But now I totally get why, I just chatted to Nick, like literally yesterday in our community. Like Nick, he's gotten way more clients from this post. He actually wrote it to me. I'll share it with you in my testimonials chat. This is where we keep all our testimonials from clients. Cool. Where is Nick's one? Yeah, Nick. He's like, Fave's close to instant, but I have a good offer. Use the couple of 606, bring me 15 new clients in a week. Wow. He told me somewhere else that specific post that he did got him more than 3 clients. I got to find it somewhere. But yeah, 15 clients in a week. He's just a fucking G. Anyway, but what was I going to say? I forgot. Oh yeah, trust. Cool. So we're going to talk through like the 6 gates of trust, how they work. And this is like really important. I've chatted about this before and a lot of my clients know about it. And this is like how we engineered our kind of a LinkedIn DM software around it too. So 6 gates of trust, 6 gates of trust. So what is this? 6 gates of trust. Cool. And I call it kind of the stranger to trusted advisor spectrum. But like really when you think about like a human being, either they're a stranger or they're what I like to call an identity ally. And so a stranger, like you don't trust a stranger for a bar of soap. You don't know them, you don't trust them, right? If they're completely nothing to do with what you do, unless you're just a very nice human being, you don't trust them. And then on the other idea is an identity ally. An identity ally is, for example, like I would consider myself an identity ally for Alex Hormozi and his advice because I have like his stuff there, which I've used and then told other people. And identity ally is where referrals get kicked in. And so the way you can build trust is through content plus conversations, plus just then word of mouth, right? So this is the way that trust gets built. You create stuff and they consume it like you are right now, and you might trust me more, you might trust me less. I don't know, I got some strong values. You talk to people on DMs, on Zoom, in person, wherever, and other people, word of mouth, they say good things about you. Ways to build trust. And also like the mechanisms that happen is we've also just got obviously time plus touches. So like, you know, if you've known someone for a period of time, you just tend to trust them more. It's just how it happens within your brain because they've taken up more brain space. You've thought of them more and stuff. And then just like how many interactions do you have? And what's the depth of interactions? Because a brief DM chain isn't as depth as in person. And so that's why, you know, back in the day, or a lot of people, like my father-in-law only meets people, he does Zooms, but he just goes to see people in person and understands things that probably us youngerish people don't, even though I'm not young, but I'm younger than him. And so the goal of your like entire business really is like, you've got the tribe of people you're reaching out to. So let's pretend that I am a physiotherapist and I sell to people who are in CrossFit, who are in Sydney's Northern Beaches, who are dads, right? So let's pretend that within this there might be, and let's say not use Northern Beaches. Let's just use let's just say Sydney, right? Because it might not be. And I think Northern Beaches would be enough. This is a good one. I've used this before, right? So within this, so what is my goal? If I'm selling to these people, I want to become like the known person within here. So like everyone comes to me. And if I say I'm a physio for dads that do CrossFit in the Northern Beaches, and I just say that on my banner, people will just come to me anyway, even if they don't know me, right? Because they'll just immediately identify and recognize who you are. But like, if I'm trying to do this, my whole entire goal is like, let's say that there's like, you know, 1,000 men that, you know, are on the Northern Beaches. It's funny because Kevin Kelly's 1,000 True Fans essay, but like, let's say there's 1,000 men on Sydney's Northern Beaches. Well, I want all of them to trust me a shit ton, and they'll tell each other. Then I become like the micro niche within that. And it's just like how most businesses start. And the best way to start is like, just go out there and start helping people. That's really it. Find people who you think you can help with the skills you've got and just begin. Like that's it. And just pick a small group of people and go out there and just give value. But like when we think about it, we want to get like, you know, all these 1,000 people from, they think I'm a stranger to like, they all fucking love me and they tell each other about me. That's like what we're trying to do. And so with your business and with content and DMs in this video, I'm trying to move people across to eventually get to the point where they're like, hey, I would like to work with Matt, or I tell other people about Matt. And like a good example of this is like, there's a guy, we closed like an $18,000 deal via WhatsApp chat, which is pretty crazy. No sales call, broke limits of what I thought existed. But anyways, but the person who came, they'd never chatted to me before, never seen my content. They just asked a friend, and the friend had never bought anything from me, but the friend had used my free content and made money. Like literally, I'll show you an example, right? So let me go here. So this person who joined our program, Sarah, let me show it. So like, for example, Sarah, hey, thanks for your advice. I got to grow my consulting business from $0 to $6,000 in the past year. Hopefully I get accepted in your AI Second Brain Bootcamp. And so would love to learn more from you. I think grow my consulting business from, hey, thanks to your advice. Yeah, she said, thanks to your advice. And so like, she's followed my free stuff. So even before she paid me, she's like, and by the way, this is like, if you want some proof, how many people we've helped, blah, blah, blah. You can't really fake Slack. Oh, I could AI fake this thing, but like, this is, even up to, we've just got like 3 years of this. It's pretty cool. Just trying to find a way how to like show this. But like, so like, let me go back. And so when we're looking at trust, yeah. And so the example I had was like, there's this guy and he'd followed my free stuff and made money. And then one of his friends was like, who's the best person you know on LinkedIn? I really need help. And he's like, this Matt guy's the best. And chatted to the guy on WhatsApp, and then he paid 18 grand. And so like, that's why giving value helps. Like, even if you don't buy from the person, like think about like within our brains, we only have a certain amount of attention span within our day. And so if someone else can tell others about your stuff, like that's really like the best thing that you can do, because you get a distribution channel that is like a distribution channel that you don't really even pay for, which is great. And you do that from helping people. That's why with this video, like I'm hoping that I can help people so much they didn't tell other people about the video. You know what I mean? But like, cool. But then there's 6 gates. So we've come to the conclusion that like you build content, you talk to people, and then other people tell you about their stuff. That's what actually, builds trust. What happens, and then you need to spend time with people and give touches. So like me spending time with you now, I don't have to physically be here because there's a parasocial relationship. And so there's 6 gates of trust that human beings must walk through in order to trust you. And I'm going to show you here why referrals, how referrals work, and why most businesses who build off referrals, they can't get organic content and Facebook and stuff to work. And it's not the lead gen company's fault. It's like your fault, but you just don't know it's your fault. So the first thing, in order to trust someone, the first thing you think to yourself is, you're like, is this real? So this is the first gate. It's like, this is like where human beings filter for bots, AI scrapers, dodgy profiles. Most cold DMs profiles fail here. A profile photo looks AI generated. The headline doesn't make any sense. Comments are clearly written by ChatGPT. And so this is where you need to like humanize everything, because humans are like, they're literally just like, is this even real? I'm just checking if it's recording. It's recording. Yeah, they're just like, is this real? Is it real? If it's not real, you don't trust it. And it's like, and so that's just the first, like the threat detection gate that happens within our brain. And this is a thing that I have to overcome a lot with my content, because like people are like, this guy's full of fucking shit. Like, because my whole industry is like dodgy. The whole lead gen marketing is like one of the dodgiest industries out there. It's like not quite the bottom, which is like multi-level and network marketing and like Amway and World Ventures and shit, but it's nearly there. So it's a really hard industry to be in, to come across authentic. Hence why I record these super long form videos that you can't fake. And hopefully listen to this, you're like, oh fuck, this guy knows what he's talking about. Now, the next number 2, when you get through, is the one where it's called, is this for me? So people see the content and they're like, okay, this is real and legit. Is this like something that might be for me? Like, and I don't even need to say for me, and just say me. Is this something that might be for me? Because like you're thinking, okay, cool, it might be a legit real post, but like, I don't have any like relation to it. So I'll give you an example. So let's just like run through LinkedIn now, and I'll like look at the feed. So I hope I can pronounce your name. So the reason I'm looking at this is, I probably wouldn't look at this post, but because I know her, we've chatted, and she was in our program actually. I'm pretty sure she's in it right now. Like I would look at it because I know, but if I look at this, right, nothing in here is pulling me as like it's for me, because there's nothing in this post that has any relation. So it's not a threat, it's not novelty. It looks like a report, and like it's not identifying something to do with me. So Matt Barker, I look at this because I know Matt and I've chatted to him and he's a good dude. Now, 1% low fat chocolate milk versus Fairlight high protein. One glass has 20 grams of carbs. The other one has this. I don't really know Sherry at all. And I probably wouldn't look at this because like the reason I'd look at it is because I'm making Nutri-Creamy ice creams lately, but I wouldn't really look at it because Fairlife is like a US thing. And so I wouldn't really look at it. Even this, I'm not going to look at it because it just looks like an ad. And when your ad looks like an ad, people don't click on it. And this is a huge thing within copywriting. So completely ready to give up on LinkedIn. I don't trust this. I don't trust the strap photos. I'd probably look at it because if I see LinkedIn in a post, I'm trying to look at what people similar to me who do. Laptop magnet stand. No, I wouldn't look at this because I haven't got an affiliation towards it. This looks like an ad. It's funny as well. Like yeah, I wouldn't look at this like at all. I reject clients. I might look at this because it's the LinkedIn DMs thing and it's got something to do with me. So you can see how I'm like, what has something to do with for me? I probably won't look at this. I might look at this because I know Lara Costa and her stuff. I wouldn't look at this because I don't have any affiliation toward it. I've seen Anisha's stuff before, and I remember an employee that we had was friends with her, and so I might look at her stuff. Anastasia's in our program, and so I would definitely look at her. Met her in person, I'd probably read that. So this one here looks like an ad. So it's like, Jacob, I don't know him that well, but I've seen his stuff, and it's really funny. And he always uses watermelons and stuff, which is funny. Yasmin, I know this guy, chatted him a few times. Seems like a good dude, never met him though. Great at content. And consistency of brand has been really good, but you can see how like, fuck, what is this? 660. I'd probably look at this just based off the novelty of it. LinkedIn is telling me I'll burn in hell to save my soul. This is fucking funny as. I don't know how this post didn't get more engagement. This is fucking hilarious. This is hilarious. I think the reason why it may not have gotten stuff is because if you post like skin images of people and also images sometimes of other people, LinkedIn doesn't push it too. But like you can see how it's like the stuff I'm going to stop on and the stuff I'm not going to stop on. Like, cause it has something to do with me and like who I am. And so, and that's what's like, it's really key when you're building trust. So is this for me? And then, so the next stage of building trust after this is for me is like, is this for me? Then it's like, can you solve my problem? Or it's really like, it's the snowflake gate. So when we go snowflake gate, the reason I say this is because every human being in the world thinks that they're a little special snowflake. And that because of that, you don't understand the nuances of my problem. If you know what I mean. So that's where like niching down really matters. And niching down also matters when it comes to risk, which is the next point. So, because if I go to like content, well, do you understand my very specific, unique situation? Well, Nick does, because he's shared something in the world. Like, and so they're like, the trust keeps increasing as they go through. The same as Beck, right? She's posting about this inland rail thing. Well, the only person that's really going to give a shit about it is like, obviously anyone in Australia could, but like the inland rail project. So you can see how special snowflake and even like Richard, like getting a seat at the table. This is probably like, a lot of people like in corporate affairs might go home to their wife and be like, I don't know how to fucking get a seat at the table. I feel like I have no decisions. That's a word or a phrase that they would say. And this is why Richard, even this post got so much engagement. He's gone like, corporate affairs. Can we quickly walk through the comms for Tuesday's redundancy announcement? Like, this is something that these people would like think about. Because so he's like, you understand my special snowflake situation. You don't have to be the person. You just have to understand the world. And so when I post about financial planner stuff or different niches on LinkedIn, I can say it in a way where I do understand the world because I've experienced it. It's like when you go to a country or you live there for a period of time, it's like eventually you get to the point where you're like, I understand it. Like my brother-in-law's been living in Bulgaria for a while. He can kind of like, people think he's Bulgarian because like he just speaks a little bit fluent with the saying hello and all that kind of stuff. And then they like immediately know, okay, you've been here for a while. Like it's a thing. And all right, and then we got number 4, which is risk. So risk. So, and this is like people, you're kind of like, you're going, okay, is this real? Is this for me? Do you understand my special snowflake situation? And then is this safe? All right. So cool. And I've got a really good story for this one. And I love how that my AI second brain brought up the story. Is this safe? And so this is one where it's like, even if you get all the words right, if you fuck this up, you fuck it up. And so I'll walk you through. So I've got my client Pranjal, really cool. Helped him go from like no money to like literally no money in 4 months on LinkedIn to like, 30, 40, $50,000 a month. And he's a fucking workaholic, epic dude, right? And so like the issue he had one time though, is he called me, he's like, Matt, none of my leads are converting. I don't know what's going on. Like, can you really help me? Can we get on a call? And I was like, all right, dude, let's get on a call. I don't usually do that all the time, but I just like, he's someone who's put in the work. So I respect that. And so I'll come back to you. Like the beginning of this year, he said in January, he's like, all right, in January, I'm sending 3,000 DMs. So, you know what I mean? It's crazy. And so I was like, all right, I'll get on a call. And so we get on a call And he's there chilling, I'm chatting, and he's like, dude, I can't close any deals. I don't know what's going on. My close rate's happening. I'm still booking calls. What's happening? And I was just like, all right, dude, are you like, let me just first see if I can find a thing. Yeah, I can find it. Yeah, I said, dude, are you taking calls like where you are right now on Zoom? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, so you're sitting there on the call with a cap on, with like a singlet or it's like a t-shirt, and then in the background was his unmade light blue bed in his childhood bedroom. And he's like, yeah, well, I came back from Canada, India to spend some time with my parents, and so I've been taking calls from here. And I was like, all right, I'm going to tell you what to change. And I literally said to him, I was like, all right, when you get on your call tomorrow, put on a collared shirt, no cap, brush your hair, and put on a virtual background. Did it, messaged me on WhatsApp the next day, and he's like, holy shit, I fucking closed a deal. I closed a $5,000 deal. And I'm like, it's because like people, like, he said all the right things. So he was like texting him beforehand. He's real. His content makes sense. Like, he understands my situation. He's worked with other people. He's got a lot of clients and a lot of experience. Then they get on the call and the risk just fires. It's just gone. And especially if you're a young person, like, you have to, like, I remember I worked with this kid. I didn't work with him. I got on a call with him one time because someone said to chat to him, Liam. He might be 17 or 18 now. He was 15 and he was like making like $20,000, $30,000 a month. And at the time, like, I remember chatting to him, and like he purposely had been making his voice deeper. Like, obviously his voice cracked and stuff, but like he learned how to speak like maturely. And that's something where I go on the calls, like, I wouldn't think that you're that age. And this is why I grow a mustache, right? Like, I have to look a little bit older because otherwise I've got a mad baby face, even though I'm 35. But like, risk is everything. And this is the same for this one. This, you know, if you wear this on Sydney's Northern Beaches, risk is high. You don't belong in my world. You don't understand the culture. And that's where cultural kind of nuancy comes in. And this is where, you know, usually for a lot of people's content, unless you really understand the tribes you're marketing to, this is where you got to talk to people, usually. So like they're going to assess the risk, but usually at this point, like you understand my special snowflake, this is usually done through content and this is done through DMs on the other side. Because like, then you're going to talk to people so they understand the risk. Now, people who have very specific exclusive tribes that they work with though, is if I go through like even Richard or any of these people, especially say Nick's post as an example, where is it? So Nick, through this one post, he also through risk, like they've already assessed that there's no risk. There's no risk because he totally gets the world. And this is why, because this is the issue where like when people send like this like random cold DM out of nowhere here, like someone's like, number one is like, if it's a pitch slap that sucks, it's not even real. They think you're a VA and it's not even real. So you immediately fail and you actually go to negative trust. You go negative trust. But like if you fire all these things across, you can get to the point where like they start talking to you on this level. But the issue where most people who like, when people have built their business off referrals, for example, if someone refers you in from word of mouth, you just slot in right here at number 4. Like you literally, they're just getting on the call. They're just saying, they're doing the weirdo test and seeing if they're going to make a decision. So this is why when most people close deals, they get on the call, hey, how you doing? A bit of pleasantries, and they go through the proposal, pitch deck or whatever they've done, and they make a proposal and they send it to them, and then they wait and see what happens. Like, and it's just stupid. Like, but because then you try to like cold DM people and you run Facebook ads and stuff, and then the person comes in here, but then you've got this much more trust to build, but you're only doing the one sales meeting. And so if you sell from cold email and that, or, you know, and unless you have your tribes and niches dialed, which most referral only businesses don't, like you need to spend more time with the prospect and educate them more so that they can trust you. And that's literally the whole entire reason why this whole service-based economy, people can't grow the business. It's literally this. It's actually really simple. But people like Nick and Beck and stuff, what they've done is like, they're so tribal and so niche that when they get on the call with someone, all the person's assessing is like, do I make this decision right now? And I know this because like I've engineered someone to give me 20 grand via a WhatsApp chat. You know what I mean? Like the guy who I'm going to talk about in a second, he takes $36,000 without even talking to anyone. Like, and that's when you know you've really built this trust up when they fully trust you. And so the next part is just the now decision making. And that's all it is. Like someone's assessing within their mind. They're just like, okay, is now a good time? So explicit commitment ask. Most coaches avoid this. I don't know why it says coaches. Most humans avoid this. They think, they dance, they wait for the prospect to volunteer to commitment. Doesn't happen. The script, are you saving time and money, are the only blockers? Yes, cool, let's solve the problem together right now. So really they're just saying, is now a good time? And there's multiple different things which can say now is a good time, which, comes into like the timing and stuff like that. But, sometimes people even don't take the leap where your offer's perfect, but they don't even believe in themselves and they don't even have high enough self-trust, which is a whole other basket of building trust, which I can get into later on. I'm not going to do in this video because that's going to open up a fucking 3-hour video on building self-trust and keeping the promises you make to yourself. But like, that's the now section. So usually this is where the money gets exchanged. Here, this is the money, the dollar. All right. And then from here, then when you start working with them, then do they embody in part of you in them? So do they start talking and using your frameworks? And so do they and do they use your frameworks and they tell other people about you? And this is connected to actually I'll keep the money thing there. Money should be green. And then the money, and this is where it comes to the word of mouth. And then this is where you build the engine of like what happens. Essentially, yeah. So this is beautiful. So this is the 6 gates of trust. And so an example of this would be like, say Chester, as an example, who I worked with, who's a sleep scientist, who was posting on LinkedIn in like November. And we're now working together nearly 6 months, but in Jan and Feb, he was just booking fuck tons of meetings. And now he's like a phenomenal content creator who gets like, I'm considering asking him to become a coach of writing content on a program because he's just so good. But just from he's an example of someone who tells other people about our stuff. Like another example is like Mundo, who I worked with. He's ranked like #1 financial planner in the US on LinkedIn. Nearly 50,000 followers. That's sick. But I helped him go from now he's making about $700,000 a year. But I helped him go from 5 calls a month to 20 or 30. And he's literally booked out. He's literally booked out, which is awesome. But yeah, that's, for example, people who tell other people about you, and they'll always send a good message. And so this is kind of how the 6 gates of trust works, or just building trust. And the thing where it happens with the DMs is when I look at the DMs, and I've analyzed my own DMs, is just usually the way you close clients is it usually, when I've looked at deals, and I don't take sales meetings anymore, although I booked 5,000 sales meetings from LinkedIn through DMs and through content and through lead magnets and all that kind of stuff. So I walk the walk. We just cut out sales meetings because I don't want to do meetings anymore. And I don't want a sales team to do meetings. I'd rather just get my sales team to be community managers to help clients. Makes more sense. But, I remember looking up, and it was an average of 26 exchanges back and forth in a message. And where it's they message, I message them. And it was usually over 1 to 4 months of just chatting. Because the conversation you have builds trust. Literally, it builds trust. So I've got a lot of people who have I've been following you. We chatted 2 years ago. My other thing didn't work out, or I joined another program or whatever. And then we start working together. And it's literally it. And so people think about the DM exchanges I'm just going to book a call. No, it's it's a trust building thing. It's if you go to, I don't understand why in the definition of LinkedIn, it's LinkedIn networking platform, right? It's an online networking platform for professionals. It literally says what it is, and everyone doesn't treat it like that. So online networking platform for professionals to talk to each other. And so if we ask AI, what is the definition of networking? You're not even doing what the definition of the platform says. Hey, can you just tell me what the definition of networking is, and how, just the psychology of networking and how it actually works. And then I'm assuming, and then just tell me what LinkedIn is and how that's a networking platform. And what networking literally is to build trust and have conversations with people to give them value. That's it's in the definition of the thing. Networking is a practice of building and maintaining relationships with other people for mutual benefit. It's the deliberate cultivation of web of connections. On the psychology of it, several well-studied place. There's psychology of reciprocity, there's strength of weak ties, trust and familiarity, social proof and reputation. Also, as for LinkedIn, it's a social networking platform designed around professional identity and relationships owned by Microsoft. Think of it as the digital infrastructure for everything described above, applied to career and business. Each person has a profile to function as a living resume, blah, blah. It works because you're talking to each other. in the definition, but people don't just talk to other people. They just try to like push their agenda on them. It's not like a sales platform. People haven't given you permission to like just pitch them. It's actually insane to me. Like, I don't understand. Like, and so the goal is like in your DMs, you're talk, and like within actually I'll show you Link Ninja, our LinkedIn DM tool, which you can't get it in the public now, only people in our program can. But like, it's literally the way we've engineered and built it is how to have good quality conversations to build trust over time with people. Like, that's literally how the tool works. Opening, you're chatting to them, you've qualified them, you discovered closing in one. And my ones aren't actually accurate, or they can see I've had a lot of fucking conversations. But like, you can see what I mean. It's like the goal is to talk to them and you move them through stages of trust. And this is gate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And this is not 5 because this goes away. But like, it's usually gate 1, they've already passed. So we've got gate 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. It's like the 6 gates of trust is literally built into this, of like how you can actually like help people. And so it's like, and that's the whole goal. It's like, you want to have a whole inbox of people who trust you. It's literally, I don't understand like why people don't do this. It's just actually crazy to me. Like, why are you just pitching and you're burning it? And I'll tell you the reason why. Or the issue of what they're doing wrong is it's this thing called burning the patch. And it's really well known in sales. So here's the cost of failing gates 1 and 2 with cold outbound. Every shitty cold DM puts you at a -5 trust with the prospect. So you go to -5. -5. You're like, fuck this person. Like, think about the political or like celebrities you hate and you don't trust them for a bar of soap. That's it. And so burning the patch, you usually like can't sell them for a year. Microsoft beats Zoom in enterprise sales because Zoom burned their entire patch with generic spam emails. One ugly outreach equals 1 year of productivity. So what I mean by burning the patch is like, I used to work at Zoom Video Communications, like to sell Zoom, and like what a lot of salespeople would do is like, this is how like kind of what happens in sales, and there's a thing called burning the patch, right? So in a year in sales, let's say this is 12 months, right? Months. And it changes between every company. And then within sales, there's obviously, there's 4 quarters in a year. So there's Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. And someone's calling me. I thought my phone was on Do Not Disturb. It was. But yeah, so Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. And like, that's Jan to March and all that kind of stuff. A lot of the time, you might get given like, 300 accounts in your patch. And accounts are the people you can sell to. But like what might happen is like, you might lose, these 100 accounts if you don't sell to them or do any activity or whatever, and they might go to someone else the next quarter because commission is paid like quarterly. So your target is given quarterly. So what people do and salespeople do is then when they get right to the end of the patch, a couple of weeks before, is they just spam fucking 5 or 10 generic emails to everyone at the entire account base to see if they can just get the low hanging fruit of people buying. But then everyone else just gets really pissed off and like, fuck these people, I'm never going to buy from them. And that's what happens to people on LinkedIn is like, they don't understand this thing. And then they'll go to some person who does cold outreach and they'll just go, and I remember I chatted to a lady who sold into lawyers. I can't remember what she did. And she wrote me an essay message after I said, do you need some help with LinkedIn? And she's like, yeah, I went with this company. They emailed and DM'd everyone automatically. I didn't know what was happening. And they emailed like 20 people from this one company. And I got so many upset messages. I didn't even know what was going on. And that kind of destroyed my reputation. And like, that's why, young people promote cold email because like they don't have a reputation. And so they just like fucking spam it out. And it's like, I'm just gonna make sure my phone's on silent. Because this is crazy. I got my phone on deep work. You can't fucking call me. What's going on? All right. So, one sec. Yeah, so like, and they don't have reputations, so they just like spam people because they can just delete their LinkedIn account and start again. So they don't understand the cost associated with it. This is why it's really dangerous giving someone who doesn't understand. And this is why a lot of people have been burned, especially by lead gen companies. Because the other person, and it's not because people are evil. Like the young person sitting there is like, oh, why wouldn't I send like 10,000 cold emails to this whole entire patch of people? Like, who cares if they like, don't get back to you or whatever? Because like, they don't know me, I don't know them. And like, and I can get them clients. And so they just send it out and they do a lot of volume. And most small businesses just don't do enough volume of outreach. That's why they just can't grow. And they just do it and it works and it's the correct thing, but they don't understand that like the opportunity cost, you know what I mean? It's like when we think about like, you know, us living life in a first world country, it's like, you know, I just go buy coffee every day, even though this like goes into the trash and which destroys the environment. But like, I don't really think about that. And so like, it's just this orientation that, you know, for every use of energy, there's some extraction somewhere that happens. So you just don't really know what that actually is. And there's more like disbenefit to benefit. And so that's what's really key, because at Zoom, I remember like, this is not naming anyone or anything, but like people would do that. And I'm pretty sure I did that too, because I didn't understand what burning the patch was. Yeah, I did that. I sent 80,000 emails in a year at Zoom to a whole bunch of people. Although the email was really nice. It just said, hey, I'm Matt from the Zoom Sydney office. You need some help with your Zoom account. Easiest email ever. And when you've got a brand like Zoom in COVID and just after COVID, everybody wants to talk to you. That's why strength of brand is so key. So, all right, cool. So I've got a few things left. I could really get a motor through this. I might get another coffee in a sec. So next up is why what you know about your audience is worth more than any tool you'll buy. All right, this one's going to be really key. So hopefully you got that. And obviously you can rewind back and you can go through it. But the 6 gates of trust is a big thing that I teach within the book. I think if you click the link below, you can get access to all my books. Although if you literally just type in like library.sevenfigcreators.com, you just get access to all the books for free. Literally. I told you, I'm just giving away everything because it doesn't matter, because I want to sell you my software and I want to show you how to build an AI second brain, because, you know, check this bad boy out. It looks so fancy to everyone who doesn't use Obsidian. But like how I create everything is through this. It's pretty wild. And then MattGPT, which I showed you before. But, all right, let's go through. So why what you know about your audience is worth more than any tool you'll buy. So everyone's chasing prompts and tools, better ChatGPT prompts, the new Claude model, the latest AI agent, a framework, wrong layer. The real moat is invisible. It's the data you've got built about your audience. So where this comes into play is with AI right now. Everyone's heard of what's called context windows. And so let's go through this super easily. So and I'm not a techie person, but just let me go through this. So if we look at, there was GPT-3, right? GPT-3, it could hold 4,000 tokens in its memory. Let's just pretend a token is a word, and it's not, but it is. Let's pretend, very simply. GPT-3, the model, could only remember this much stuff. And with tokens, it just means memory. So you remember back in the day, you'd use ChatGPT and just forgot everything. So it'd give you this like okay answer and forgot shit, and it kind of sucked. It's because it can't remember the conversation. Yeah, so you know when you get on a long chat with Claude or ChatGPT and you're going and then it's just fucking lost it and you're like, what happened? How can you not remember? It's because it forgot, and so then it just uses the essentially the LLM it's got to then come up with the answer. And so this is what's changed over time. And then what's happened is like I think I'm just going to go through the different models, and I took this here off the news. There was Claude 2, for example, and it had 100,000 tokens. And so then it can remember like loads of stuff. And then it goes Claude 2.1, and then Google announced Gemini 1 million. And so I think the current Claude 1, which is like 4.7 on your desktop, it has like 1 million tokens window. And then there's down here, you can see there's like, 2 million for developers. Mag Develop does this 100 million. Meta open source has 10 million. So now obviously, Llama, or Llama, what you call it, can do 10 million. And I don't use that one. This is 10 million. 10 million here. So when you look at this, there's been a 2,500 times jump in the amount that AI can remember. And why this matters is because then if you've been in an industry for a long time. So if I go to Beck as an example, right? She's been in industry and everything for a long, long, long time. And through her lived experience of just growing up with a cotton farm, she'd have so much data and information that nobody else would have from her lived experience. And so what's happening, why AI can write good content now and why it can put everything together is because it can remember everything in one go. Like before it would go here to forget, go here to forget. It's a fucking goldfish. And then maybe it went to an orangutan and now it's like to a human, and the next is going to go to like cyborgs, right? And like humans can remember a certain amount of stuff. We can recall things. AI before can recall. Now it can hold like, let's pretend 1 million words of chunk in its brain. And obviously there's new models and it's just going to keep expanding and remembering more, right? Until it can probably remember everything of the whole human experience, and then we're all fucked. But like, that's what's actually happening right now. And so because of that, what you really want to be doing is you want to be like taking all of your data and all of your stuff and building out all the information and research documents of everything you've done. So like what I do is I show clients how to build an AI second brain. And but for example, and when I'm building the second brain, I use the metaphor of a kitchen just because it's just easier. But like, for example, this is everything about me. And if AI knows everything about me and it then knows everything about the people I serve, and it's got all my content of all time and all my sales calls and all my DMs and all my Zoom calls, and then all like, my newsletters and every chat, GPT and Claude conversation I've ever had, then it can make assumptions and do things and kind of act as like a second nervous system where it knows what I want. And sometimes it knows what you want better than what you do. It's crazy, the self-introspection that you can do. And so because of this, what you really, whoa, that's fucking crazy, right? It just trips me out when you see it, right? And so that's why building out the information about the tribe you serve, called your tribe dossier, is really important. So this is like the research document on the people that you serve. And because like most of the information and stuff you have is in your head. And so it's like building a practice to get it out of your head. So like my practice of what I do is like each morning I usually like go for a walk. And then from the walk, like I just speak to AI back and forth and just like come up with new concepts and dump things in. And so then it's building a library over and over and over. And then like other things like, Apple, they've got a whole bunch of data and information on you. So does Meta. That's how they can like do predictive things. So, but you want to kind of own this stuff yourself and know these things about you, which I kind of prefer. It's a bit creepy and pretty crazy, but I think that's just the way the world's going anyway. So I'd rather have some knowing, but even then, like AI knows like a million more stuff than we can even know about ourselves anyway. So it's like, it's gone. Like it's gone. Unless you want to live under a rock, right? You can choose that. And so your tribe dossier, and so like putting together all this information about the people you reach out to is just so important. And that's like what I'm showing clients how to build like now, which is really key. We're in like the week 2 of it currently right now. So whenever you watch this video, it's probably like live and ready to rock. But like, yeah, AI second brain. And so like I've got done week 2. I'm just releasing the modules like week by week of just how to build it. Cause it's just really important. And I won't even go into the other stuff there, but like, that's why, why knowing your audience and spending time with them and having Zoom calls with them and taking interviews, videos, the conversations, and just like spending time researching them and putting together your understanding of your niche is just really, really important. And so that's kind of like why that's happening there. And so, okay, cool. And so the next part is I want to walk you through like how focusing on one type of person or just the specific tribe, how it took me from $10,000 to $96,000 months. And so I'll kind of read this through. So there's a guy named Taki Moore. The story I kind of teased earlier. So Taki's helped. So if you go to Taki Moore, really great dude. And I'll tell you the story about how I met him. He's helped a lot of people. I kind of want to be like him for LinkedIn, you know what I mean? Because I want to be the same thing. So Taki Moore, low key, don't really know. A lot of people won't know who he is. Funny story. I actually did CrossFit with him back in 2015, and I owned a cafe with my brother called Little Box Coffee. I'll see if I can pull it up. Little Box Coffee, Newport, Sydney. It'll probably come up with some photos. Whoa, it's got like a Yelp review. Hilarious. Little Box Coffee. Yeah, this is our cafe back in the day. Was that it? No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. Concrete. No, that was our competition. That was, for example, yeah, this is Little Box Coffee. No, that's not. That's Zuby in Newport. Fuck. What's going on? They don't have that many photos. Cool. This is Little Box Coffee. This was our cafe. This was us here. Blah, blah. Oh no, we didn't use Pablo and Rusty's. So someone must have changed the coffee that they used. But like, whatever. This was Little Box Coffee. This was us back in the day. Let me go to all. Let me find it. Yeah, this was us back in the day. Hilarious. So like, I met Taki when I was at Little Box Coffee. I owned it with my brother for a couple of years. He used to come in. He's had 6 kids, and I had no idea what he did. We trained CrossFit together at CrossFit Athletic at Monavale, I think it was called. Before it was CrossFit Bodie. And like, we formed a relationship. Or we just came, whatever, friends through that. But I don't really know what he did. And what am I thinking about? Yeah, then he ended up going away, and he traveled around the world with his family. Which was pretty great. Hey, that's a sick new video. He traveled around the world with his family, and he took like a nanny with them too, which was pretty cool. But then kind of when I was starting my business back in So I started my business in November 2022. I lost like 180 grand at the start. I just way overspent so much money and had all my expenses, and it was just, I didn't want to get into it. It's fucking crazy. But then I started getting, I remember in November, so we look at like so let's say I started my business in November 2022. So then I sent a message to Taki. I won't be able to pull it up. I sent a message to Taki saying, yo, you're a business owner. Can you, I wonder if I have it, the message here. Can you give me some advice? And he sent me back a DM of him in his hammock. I might even have it right here. He sent me a video of him in his hammock where he was literally just giving me advice for like a minute and a half, which is pretty funny. But then, my messenger, I've deleted Facebook off my phone because I don't use it. But and which was really funny. But then I started getting served his ads, and then by eventually I think it was like May 2023, I was like, man, I want to give this coaching thing a go, because all within here I tried like fucking a million different business models. This is how I know the rule of one actually works. And then I joined there, and then I remember it was I think it was like probably August or just July or August 2023. I then launched a program and decided LinkedIn's my thing. It's the only thing I'm not going to sell. I'm not going to sell cold calling. I can't pull it up because I haven't downloaded Facebook, so I could show the conversation later maybe. But like, and August 2023, and I was like, okay, I'm going to launch my program. And when I'm going to focus on LinkedIn, only helping small business owners, whole story there, I won't get into it. And here, and then in, I think it was December 2023, this is when I made $96,000 in a month. And what really happened is he taught me a thing called the 5 1s. And this is really like, I've expanded on this 5 1s a lot. And I've taught in his program 3 times on LinkedIn. I'm known as like the #1 LinkedIn expert in the whole thing. I've coached many 7, 8, and 9 figure founders on LinkedIn too. Probably should talk about that a bit more. It brings up my rep. But like, I'm known as like the LinkedIn guy, because even Taki doesn't even do LinkedIn. But what really kind of like mattered to the whole thing was like, it was the 5 1s. And this is what's so important, especially for social media. And I go really deep onto the tribe stuff on this and functionally how it works and teach people, because yeah. And so what the 5 1s are is like, if you really want to get, it's like saying draw it on the iPad. So the 5 1s are, let's do it on the iPad, it'd be better. Cool. Is there's kind of like a little triangle, right? Oh, I'm not going to do this triangle. And this is like literally how everyone makes $1 million business. And so it's just that you want to go. So the first thing you got to do is you got to pick one target market, one type of people. And this is the tribe. Who the tribes you're marketing to. You pick one product that you're selling, like one thing. That's it. You pick one conversion tool, right, of how you sell to them, one traffic source. And so I'm obviously like talking about conversion tool probably being maybe sales call for you and traffic source being LinkedIn. And then you just do it for 1 year. And that's how you get to $1 million. Literally. And it happened to me, but I did it in 4 months. 4 months to get to $1 million run rate. And yeah, this is like really, really key, just because the reason why this works so well is because there's a low amount of variables within this, and where most people fuck this up, like usually at like, honestly, all the stages, but like usually this one, and like it can be even okay to sell a couple of products, but really it's this one you got to change, because this is where I see people make the most mistakes. And the reason why like most people in Taki's program, especially black belt, and he's helped 650 people be millionaires who are business coaches, right? He only works with business coaches. And how he's helped this many people is because the people usually come into his program, he audits and vets them and only gets some people. They usually were, an example would be, they were a vet, they owned a veterinary practice and they did it for 15 years and they realized they got burnt out and they left, and now all they want to do, because they're an empathetic personality type, is they want to help other veterinary practices build their business. Or another couple I know who, they help people build property portfolios in Australia. Like they usually got a problem that they've experienced it, or they were a hairdresser, now they coach hairdressers. And that's really what it is. And so the reason why people within this program win, even though like I would say 90% of the people in this program, their marketing is really bad. It's like, and that's why I work with a lot of them, 50 of them in our program to help them market on LinkedIn. But a lot of them, their marketing is like really, really bad. It looks cringe. It looks cheap. It's not good. And the reason why they can't elevate past the $1 million a year is literally because of that. It looks cheap. It's like a huge thing. And that's what we're trying to get away from too. But Steve's got it with my business partner with software and stuff, which we're going to. But like that's the issue. And so like when you've got the people you serve down pat, like the other stuff doesn't matter as much. But if you don't have that down pat, like nothing works. And it's just such a big thing. And so, and Taki's governing principle is prune, not add, less is more, which I don't know if it's his overall governing principle, but like it's a really, really important thing. And when I committed to this, you know, I went from like, some months I was making less than that to $96,000 in 4 months. So the lesson isn't the income jump. The lesson is that the system was already there. I just hadn't disciplined myself to one of everything. Most of you have the same thing. The answer's already in your work. You're refusing to narrow. And that's literally it. And most people just, first of all, they just don't know this in general. And the other part is like, I don't know if they just don't know it, but I think it's just within when you, like, let's think about like, just think about this biologically and logically. Like, so before, let's say we go back in the Stone Age, not the Stone Ages, like the Dark Ages, or back a lot of years ago, let's say 1,000 years ago. So what was the only way that you could distribute stuff? Well, it was just in person. And so because of in person, who do you sell to? Well, your village. You can't sell to anyone else. There's not even really trade. It's like, let's go back further. Like, but there's trade, but like, come on, like there's a village. And so what do you become? Well, what do you got skills in? Well, what did your dad do? Like, that's what you choose to do. So there's no choice. Because there's no choice in the matter of what you can do, like these people would build like thriving, good businesses. Now, obviously they probably have more distribution, and we're not even going to talk about how hard it was to exist as a human being back then, but like that was it. There's no choice. But now we just go to now, which is like 2026. So like, how can you distribute? Well, there's 100 ways to distribute. Who can you sell to? 8 billion people in the world. And what skills you want to do, just everything, because you can learn everything on YouTube. And so because of this, it creates the paradox of choice. And because of this, there's too much choice. It's like when you open up Netflix and you're like, I don't know what to do. And it's why you always go back to watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or my wife and I are watching the fucking 17th season of Survivor. It's easy to make a decision. Humans don't like choice. Choice costs energy. It's a thing. It's why I wear the same thing every day. Like, I don't do that because Mark Zuckerberg said to do that. I do that because I was like, I can't even think about what to do. Like, and I just do it. And too much choice is really difficult. It causes paralysis of choice. And every decision that you have to make causes energy. And you're building a certain amount of willpower in your day. And you can increase your willpower by limiting your distractions, and sleeping more increases the amount of willpower that you have. But like, you want to remove this. And so this is what's caused issues. This is one of the things out of many of the things. All right. So let's go to the next bit. And so how many bits have we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. It's not much left. I think what I'm going to do is we got how to build an offer that actually sells. This is a really good one. What I'm going to do before this is I'm going to go eat some food. And so you'll see me come back in 1 second. All right, I'm back. I got a coffee, feeling energized. This is great. Ready to rock. Okay. How to build an offer that actually sells. So some offers are easy to sell, some are torture. The difference isn't price, it isn't market, it isn't talent. It's whether the offer itself is structured to be viable. And so Alex Hormozi's $100 Million Offers book is great. He talks about value equations and stacking bonuses, but he doesn't cover the 4 factors that make an offer viable in the first place. And what I mean by this is that, like, sometimes you're trying to sell, like, for example, if you tried to sell an offer, my dad is a panel beater who's Christian who lives on Sydney's Northern Beaches. So if you picked Christians, Northern Beaches, panel beater, and you said, I want to sell you group therapy, my dad would be like, well, why would I do that? Because on Wednesday nights, I get together with my men's group, and that's when we not really have therapy, but like we get together. So he wouldn't pay for that. And there's things where that just people won't pay for. And I see a lot of people building AI products and tools at the moment. I'm like, no one's going to pay for that. They just use AI with it. And it just doesn't make any sense. And so I want to run you through like what actually makes an offer viable. And again, there's an equation for it. And the reason I love equations is because with an equation, it's either, it could be 0 or it could be a number, right? I don't really know it could be, number, right? And so that means it's either a thing or it's not. It either exists or it doesn't. And with an equation, when you go through this equation where it's like OV times D times C times O times P, if you do a million times a million times a million times 0, it equals 0. Right? And so like so any 0 in there, it equals literally 0. And so when we're looking at the offer equation, and I'll give you like a metaphor for it that will make it really easy to understand. So offer viability equals demand times category times outcome times payment. So let's go through. So we want to think about an offer like a vending machine. Cool. Vending machine. And so when we look at a vending machine, we'll just go vending machine Australia. Vending machine Australia, right? And let's just look at a vending machine. So you've just got the picture over there, right? So this is a vending machine. And this is kind of what's inside. Here's an Aussie vending machine. So like when we're looking at a vending machine, oh, this is a bit of a weird photo. Let's just pretend like you get the gist, right? So there's a vending machine. Now, I remember when I went to the Formula One with my wife, she booked tickets this year. It was great. It was a really funny story. She only booked tickets for the Friday because she thought the race was only on Friday when it's actually the rain race is on Sunday. Super funny. She was annoyed. The website didn't say that. But we went to Formula One. I went for a run in the morning. My wife loves to sleep in because she works pretty hard. And so I went for a run in the morning and I finished the run and I was like thirsty. And when I was thirsty, what this is creates what's called latent demand. And so when I started the run, I wasn't thirsty because I drank a glass of water before I left the apartment or hotel I was staying in. But then when I was going for a run, I had demand. And so I was like thirsty and I was actively searching for a solution for my thing. And so the very big thing is that you want to be selling an offer that people are actively searching for a solution. And for example, like people go, when they'll go, for example, the reason why you do certain YouTube headlines, if you go say how to get consulting clients on LinkedIn, as an example, someone's actively searching, then it goes down here, oh, Matt's video pops up. And so this is what, SEO search, you're trying to predict like what people are searching, and then this SEO search, and this is like a really high performing video that I've got, and it's even 49 minutes, or 50 minutes, which is pretty long, not as long as this one though. And so you want people to be like actively Googling or like actively searching for the thing, and that's why for a vending machine they're actively searching. Like for example, my dog Teddy needs a haircut, and so I've been actively searching, and I realized across the road is like a dog groomer thing, and so I was walking back from my coffee, and I was like, oh fuck. An alarm went off on my phone and it said Teddy haircut, and I was like, oh, it's right there. Instead of calling up on booking online, I'm going to walk in there. So I booked it for next Tuesday at 9:30. And so because I'm actively looking for it. And if people aren't actively looking for your solution, then you just shouldn't make it. And this is a huge issue. When I was chatting to someone who was in our program for a while, like they've built an AI solution, and in my mind I'm like, no one's actively searching for that thing, because a lot of people, what they do is they build things they think they need and not what the market wants. And so it's a big problem. And so and within this video, I'm trying to build something that I know people are trying to find out how to niche. So I'm making the title like that, but I'm delivering you something different. And so I call this the chocolate before the broccoli principle. And so latent demand is really key. You have to have that. Otherwise, if I'm not thirsty, I'm not going to go up to the vending machine and buy a drink. The second thing is you have to be within a category that people like understand even exists. And this is a huge issue for a lot of businesses. And so if I click on the vending machine, we can see here, what are the categories inside the vending machine? So there's water, which is kind of a category in its own, or there's like drinks over here. So we look it up. Can we zoom in? Whatever, let's pretend you can read that. So we look in the fridge, right? And so we've got, you know what we could do? We could just go like this. Select. This would be even easier. Miro. Oh, it always does this with me. Oh, cool, whatever. We've got it on the center of the screen. So we've got what's in the fridge. So we've got the chips. That's the chips category. We've got the chocolate category. We've got the energy drink category. We've got the kind of like up and go. We've got the sports drink, the juice kind of category, and these are obviously all drinks. Then we got the soft drink category and the no sugar one, and then got the water. And so when people go to a vending machine or go to look to buy something, they only buy categories that usually exist because they're already within their mind. And what a lot of people do is they'll make up an offer and they'll say, I'm a nervous system regulation coach. And when someone's looking in the vending machine, they can't find the category. It's something random in the vending machine that you're never gonna buy. And the only time you're gonna buy random shit from a vending machine is if you go to Japan and you're just like, I'm feeling lucky. You remember when Google used to have I'm feeling lucky? You just fucking randomly buy something just because it's funny. But most people are actively looking for something. So it needs to be a category that exists. And so a category examples are you a recruiter? Are you a financial planner? Are you an accountant? Like even LinkedIn lead generation is a category now, but it wasn't a few years ago. AI agency wasn't a category pre-ChatGPT. If you tried to sell that, you couldn't sell it. So categories get created over time. And a good example of a category creation is, school.com has been a category creation for a lot of businesses within the discovery thing. So this is a platform that's created categories. See, AI Automation Society, 375,000 members. I've actually seen this guy on YouTube. Yeah, but you can see how these are categories within it. And School, which is a platforms also create categories. So a community is now kind of a category that they've kind of owned and created. And before school.com, joining a coaching program or a community was kind of a bit weird. And so that you need a category. And so when you go to the vending machine, you need that. Then the next one is you need to know what the outcome is going to be. And so for me, I was in Melbourne, I went for my run. I was thirsty. I went to the thingy-majiggy. I went to the vending machine and I bought a Powerade. And it's different to Gatorade in the US. There's Gatorade here on the right, but I think I bought a Powerade. And that's because I knew what the outcome would be. I'd drink it and I'd have this feeling of quenched thirst when it's happened. And so I know I can expect what I'm going to get from it. And this is a big problem with people using AI because you know how you've got people who are I don't really use AI, and you're like, how do you not use it? But because they can't picture the outcome of what's going to happen when they're using it, because it's such a new tool. It's kind of a random new category in the vending machine, which it is. And so and they can't picture the outcome, what's going to happen, because there's so many possibilities. It's why when you go to Netflix, right? And so you look at the Netflix shows, login screen, right? Let me call it this. It's why when you go to Netflix and then you're clicking around at the different shows and stuff, it's hard to pick what, they put it in categories and you're searching for a type of thing, but if you don't really know what the outcome's going to be. But for example, the reason why we watch Stranger Things again is because we watched the first couple of seasons, so you rewatch Stranger Things. Or the reason why you rewatch shows is because the outcome is expected. And so it feels safe, your threat detection doesn't actually go off. And so that's another big one. Now, the last one is where my dad kind of falls short. It's if you're trying to sell group therapy to my dad, it's payment normalization. And so this is this is offer viability equals. So offer viability equals is payment normalization. For example, when I went to with the vending machine, it's normal for me to pay for a drink from a vending machine. It's normal. But if you took someone from the Roman era and you show them a vending machine, they're like, I don't know what the fuck that is. That's really weird. They wouldn't know how to pay for it. And even with AI, people it's kind of weird to pay for this thing. So why would I pay for tokens? I don't really know what that is. Or my API or credit, what are you going to call it? I can't remember. And so you got to make it normal to pay. And so, for example, for my dad, you could pick panel beaters, Christianity, Christian people, and Northern Beaches. But it's not normal to pay for groups get together, because he just does that with church. Every Sunday he goes and he has a men's group. Why would he pay? And so this is a big thing where it's people create stuff where no one's going to pay for it anyway. And I see this all the time. It kind of really sucks. It makes me really sad. And the only way to know if this is something someone's going to pay for, think about it as the CrossFit mirror. If someone wanted to make a mirror for CrossFit gyms, they're not asking for it. But there is a category, what the outcome is going to be, and it's normal to pay for it, but there's no demand. And so there's many different things you can fit into these, and a million times, a million times, a million times, 0, 0. And so payment normalization is a huge thing. For example, when I went to Europe, I had to pay to go to the bathroom, and I was like, what the fuck is this? This is so weird. But to someone there, it's completely normal. And or I think there's a lot of people, I think in Melbourne, public transport's free, or there's probably places around the world where public transport's free, and then they go to a country where it's paid, and they're like, why am I paying for this? This is really weird. And so, and probably medieval times or back in the day, people had to pay for water, but now you just got to tap. You're not expected to pay for water. Probably places in the world you got to pay for water. And so you're thinking about it like a vending machine, and you're thinking okay, well, what are all these things that actually match to expected reality of what someone wants to buy? So for the demand, it's are they already buying this, or do they have to educate the market on why they should care? And a good example of demand is like 3 years ago, there was no one building personal brands, but now there's a massive demand for it. So markets change over time based off what the demand is. Category. Did the buyer know instantly what kind of thing this is? Coke, Gatorade, Snickers, they know. Outcome, what's the felt result? Not abstract benefit, the result, visceral, measurable thing they walk away with. And then payment. Does the payment context feel normal? A vending machine in the gym's weights area where everyone watches you buy feels weird. So if you have a vending machine in a weights area and you're buying a chocolate bar, you're also going to feel weird. So pricing, packaging, sales process all needs to feel native to the buyer. But if you like selling other things in the gym and it's like if you're selling there's this drink in called a Fit Aid drink. It's a CrossFit thing. There's probably many other drinks too. Fit Aid, like if you it's not that Fit Aid energy drink. Yeah, if you drink a Fit Aid in CrossFit, like it's considered maybe like a flex, but like a good thing. But if you're in CrossFit and you're drinking a Red Bull or a Coca-Cola, and it's actually pretty good for drinking Coca-Cola though, other than the carbonation, but like it's actually good to drink Coca-Cola for extreme workouts and stuff. Like you should be drinking sugars and stuff, but like if you're drinking that, it's not really seen as like the right thing. And is it just normal to pay for it? And so the 4 categories are multiplicative, 0 of any equals 0. Most offers leak on category or outcome. So, and most people, if we go to LinkedIn, like I'm just going to pick on people. I got a really good example to show there. So let's go through and just click on people's profiles. And I'm like in this bucket. So Linda says helping business owners achieve financial fluency. Like people don't really know what that is. It's like, what does financial fluency mean? And even this banner is you can't really see what's going on. Like it should be bigger. Reddit, because imagine I'm looking at it on a mobile phone, I won't be able to read it. But you don't really know what it is. But if we go back to some of the people, so I'll show you Evan's one, which is really literal. Actually, I'll just show you his profile here. Evan Suckman. All right, so we go, I help Canadian university students land 100K consulting roles without 4.0 GPAs. So if you're graduating in 2027 or 2028, DM me in consulting to see if I can help you break in. This is the best LinkedIn profile and banner I've ever seen. Ever. Literally ever. It's just because see how clear it is? It's just so he's even got the Canadian flag in there. It's just fucking brilliant. It's just so good. And it's just because, whether the market for getting people in university to pay is probably another issue because they probably don't have a lot of money. But it's just, you can see how it's just so clear. And that's what you need to do. And so it's going through why I give this all away. Oh, don't worry about that. We can just delete this section. This was going to be me dropping my lead magnet thing here. But and that's what really matters. And so when you're creating your offer, it needs to be viable. And then you can go through Hormozi's book. And then you can because he talks about in the book, it says if your offer's a market validated offer already, use these mechanisms to make it better. And it's fucking phenomenal. I think he redefined a category too, where he made a book. It's literally a textbook. But then you can go through and then you can do, what he does in the start where it's $100 million offers, make offers so good. So he talks about pricing, value creation, create your offer, enhancing your offer, scarcity, urgency, bonuses, guarantees, and naming. That there itself is that's what you do once you've got the offer to enhance it. But people aren't going to buy the thing anyway. So it's something that is just not covered, which should be covered. And when it comes to niching and tribing and stuff is if we go back here, let's say you selected, where is it back here? Let's say you're a physio and you sell to CrossFit dads on the Northern Beaches. If you sell physio services, that makes sense. But if you had this business back in, let's say you flip this business and you sold to people in the 1950s and they were tradies, electricians who are men, who are dads, right? Who live in the Northern Beaches. And you're I'm a therapist for them. Well, for them, it's not normal to pay for that. And they're not even searching for it. Even though there's a huge issue that exists. The issue doesn't correlate to the purchasing of things. And that's what you need to do. You need to correlate it together, which is key. Cool. We're going good for time here. So we've got 2 more. So how to find the now we got the next one. How to find the easiest possible thing to sell. And most coaches do the exact opposite, or most humans. So you might be asking, like, how the fuck do I know what to sell? And so you can skip this part if you've already got your thing that you sell, but I think this will still be really good for you to go through. So I want to tell you like a little story. So I used to work at Zoom, the video conferencing company, which I've gone through Zoom before. And when I was there, I got promoted to this small medium business team from the OAE team. And when I was there, my very first quarter that I worked, remember how before we said sales is in quarters? So 1, 2, 3. So my first quarter, like prior to that, I was like the number one in the world in my role out of like 150 people. And I was like, not always, but like consistently, if someone wrapped around and they pointed to it, they'd probably point to me as the person. And I was always ranked number one too. I got number one after 6 months. And like, but then in my first quarter, and before that, I'd always way overhit my target, like crushed it. But my first quarter as an SMB, I only hit 68% of my target. So my target was, let's say, I don't know, $200,000 I had to sell worth or something like that in a quarter. And I only did 68% of that, which would be $136,000, right? And so trying to like get better at my maths. It's $136,000. But the issue was like, when I did this, I realized I was kind of like following what everyone else does. And this is what people do on LinkedIn too. You're probably doing. I was like reaching out to like the SaaS companies and then the finance companies, you know what I mean? And then, yeah, SaaS and finance were like the ones everyone reached out to because like, you know, they all use Zoom and all that kind of stuff. But I realized that you actually make the money in the gap because, you know, when we think about like the gap of understanding where it's like, this is where someone will pay you no money because they know how to do it. And this is where they'll pay you like $1 million to do it. Now, a SaaS founder, especially young people, they're really fucking smart and thrifty. And same with finance people. They've got really good IT departments as a whole. And so you're not giving them much value because they already know the stuff. And so when you're selling, you want to be selling to people where the gap's like really large, where like they're not in with the in crowd. They don't know what's fucking happening over here. It's like whenever someone says I'm selling to SaaS solo people or solopreneurs or SaaS people, I'm like, it's the worst niche in like existence. Like, because they're people who have a lot of time on their hand and not a lot of money. And they're also really thrifty. Why are you going to sell to that person? They're like MacGyver. They're just going to fix it themselves. It's like trying to sell, my dad's a panel beater. Imagine trying to sell to my dad, hey, do you need me to come to the house and put a painting up? And my dad's like, sure, you could do it, but I'm just going to get my fucking drill set out and just do it because I can do it myself and it's not worth the hassle. And so you don't want to be like, imagine trying to sell to a tradie or a builder, hey, we do something for your house. It just doesn't make sense. It's like, even my dad, he's built like decks, he's built garden retaining walls. He's not going to like, you know, he consults his builder mates and stuff, or my uncle with some help, but you don't need it because and people selling into a gap. But what I realized when I was at Zoom is that, okay, well, if I just reach out to the people who, you know, and at the time with Zoom, I sold their phone system, like actual phones, which is pretty crazy. But like with their phone systems, there's a huge gap because the people in like the industries, like if they're a manufacturing industry or if they were an agriculture industry, I reached out to, if they were a transport industry or logistics, right? These guys had like really old IT teams and they didn't know anything about like cloud-based phone systems. And so they were way overpaying for their systems and stuff. And it's because they weren't like part of like the tech crowd and stuff like that. And there's different crowds, like, you know, the tech crowd wouldn't know anything about agriculture and vice versa, but it's just something they wouldn't know. And so like what you're doing is you're selling in the gap. And so what I did is like these guys were obviously all complaining about their phone system like people in companies do, but like they don't really know even what this thing existed, but they were searching for things and they just needed someone trusted to close the gap. And so I remember in like my second or third quarter, I went over to the sales ops guys and I was like, how many leads are there in Zoom Info? It's like a lead company, which Zoom was paying licenses for. That company is going to be in the toilet soon, that's for sure. But like, just because their pricing model, I don't know how they're going to recover from it. But like, I went to Zoom Info, which wasn't Zoom. It's just like, it's a place to get leads, like Apollo or Lucia, look them up. They're pretty good if you need to get leads. And then I was like, okay, cool. They gave me 80,000 contacts and then I just emailed them all. And I made sure they were all the ones that none of like, there was like another, like I think there was like another 10 reps in my team or 10 sales guys. And so I just grabbed all the accounts they didn't own, and they were manufacturing, agriculture and logistics. And I just sent like 80,000 emails. And the email was, hey, it's Matt from the Zoom Sydney office. What's going on? Do you need help setting up your Zoom account? And I booked like 750 meetings in a year doing that. And then I ended up selling like a couple of quarters on. I think it was like I can't remember what it was, like this quarter. But like out of like the year, I ended up selling the most amount of Zoom phone globally out of anyone in SMB for that year. And that was Zoom phone. And I sold, I did like 72 Zoom phone deals, like in total in that period of time, which was crazy. I ended up leaving Zoom, briefed in another company, and I partnered up with this guy, Michael, who we were business partners with TeleSense, and I sold phone systems. That's what I did. Because I was like, fuck. Because when I left Zoom, Michael was like, whoa, all my business is gone. What's happening? Because we partnered up on deals. That was like another hack. But like, you want to sell into the gap. And the thing is, like right now, when you're thinking about a business model, like you want to sell things to these people that they don't fucking know anything about, but they're searching for a solution. And so when you're thinking about this, the metaphor and the analogy, and the thing that I think about with Zoom too, is you want to be a big fish, fish in a tiny pond. You don't want to be this. This is why Instagram sucks, because this is what you are, and there's great competition everywhere. Like, why wouldn't I go to LinkedIn when I can just do a text-based post? Like, that guy Nick did a text-based post and gets like fucking 3 clients, said he's got way more from that one post. Why wouldn't I do that? And have you seen the videos on TikTok now? They're so good. Like, why would I compete there? I want to be in a big fish in a little pond. And so what I'm going to walk you through now is like the logic between like, you just want to be a big fish in a little pond. Like that's all you want to be. And so there's a spectrum of like what you should sell. So what you should sell. Because a lot of people think like, okay, what should I sell? Experience or not, it doesn't matter. And if you're like a recruiter right now, this is going to be super valuable to you anyway. So there's things in life which are easy to sell, and there's things in life that are hard to sell. And you want to pick the thing that's easy to sell, because the thing that's easy to sell needs less leads, right? The thing that's hard to sell needs more leads. This is just the pure difference. This is why when people look at people's profiles like Justin Welsh, for example, and this is not a dig at him because I think he's one of the nicest guys out and he's a fucking legend and I really want to meet him. I was messaging him and I really want to hang out and catch up with him because he's a legend, right? But what a lot of people do is they try to sell, like do what he does, but he is a unicorn. The same as, let's pick another one, Sahil Bloom, right? So don't know this guy at all, watch a lot of his content, really valuable, right? They want to be Sahil Bloom or they want to be Chris Donnelly. Like, you are not going to be these people, they're unicorns. It's just not going to happen. Like, and because Chris Donnelly, the reason why he can do searchable and he can sell this is because he has massive distribution and he's a super smart dude and got a great team, like really good, but you're not playing this game. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to verse and go up against Stephen Bartlett of Diary of a CEO, right? Because if you make generic broad content around Diary of a CEO, it's not going to work. You know what I mean? Like it's literally just not going to work because you're competing against like, if you write 5 mindset hacks of the billionaires, well, he's already done that. And there was a Trump thing that warned me. US makes very big announcement. 193 watching. I always fucking see what I mean by threat detection. That got me threat detection. Text app to download the White House app. Crazy, right? But fuck, what is happening in the world right now? I don't even know. But like that's you don't want to be competing against these people. You want to be competing against like in this. You don't want to be, because what those people are is they're the fucking whale. Like, why am I competing against the whale? They got to eat a lot to like get there. So I'd rather compete in the pond that like here, and that's why I did LinkedIn. It's why we made $6 million on LinkedIn. That's why. And so when we're thinking about easy and hard things to sell, the easiest thing to sell is I will come to your house and I will do it. That's like in-home service. So a cleaner, usually the problem cleaners don't have is leads. The problem they have is getting good stuff. And so this is the thing that's really easy to sell. Your business then becomes The hard thing becomes acquisition of leads of stuff, which is a different thing. But like, you want to do something that's easy to sell. So when you're starting out, you do consulting or just do shit for people. Like, don't build a software. Like, just don't. Like, it's just not going to work. I've just never seen it work ever, unless they're like a YC founder who raised millions of dollars, or they're just like a fucking child prodigy. There's literally unicorns. And I'll give you an example of another unicorn, right? So there's this guy, Akala, who really like this guy. If you read his book, it's fucking amazing, right? So dating British rapper Akala, wow, I was going to say, fuck, that's crazy. But like, I really like Akala. Like, and I read his book and it's amazing. And like, I'm a massive fan of this guy. I read his book Natives, but like, you know, Race and Class in the Ruins of an Empire. He's so fucking smart, this guy. He's so smart. But he says in his book, he's like, the only reason I was able to get out of poverty and just like the fucked up situation that I was in is, one, I'm really smart and I was born that way and I didn't choose it. And he's not saying it from hubris. He's just saying it. Secondly, he had, I think his mum just like forced him to go to school. And third, he had like a mentor that like helped him through. And he is a unicorn. This is why when people talk about the vicious cycle of poverty, they're like, just get yourself out of poverty. Akala did it. And you're like, no. That's not how it works. Human beings are the construct of the system that they're in, and eventually they have no choice. Eventually, whether you put the food in the fridge, so if your food is on the counter, if your food is in the fridge or it's in the freezer, eventually it's going to go off. Like, eventually the system will knock people down. That's why the system. And he just broke through. It's like literally a unicorn. And so you don't want to be competing against unicorns. And the second easiest sell is done for you. I will do it for you. I'll do it. Because everything here where it's done for you, it's just the person has to do less time. This is where they have to spend more of their time on the thing. And so like software, well, someone's got to spend a lot of time using the software. So why would I pay for that? It's more time. It's my time. And so people want to pay for less time. It's like usually the people who are more well off, they'll pay money to solve time problems, and people who aren't as well off will pay time to solve money problems, depending on what you value. And so it's a really like key thing. Like even in some of the circles that I'm in Taki Moore's boardroom, there's like, I think it's a bit crazy, but there's guys who have like people like, there's a guy who I know, fucking really smart dude. I can't remember his name. Legend, works with Tony Robbins. He started a business which was having like a person who takes care of your home. And so there's a lot of people in the coaching industry, like it's really, when you get to $1 million a year, they say to you, like you should have someone that like cooks all your meals, does all your cleaning, does all your groceries, organizes everything. It's like an EA, but like a home person. It's fully a thing. I hadn't even heard of it before then, because you're optimizing and you're getting your time back, which is like really crazy. I couldn't work with someone like that because I'm really bad with systems. But like that's fully a thing that they sell and they buy from. But like, yeah, and so done for you is the next one. The one after that is like, you know, it's anything, it's one-to-one consulting. It's like you're sitting on a call with them and you're like consulting. And then consulting also has an element of done for you. And then the next one is like one-to-one coaching, consulting, like one-to-one coaching someone. And then after that, then we go to a group program. Something that's with a group, like a yoga class, right? Simple. Then we've got software, right? And then we've got low price courses. And then we've got a networking, like a platform, like a social media platform. So like, how did Alex Hormozi and Sam Ubbins create school.com? Well, Alex has just gigantic distribution. And so in order for social platforms to work, obviously you can make it's so good everyone tells each other about it, which like, but you need a lot of money, a lot of engineering, and a lot of time in the problem space to be able to do that. But like most people don't have that. You don't have that, you know? Like the reason why we're making a LinkedIn DM tool is because me and my business partner have just dedicated so much time in the problem space. And we're probably known as the #1 people in the world for booking calls in the DMs organically. Like I would say we are by far #1 in the world. And the reason why we're #1 in the world is, in my opinion, is because Steve, my business partner, who's fucking wicked smart and was a CEO of a listed software company, we jumped into a problem space where we want to be a big fish in a little pond. If we tried to solve the problem of like, instead of LinkedIn DMs, maybe even like Instagram or just like messaging in general, like my friend Frank Grief is solving a problem. It's called Kinso. It's like an all-in-one messaging platform. Like we would be over here. So you want to pick the thing, but we've dedicated a lot of time in the problem space. Hence why I'm making this video. And if you're this far through, you're probably like, how the fuck do you know all this stuff? I've just spent so long dedicating time to it. And so these are the things that are easy and hard to sell. And then really what you want to be selling is like, I will come to your house and I'll clean your house. But like, I will come into your business and I'll literally solve the fucking problem that you didn't even know this solution existed, but you're looking for the solution. And so, this is what like we did, like when I was at TeleSense and we sold phone systems, like we sold to Indigenous rural healthcare centers. And so Indigenous rural healthcare centers, Australia, and I can't spell for shit. Like we sold to Indigenous rural healthcare centers. Like my business partner, Michael, flew out to rural and regional Australia to literally help these people install phone systems because what they used to do is all of them could only use Telstra and this company rips them the fuck off. And how do we know? Michael, my ex-business partner, worked at Telstra. So he spent time in the problem space and that's how he crushes it. And he's like crushing it right now. And that's how, like, because it was like an easy thing to sell. Like that's what you're trying to do. And so when you're thinking about like what to sell and even how to create your own offer, a lot of people think, do I start group done for you? Just do it for someone. Get on a call, just do it. Like go to their house. Like I'll give you an example of where this worked. Like my mate, Jamie King. And we got to know each other. He just randomly DM'd me on LinkedIn and we became mates. Like Jamie King, where is it? No, this isn't Jamie King. Where is it? Here he is. Cool. So Jamie King now, right? So what he literally does, and he stopped posting on LinkedIn because he now runs ads and he just makes so much money on Facebook for ads because we got his niche so dialed. But like Jamie was having a problem with getting leads. And so we caught up and we were hanging out on the weekend. And he's like, because he looks young, he's at a disadvantage already because people think he's dodgy, he doesn't know what he's doing and all that kind of stuff when he's a really intelligent guy. But like, I remember I gave him the advice where I was like, dude, don't do Zoom meetings anymore. Just only sell to businesses in Sydney and literally just only sell to businesses in Sydney and just go into their office. Like, cause he used to spend 3 or 4 calls on Zoom, a bit weird, but and we were in the city at the time and I was like, oh, have you got like nice pants to go see them? He's like, no. And we went and bought black jeans. And then he went to the deal and he sent me a text like the next day. He's like, I closed a $5,000 deal or whatever it was because he like saw them in person. And so that's really what you need to do. And I know you guys, a lot of you guys, if you're in a country where like, I can't sell to that person overseas or whatever, I get it. You might not be able to do in person. It's fine. It's just the cards that you've been dealt. But like, then get on a Zoom call with them and just do it with them and do it for them. Don't try and sell something. It's like, it's too hard. And so you're really trying to sell where like, think about this, right? The gap that exists of their knowledge is big and you're trying to sell them something. So sell them, so whatever the product is you sell, you're trying to sell a product that's, you know, it's easy to sell and easy for them to do. And that's where we come up with offer viability. It has to be like a viable offer that you're actually going to sell them. Like they have to be like wanting it. They have to know the category. It has to have an outcome and it has to have a price they're willing to pay for. And so Jamie, for example, how did he get into his problem space? Well, he works with like doctors, medical centers and stuff, helping them hire doctors. And so how did he know the problem space? Well, he worked as a recruitment consultant. And so because he worked as a recruitment consultant, like he knows that, like what the problem space of recruiting. And then he started hiring and he hired one doctor for someone. And he's like found this space, like there's a huge gap where they pay like 30 grand for recruiters, but he can charge like 1/5 of the price and still make heaps of money. Because he does it through like Go High Level and some cold email system. And it's fucking brilliant. Like, but he only knows because he knows the problem space, but he's selling something that these people are already looking, because every medical center wants good doctors. And they don't want to pay their recruiter who's seemingly dodgy. Not all recruiters are dodgy, by the way. It's just like a lot of people, like real estate agents, don't have the best feeling. Like LinkedIn course sellers like myself, even though I'm not that, I get bucketed in that category of what it actually is. So the gap is big and the product is easy. And there's a few other things there. And so that's really what you're gonna be selling. And so if you're thinking about it and you're like, okay, and whether you got an offer now or not, or whatever it is, like just take your offer and how do I make it easier to sell? So the rule is sell the thing that needs the fewest leads to close. Most beginners go to the bottom. wrong directions. Successful people like get their years after audience building. You don't have that yet. Start at the top. So stacked tribes shrink your audience but increase trust per person. Niche plus one person served equals the cheat code. Like, I'm even of the opinion that you just shouldn't even post content. You should just DM people and get on calls. Like, you don't know. Like, when I was at TeleSense, I didn't even have social media. I didn't even learn marketing until I started this business. I had no idea. I built with Zoom. Zoom was easy, right? Because I sold Zoom. You could get on a call with everyone. Trying to sell it against Microsoft is another story. That's really difficult. But especially after COVID-19, the rise and fall of Zoom. Look at the Zoom share price. It's pretty crazy. Let me look at it. Zoom share price. It's let me go 5 years max. Sad times. I sold in the middle, which I was happy with. But is it going back up? I wonder why. You can see what I mean, right? It's just like, it's still worth a good amount of money. I wonder why it's going up. I wonder what analysts Zoom, what to expect. I wonder what they're doing. I guess everyone has Zoom calls and they're getting the data from Zoom calls, which kind of makes sense. But let me go back here. I always get, yeah. And so you're trying to sell to like a niche thing. It's like, and you don't want to compete against hard people, which is really key. And so now if we just go like the easiest business model in human history and who to sell to. So this is really easy. This is the easiest moment in history to start a business. The combo nobody's talking about cleanly. So there's three forces. So there's what's trending, what's ROI based, and what's AI powered. So the easiest thing you can sell right now is just sell something that solves an AI problem that's really trending to help people make more money and do it with AI. That's it. Just like literally and Alex Hormozi talks about this and I highly agree. Just like set up like an AI email system for businesses. Honestly, email marketing for any business, I would say is like the number one thing that you could sell. It doesn't even have to be AI based because the business owners that I coach, right? Like let's say they start off as a consultant. Everyone has this like game changing moment when they all of a sudden start doing email and they realize to get half their money from email. Like I remember I got to $1 million a year or whatever, no email. And I remember like I sat down because I went from Taki Moore's boardroom, black belt to boardroom. Like I graduated because I got to the $1 million a year. I did in like one of the record times, not the fastest time, but one of the fastest times out of all the people that have gone through. And I remember I got on the one-to-one call with him where he does like a initiation coaching through and he's like, well, all we're going to do is email. And I've written an entire book on email too. You can get this access for free. Let me go back to, and you can just go to this like webpage. You can get access to the entire thing. The $1 million email blueprint. This is just like what Taki Moore told me, but just made it. Honestly, I think I made it a bit better. It's really simple. But if you literally just took this and found all other services-based businesses that have been existing for 5, 10, 15 years, accounting firms, just all these businesses, just put this in, they will just make money. And once one of them gets one lead, they will pay you money. And so the business you're trying to do is like, you really want to help people just make money. Like, so let's look at it, right? So you just go into the office and do it with them. Sit in the accounting firm and set up the email system. MailChimp, fucking whatever it is, sit with them and just do it and go into the office and then just help them write the emails and just stay on a call and help them understand copywriting and just charge them like whatever you want. Do it for free at the start. Charge them. I'm not going to get into pricing mechanics. I got a whole course on that too, but like, just pick something where it's like AI email system for accountants. That's it. I do an AI email system for Aussie accountants who already have a book of XYZ clients. And I'll show you how to come up with this, right? So, and you can probably use my positioning down below. So let me go here, right? I'm going to open this thing up. Cool. All right, cool. So what I want to do is I just want to I'm doing this thing right now. We want to create a business model right now. And just imagine, I'm just on my call teaching it. I want to sell, just think about like Aussie accountants. They've been in business for XYZ period of time. Their partners, they're not too big. You're going to speak with the partner. You're a young person going in. You're talking about like AI and email. And you're just talking about how like you can send a weekly email to your clients and you can get leads from it. It's authentic. You can update them on tax changes, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want like a small positioning thing where you grab all the stuff they've been working on and just create like a small positioning document on this, just so someone could like sell this and what the offer would look like and how to easily do it. Pick the tribes, pick the person. And you may not pick accountants because maybe they're too reserved of people, but maybe you pick tradies or you pick the one where the personality type would just be willing to send it. Maybe finance might be too hard, but I don't really know. And just pick the one where it's like, the gap that exists where it's like they probably don't even have that implemented in yet, but just like how to strategically do it. Cool. This is Matt GPT that speaks to my AI second brain. My clients get access to this, so they can just like ping away and then it accesses all my brain thoughts. This is why I think courses are like done. Hence why I'm just giving away this all for free, because it's not going to work anymore. It's not going to matter. And so I'll come back to it. And so who are the worst people to sell to? Big companies. Why? Well, I've sold to big companies. It's really fucking hard. You're not selling to one person. You might meet someone in the company and you might be like let's say we go back to the 6 gates of trust as an example. Wow, I've drawn a lot. So imagine, right, you've got this one person and you built heaps of trust with them and they're like, let's go ahead. But then there's like 10 other people in the company who all go back to here. And sure, this person may refer them in, but some of them might hate this person, be like, this guy's a fuckwit. So you've got to convince all these people, and it usually can take like 6 to 12 to 2 years to 3 years, like crazy amount of time. I remember I chased one client, Wesley Mission, Queensland, and Michael, my ex-business partner, ended up closing after like 3 years. Like it was so long that someone at the company, one of the main contacts of the company, literally died. So Michael wasn't getting responses from the emails because they died. This is not even kidding. It's really sad, but it's crazy, right? He's like, oh, they don't work with us. No, they actually passed away. It's crazy. And so, but like you don't want to sell to big companies. It's just too hard. Just sell to small business owners. Like just like the owner of the business that's already making money. So easy. And just at least making $500,000, like at least. So they're just not worried about money. Now, never sell to bootstrap SaaS founders. Just don't. Why would you sell to someone that is really smart? And then also don't sell to spiritual or personal growth markets. Don't sell to people that are life coaches, nervous system coaches, somatic healers. And this is not saying they're bad people. They're great people. They're doing fucking God's work. They're really helping people. It's just disgustingly hard to sell that online, because when we come back to the offer viability, if someone is offering nervous system regulation or like life coaching, people usually aren't looking for that. It's not an offer that people actually buy. People don't really know what it is, which is a big problem. And so that's pretty much everything. Fuck, we got through it all. I want to go back to the AI to see what it's come up with, and then we'll kind of finish it up. So cool. Okay. So who you'd pick, why not accountants? Accountants, you're right, too reserved. Tradies, wrong channel. Financial planners, insurance brokers. My pick, Australian mortgage brokers. Independent or boutique, 1 to 5 advisors with a 2-year trail book of business. I 100% agree with that. I've worked with a lot of mortgage brokers. This is generally the sweetest spot in the Australian SME market right now. Here's why. 70% of all Australian home loans go through brokers. True. 15,000 registered brokers in Australia. Trail commission books are worth $500,000 to $2 million in lifetime value. The personality type is marketing willing. The compliance is manageable. The refinance wave is hitting now. The gap is real. Email is the right channel. Writing the positioning doc now. I 100% agree, because I know heaps of mortgage brokers. I have chatted, and I know mortgage brokers, and I know buyer's agents. Buyer's agents is another one right now. And I'm assuming too, buyer's agents would also be another one, and probably not real estate agents, because real estate agents, they probably get email services with their company and stuff already bundled in. But I reckon buyer's agents would be another good one. But let me know on your thoughts on that. Cool. And so mortgage brokers would be really key. And so I'm assuming your buyer's agent would be another one. Cool. And so it's going to come up and build this. I might pause this while it's built, because I just want to show you what it will look like. All right, it created the thing. So here's the positioning doc. So weekly AI written update emails for Aussie mortgage brokers. The pick and the gap. So the tribe is independent or boutique Australian mortgage brokers, 2 years in business, trail book worth this. Why this tribe and not accountants? Brokers have the market-willing personality type, accountants don't. They come from real estate, finance, sales, MLM. They already do Facebook Lives, Reels, podcasts. They want to nurture their client book. They just don't have the time to write. The gap, 90% of brokers don't email their book after settlement. And this is a huge issue. And even with my own mortgage broker, they do email, but their emails are lame and they suck. Like, they're just shit. They're just like market updates, all this. You want to be telling stories in your email. You want to make interesting things. Talk about your family. Like, same as LinkedIn content, emails are really similar. And so the wrong problem for people think I need new leads from Facebook ads, referral partners, open homes. It should be your trail book is worth $1 million in lifetime value and haven't emailed any of them in 2 years. Half of them are about to refinance with someone else. But even not just that, it's extended past that. It's like, how can you constantly contact this client base so you get referrals? Like, I referred my mortgage broker the one I originally signed up with 2 people, but I forgot about him. And then I referred someone who asked me about a mortgage broker to someone else. And then I Justin do Bob who I know. And it's just like who becomes top of mind. So you want to become top of mind, something that you like really deeply trust. So your 1 million trailer book is leaking this because nobody's nurturing it. And so this is kind of like what you sell, behavioral signals, disqualifiers. And this is something that's actually good to sell and you could make money doing it. And like you could just specialize in only this. And it's just writing really cool emails. And this isn't some good positioning stuff. I'd rather get my AI second brain to spend a lot of time building this, but like this is like what you're selling. And you can make heaps and heaps of money for it, like within this specific niche, if you like double down on it. Because like, and the way you get your first clients is just help people for free, like literally. But yeah, that's everything. So we covered a lot. And so below, yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. So what I'm gonna do below is if you download the AI resource, it's going to cover like absolutely everything you need. I'm just gonna make it some crazy amazing thing. But also the other thing is I'm gonna be putting out other videos like this, how to write content to get inbound leads, the DMs thing, a whole bunch of other free courses. I'm planning to make like a lot more of these because I find it's really easy for me to do. It's not much energy, and my highest performing YouTube thing ever was like a 4-hour free course. And so I'm just gonna give all this stuff away, and I'll just keep giving it away. This is what people use. This is fun. Click the links below. If not, watch out for the new vids. I'm gonna try to drop them pretty frequently. I'm not gonna make a big commitment now, but yeah, once a week would be preferred. Anyways, peace out, bye.